Anthony on satellite radio. Show's host Anthony Cumia and Greg Opie. Controversial team.
And Anthony apologizing for yet another raunchy
Comment profanity linked to rap. Is this the last straw for the raunchy radio duo?
Yay! Pudding!
The greatest show on satellite radio today.
It's entertaining as fuck. How many people are screaming at their radios right now?
It doesn't get better than this.
It's just the stupidest, most fun.
I can't get enough of this.
I would eat your poo.
Let's be honest with each other. No one's doing better radio than this.
We rule. Google it.
You're fucking right. Simple as that.
Fucking believe it. This is radio. Radio.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
And we're off. Good morning. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Sam, your Syracuse lost last night. I know you're a huge college basketball fan.
Well, I try to keep up on what Syracuse is doing.
That's madness.
I know, it
March
was madness.
Oh, gosh, Sam, what happened?
I don't know. I think it's because I took an interest in sports and just ruined it for everybody.
You haven't watched a college basketball game before, right?
I've seen it. Well, plus when I was going to Syracuse when I was a freshman, that was Carmelo Anthony's season, so I watched it then.
Wait. But you take an interest in sports all the time because you're into wrestling.
I enjoy sports entertainment more than sports.
What is sports entertainment?
It's like sports, but it's just a
Do
little...
they have brackets as far as wrestling goes where you can,
Only at, like, King of the Ring and stuff like that.
Oh.
And that's, like, more like a one-night tournament type of thing.
I bet you could really pick who's going to win, though.
I'm better at picking. My brackets are better at King of the Ring than March
King
Madness.
of the Ring? Yeah.
But that's
good.
perfect.
But why doesn't
Yeah.
Vegas have odds on King of the Ring?
Yeah, I don't get that.
No odds.
I think WWE is trying to go more family friendly and they don't want gambling involved.
And I never see it on the back.
Boo to family friendly.
They're very family
They
friendly.
lost
that.
me years ago. I told Stone Cold Steve Austin that fact right after the interview. I go, I got to tell you, the WWE has lost me many years ago because that family-friendly bullshit.
I don't like that.
He got dumped out pretty bad when he was on Raw. Because he was saying whoop ass.
Oh, really?
And they kept dumping out when he was saying
whoop ass?
ass.
That was his catchphrase.
He said open a can of whoop ass.
That
One
was his-
ass got through, but then throughout the rest of his promo, he kept getting dumped out.
And that's a lawyer thing. The lawyers go, we'll allow one whoop ass, but that's it.
That's like bleeping out Dynamite.
Yeah. And he told Fast Freddy the intern when...
Jimmy J.J. Walker comes out and you bleep out Dynamite.
And when he was talking to Fast Freddy the intern, he said that he was asking for beers, and they were hesitating at first, and they finally started throwing them to him because it was live TV, and he got back to the locker room, and Vince McMahon was yelling about who cleared those beers, who said that was okay, da-da-da, because he didn't want the beers on TV either.
What happened to Vince McMahon? Oh, my God. That was his huge catchphrase that made Vince and the company billions of dollars. Whoop ass. And they're not allowing it anymore. And the wrestling's on a cable outlet. So obviously, well, you could say ass on any fucking...
could say anything, yeah.
Any fucking TV channel.
Here's my theory.
What's that?
After that horrifying near-death experience in the limo explosion.
Yeah, not to mention the stage falling on him.
Yeah. I believe Vince has a new outlook on life to do a little more good in the world.
Yeah.
And not be so hurtful to families.
Yeah.
And, he takes life a little more precious now.
I mean, if you remember, there was the match that he insisted that Shawn Michaels tag team with God to take on he and Shane. So maybe after that he realized, you know what?
Yes.
He should make sure the harnesses are nice and strong. and not worry about language. Because that's a bit more horrifying to the little fellas in the audience than a dumb whoop ass.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, granted, that was many years ago, but...
Maybe the cursing doesn't hurt as much as the steroid use that ravages the bodies of these guys by 40 years old.
The wellness policy is in effect. Stone Cold was in good shape.
Well, congratulations. Speaking of wrestling, you had one die of old age overnight.
Who was that?
Oh.
I don't know.
Wow, really?
He was so old that no one's going to remember him, but...
It's one of those black and white ones where they used to grapple around a little bit. On film, yeah. Grainy film.
I'll tell you who it was, Sam.
A steady shot from the back of the crowd.
Oh, yeah. You can barely see what was going on.
Big day for wrestling. Sad note. Hall of Famer Baron Mikel... Cisaluna? Something like that.
Well, that guy.
He was 80, died Saturday of cancer.
Oh.
See?
So this is a big day for wrestling.
It's a sad
One of their
day.
wrestlers actually died of old age.
80, they're freaking out that he's 80 years old.
He's a WWE Hall of Famer.
Twice the age of the normal wrestler.
It is. He's superhuman.
That's the one you get this year. The rest of them will be 34,
Yeah.
35, 41.
That brings the average up, though. That's pretty good. He screwed up the bracket
You know,
by dying at 80.
But that whoop ass, Stone Cold can't say whoop ass. His big fucking phrase, huh?
they don't let you say no dirty language, no bleeding. They stop matches now when there's even on pay-per-view.
Right.
What?
There was like bleeding,
Uh-huh.
and they actually stopped the match and fixed up the cut and restarted it.
What?
But they used like a cut doctor?
And
Wait, they used to cut themselves on purpose
I
to
know.
make the match better.
and now if they bleed accidentally, they get in trouble.
So no more no more razors hidden on their body
not
so
in
they can cut
WWE.
themselves?
They still do it in TNA, but not in WWE.
Oh, I'm so glad I don't watch that horse shit.
Oh,
And they just did a thing, not in the storyline. In actuality, they have banned chair shots to the head.
What?
So because they don't want, because I guess they're trying to protect from concussions.
So every...
No, they're trying to protect from little stupid fuckers that can't figure it out, or their parents can't help the kids figure it out, that are slamming each other on
Beating
the head
their little sister over
with
the-
chairs. That's what that's about.
Yeah,
Too many lawsuits because some dummy can't figure out that, this is not something you should be doing.
No pile drivers, no chair shots to the head.
Why are you watching?
Drivers.
I didn't know
It's
it
still
got this
exciting.
bad.
What is left? What is left that is the entertainment part of sports entertainment?
Are any of the divas giving birth to hands anymore?
No divas. The divas are still there, but they're not giving birth to hands. And there's
they probably have to wear like raincoats or something. Make sure there's not too much skin exposed.
the divas are still scantily clad.
When are they getting to the point where they have to wear the wacky headgear, the actual wrestling suit,
The singlet.
and adhere to the rules? And the refs actually have to referee the match. They can't look away. Will the ref be suspended if he's in the ring and he's not looking and someone's actually pinned?
It just becomes amateur wrestling.
Thank you. That's pretty much the direction they're going.
No, it's still, the E is still for entertainment.
I don't see where.
Not much entertainment left.
No.
It's WrestleMania weekend. Everybody's excited.
Is it?
This is WrestleMania weekend?
You used to know about that.
I used to know about that.
Yeah, it's in Arizona.
Oh my god.
Oh, don't boo WrestleMania.
Gives a shit. You know what? I'm going to see a real fucking sport this weekend.
Well, you could see
UFC 111.
UFC's on Saturday. WrestleMania's on Sunday.
No, that's okay.
Really?
Mania.
I'm going to be just filled with amazement of what I see at UFC 111. I'm going to have to rest on Sunday.
You're not interested.
Get that.
You're not interested in the Bret Hart Vince McMahon street fight? Oh.
A street fight with no chairs, no bleeding.
No bleeding.
No bad language.
Right.
No wrestlers falling from the sky.
Well, why would that was an accident?
Bleeding up the mat, but boy,
Bret Hart's brother.
Boy, I like the old Vince when, a wrestler actually dies and he doesn't even stop the pay-per-view. And now everyone has to wrestle around a big blood spot.
Oh, God.
I want that Vince
There was
back.
no blood spot.
There was no
pretty sure
blood
there
spot.
was.
They couldn't clean up all the blood, my friend.
I'm pretty sure there was.
The mat was a bit stained after the Owen Hart tragedy.
They did a pay-per-view in the summer, Hell in a Cell, where it was 3 Hell in a Cell matches on one pay-per-view. No blood. Nobody even got on top of the cell. Nobody left the cell.
Some people call it hell. Vince called it Hades. You can't say hell in a cell. That's bad language.
Yeah, they probably will change that. They still call
Heck
it
in a cell.
Chaos in a Cage.
H-E double hockey sticks in a cell.
That's not as catchy.
Sam, you should be depressed how PC it's gotten.
I roll with the WWE. Whatever
All
they decide
entertainment
to do.
becoming PC. God. Way too PC. Radio, TV, movies, wrestling. But there you go. You had an old-timer die.
Yeah.
That's your March Madness update.
Actually, that is madness.
And Kentucky won, right? I couldn't stay up for that damn game.
No, once the Syracuse game
Kentucky.
Kentucky beat Cornell, right?
I don't know. Once the Syracuse game was done.
The Cinderella boys are done. Cornell, they had a fine run. I think Kentucky won. Yeah. All right. Well, wonderful, Sam.
My brackets are all messed up.
You're doing the.
No.
Okay.
No.
When are we going to actually do a sports break? Because this obviously wasn't one.
Little basketball.
Oh, my God.
Somehow it just turned into wrestling.
The only reason you know Syracuse is because you went there.
Because I went there. I'd never heard of it. I didn't know there was a college called Butler that they were playing last time. I didn't know.
Butler.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you where Butler was.
Yeah, nobody's ever heard of that
I'll
college.
guess Virginia. Because it seems like there's a lot of colleges in Virginia.
Yeah.
Is Butler in Virginia?
Yeah.
Indianapolis?
Huh?
I'll say West Virginia.
West Virginia?
Yeah.
They're too stupid in West Virginia to go to college.
Oh. Oh.
It's just in the backwoods somewhere.
Yeah, they fucking their sisters.
We're just homeschooled.
They might have a community college here and there.
It's Butler.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
all right, let me say hi to Frank in Jersey. Frankie.
Yeah, Indianapolis.
Yo, guys, how you doing?
All right.
You don't remember who Baron Miguel Zaguna is?
No.
Man, he was with Dick the Bulldog Prowler, remember, and Chief Jay Strongbow.
I remember the Chief.
Chief Jay.
Yeah, well, Bulldog used to eat the turnbuckle. That was his big thing. He'd come in and on the turnbuckle.
It's George the Animal Steele.
Exactly.
No, I think George stole his little bit from this guy.
Yeah, well, both those. That's old time. I mean, George the Animal was after this. You know,
Is
this
George
was
the
like
Animal
early
alive?
wrestling.
George the Animal Steele is alive. I met him at a wrestling convention recently.
How's he doing?
He's, I mean, it's kind of sad because he's not quite as big and animalistic as he used to
But
be.
he still has all that hair, so he looks like an orangutan.
But he still does the green tongue thing.
Does he?
And he kind of showed up in his wrestling gear.
Ugh.
Which
Does
is
he
like-
have
He looks
turnbuckles?
like a Sasquatch or something out there, man.
Yeah,
He
or
should
an
sell
orangutan.
turnbuckles.
He should.
Thank you, Frankie. Thanks for that knowledge on the old
Have a
guy.
good day, fellas.
All right. Let's say hi to Jay in North Carolina. Jay.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Greg
How
the
you doing
Hammer.
This morning.
All right.
Hey, I was reading on a promotions website for the WWE the other day, and it said they are changing the Hell in the Cell after this summer to Rage in the Cage.
It's about time.
I'm out.
Rage
No
in the
way.
Cage.
That's much more descriptive. They're so angry.
Someone is saying this all changed when Vince's wife, Linda, started running for the Senate seat. It's a Senate seat, right?
Oh, now it makes sense.
And a bunch of people were yelling and screaming at Linda going, look, man, blah, blah, blah. Kids are getting hurt out there because they're imitating what the wrestlers are doing. Blah, 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 blah. So then Vince turned around and didn't want to fuck up his wife's chances. So
People say, I mean,
so he cleaned up the wrestling.
They started the family-friendly thing before that, but they did, everybody was mad at Linda McMahon because I guess somebody in the WWE was taking all the simulated rape and terrible violent WWE clips off of YouTube. And her political opponents were trying to use it against her, but they just kept disappearing. Like Vince McMahon making out with divas in front of her while she was in a vegetative state in her wheelchair.
That's not going to help her center run. That's not going to help.
She was overly medicated for her depression.
But it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger wins office.
Yeah.
Yet he was like killing people in movies it's fake.
Well,
it's acting.
No,
some of it is, not all of it.
She wasn't in a vegetative state.
She was overly medicated.
But see, that's when wrestling ruled.
It did rule.
She's in a meditative state, and Vince is making out with fucking young bimbos.
How are you not
tongue
laughing?
kissing.
How are you not laughing your ass off watching that? That's entertainment.
That's when I used to watch.
That was.
I remember that storyline.
That was good.
Oh, hysterical.
And then having his own daughter tied up in the fucking
yeah,
what?
on the furnace.
The Undertaker
pit.
kidnapped her, and then he put her on a cross-like thing.
Yeah.
Kind of crucified her. Oh, that's Arnold Schwarzenegger nude.
There's the governor of California right there, naked. Just sexually harassing women, groping them.
All right. So
They do different things now, though.
no, you know what? I'm glad you shared because I had no idea all this shit was going on. I didn't know you can't bleed anymore. I didn't know no real chair shots.
It's like TV PG.
God, what
hard.
the fuck is going on with entertainment?
Like, it used to be an
It's
edgy TV 14, kind of into MA, mature. But now it's like...
But to have Stone Cold do a little stint and he can't use his catchphrase more than once, that's just
Yeah, it was
sad.
just-
I didn't know
must have
that. You
just
should have
been
told me
like-
that before he came in because I would have loved to talk to him about that. That's a lawyer thing, allowing him one time to do it.
Stone Cold said everything is like super, super scripted now, like their promos that they do. Where
Oh,
it
they
used to
can't just
be-
go off on mic and use their talents.
They used to just wing it, and now they're kind of just handed a script and say, read this. It's like, it's still good. It's still real to me, though.
Man.
I like it.
Real to me, do you cry like that?
No, Sam.
They still put on a good show. Triple H versus Sheamus. at WrestleMania.
Do you really still like?
When
I watch every single show,
but you're kind of disappointed, aren't you?
I roll with it. I'm there for the ups and downs.
He wants to work for the WWE someday, so he ain't gonna say shit.
They know better than me. They know what they're doing.
You should watch TNA. Someone's saying.
I watch TNA. It's
because that's like old school, but
ridiculous. Ridiculous.
I mean,
well, I'll tell you, it's old school wrestling with old wrestlers. That's the problem.
It's the same guys.
If they had the old school wrestling with newer guys, then they might be onto something.
Like Sting is in the crowd, and Hulk Hogan, and
if you have Hulk Hogan where he can't lift his leg up anymore for his famous leg drop bit.
Ric Flair is out there bleeding all over the place. I already saw his
all he can do is bleed.
Yeah.
When that's your move, is bleeding.
A couple weeks ago, their first match on the show was the Dudley Boys versus the Nasty Boys. The Nasty Boys.
How old are we
the Nasty
going?
Boys? I forgot the Nasty Boys.
I remember
the
before
name,
you were watching. That's how old they are.
Woo! Does Rick still give us a good
Yeah, he still does the woo.
Where's the warrior?
That's a good question.
That would be good. She could go there.
He's more into ultra-conservative and homophobic political talk now.
yeah, there's a big audience for that. He's doing very well.
What about Iron Sheik?
He's probably still trying to...
I fuck his mouth. What about that?
He could do a match at TNA,
Iron
I think.
Sheik. With a piss match.
Jeff Jarrett and Mick Foley fought in a career versus career match last week. They'll probably just bring Mick Foley out as another character like they did years ago.
Dude Love.
Yeah, Eric Bischoff got hit with a guitar. It's the same nonsense as 10 years ago.
Nonsense.
It's all nonsense. We just want Mick Foley to get out of that before
he really
gets
should.
hurt. And they film The Wrestler 2 based on
I wish somebody
the
would
story of Mick Foley.
Somebody's got to give Mick Foley a movie role, please. Like, just give him some movie roles.
Yeah, we want our boy out of that bullshit.
The only wrestlers that make it into movies, though, are like action stars. They try to be like action stars, and I don't see Mick in that role as an action star.
No.
I see him as the bumbling action star kind of a thing, but yeah, poor guy.
All right.
TNA.
God, learn something about wrestling, though.
WWE is very...
I didn't know it was
and that
that bad.
has to be his wife. That has to be.
Yeah.
You guys can all come over.
And whatever happened to our old friend? God, we used to know all these guys big time. I mean, real well. Shane McMahon just leaves, and
Shane McMahon
no one knows why.
He just decided he was...
Yeah.
But all these
done with
wrestling
it.
sites are really good with the gossip, and they figure this shit out. What's the story and why Shane McMahon left?
Well, all the wrestling
Because
sites...
he was in line to just take over the whole business.
Yep, the Empire.
All the wrestling sites kind of have always said that he's a giant MMA and boxing fan, so when boxers show up, it's because he kind of wanted them in. So they say that Shane's probably going to go into some kind of MMA promotion or help out the UFC.
And he's been really quiet,
boxing.
right?
Really quiet. He hasn't said a
and how
word.
long ago did he leave?
I think in January.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out in my mind. So maybe he has like some, even though it's his father, he probably has some weird no-compete fucking clause. He's
Oh
sitting
my
away.
God! Imagine if his son has a no-compete.
I'm sure he
'Cause
does.
It's strange that he's very quiet because Shane's a very motivated guy. Shane's a really, really nice guy. Very
all
talented
business,
guy.
son. All business.
Right.
Don't take it personally, but you can work anywhere. You can work. You got a no compete.
Dad, I was just trying to...
I don't care. You're my son. You have a no compete in that contract, and you're gonna live by it. And you can't use the name Shane McMahon. I own it.
But it's my
I
name.
own your name.
I'm just trying
I
to
don't
move
care
on
if
to-
it's your real name. Now get out, because you're fucked. What do you mean you quit?
Yeah. That's going to be awkward for family functions. That
Oh,
Shane's
God.
sitting out some kind of no-compete or something.
No compete.
While he tries to bring his kids over to see
Thanksgiving
see
table.
Gramps.
Except Vince is now treating Triple H more like a son than he's ignoring Shane.
Let me show you my real boy, Triple H. He listens to me.
Unbelievable. But Shane's way too quiet. There's something going on. It's probably some weird no-compete thing, and then he pops up somewhere big time.
Well, Danny just
He's
brought
too
up
young to retire.
Danny just brought up the TNA roster, and I forgot to bring up their ultra talent Bubba the Love Sponge that they have on their roster.
Is it on the roster?
He's on the roster page. His role is Hulk Hogan's best friend.
Oh, God.
He doesn't wrestle.
How
He doesn't-
embarrassing
He's Hulk
is
Hogan's
that?
best friend.
Oh, my God.
Didn't Mick Foley knock him out?
Yeah. Apparently,
why is Bubba getting knocked out so much on that dumb show?
well, Mick Foley, I think he was supposed to give him like a kind of a wrestling punch and accidentally hit him in the face.
Oops.
Accidentally.
Oopsie.
And Mick Foley made a statement apologizing and saying, "I hope this doesn't mean I can't go on your show when my book comes out."
Oh, really?
Yeah, so he doesn't care. He just wants to plug his book.
Do you want to sell tens of copies?
Yeah. He just wants to sell books in Florida.
Whatever. Stupid redneck. He's as dumb as they come, that guy.
Oh, yeah.
You're hurting Eric's feelings.
Huh?
E-Rock, he loves Bubba.
Does he?
Yeah.
Does E-Rock love Bubba?
Yeah, you can tell.
Oh, my God.
You can tell.
Yeah.
You just sold him out
Yeah,
for a
E-Rock
you
loves
can
Bubba.
tell.
Yeah.
No facts at all.
No.
Just two Florida locals.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what it
This
is.
is Florida homeboy.
Take him out on the boat.
He always knows what Bubba. Anytime Bubba brings anybody up, Eric's the first to it because he listens every day. He's a Florida homeboy.
Oh, God.
Good for him. And good for Blubba.
We could share warm showers together for all I care.
Blubba, the love sponge.
Yeah.
Doing very extremely easy redneck radio. Yeah, yuck.
Whatever works.
But he's really
right?
going outside the box in TNA. I mean, he's really using his TV time to...
So he's
Yeah, I guess he's capitalizing on it because
Hulk Hogan's friend.
You know how you guys do like a radio show where you try to be like real people and talk about, like, you criticize people for being phony.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, like, could you guys see yourself going up to Hulk Hogan and saying, Terry, you can't do this. No, the family is, they're concerned about you. You can't, one more match is too many.
No.
And then, no, you can't.
No, I can't.
You can't see yourself taking on a role of trying to convince Hulk
I can't
Hogan
see
that-
saying that in private to anybody.
Do whatever you want. Who cares?
That's just, it's embarrassing is what it is.
Yeah.
But I get used to that, I guess.
All right, enough of this wrestling crap. A little of that goes a long way. But fuck. Hey, Jimmy just touched down. He had to fly out to freaking L.A. to do a little Leno last minute. And he left a little voicemail I want to play for everybody.
Ooh.
And then he'll be in studio in about a half hour, maybe a little longer than that.
Hey, it's Jim. Just finished taping a segment for the Tonight Show. It's on early. It's between Jay's monologue and and Miley Cyrus' first hit. And it's called Meal or No Meal, where myself and Ross the Intern and Kevin Eubanks kind of just judge whether people should get these meals, these little tricks they're doing. It's like, it's like a contest we judge. I get a couple of good lines in, but it's a fun segment. So I just waited 45 minutes for a picture of Miley Cyrus because she was like doing makeup for an award show. So her dressing room was closed. What a creep I felt like. I'm fucking 41 years old, lurking in a hallway with a camera for a teenager. I'm not even a Miley Cyrus fan. I just had to, like, once I committed 20 minutes, I'm like, you gotta get the picture. But she was nice, she took it, but I just felt like such a fucking asshole. I'm 41, I have a mortgage. I'm fucking standing there making my manager have small talk with me, and he's fucking talking to people. Puddle of Mud was on, those guys were cool. So every time we saw a band member, we'd stop him, just so we didn't seem like two assholes, and we'd talk to them, and he's talking to them about Jakarta, and what airline do you fly? It was really running thin on conversation. Fucking asshole I am. I really am worthless. Bye!
Miley Cyrus.
So he got a little Miley Cyrus thing?
Picture?
Did he tweet the pic?
I have no idea. No, probably not, because he probably took it with his good camera and then hook it up to a computer.
But Jimmy, he likes getting those famous shots out there right away. Oh, wow. I wonder how that worked out. I wonder what it looks like.
He'll tell us all about it.
Yes. When you hear about that. Oh, wow. Nothing wrong with her, right? Seen plenty of pictures. She don't look too bad. She's growing into they call fuckable.
Miley?
Yeah. She got that wall of teeth thing going on, but that's all right.
Yeah, she's all right. It's just creepy that she's, like, acts like a 30-year-old, though. That's what's a little creepy with her.
Most of them do. If you see the
really
ones...
fucking, I don't know.
If you see the ones that have, like, grown up in the business like that, they do have that savvy that is a little bizarre. Dakota Fanning is another one that's got that whole thing going for her. And then those clips from that goddamn movie, Runaways. Holy shit. Give me a goddamn break.
She definitely looks good in that movie.
What the hell is she doing?
All right. We got a busy show. We got Joe Rogan coming in at 7:30. And
nice.
Good old Vinnie Brand will be in at 9.
Not as nice, but okay.
I guess he's headlining his own club, so he's coming in to tell everybody that he'll be doing more time than he usually. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, what's the
I don't know what the
difference?
difference is between headlining and MC when you own the place.
Yeah.
So, but he's coming in. It's been a while, so we'll talk to him. And wow, Jesse James is up to how many girls? 4? He's already up to 4,
and that's nothing. I bet
4, right? So you think he beats out Tiger?
I don't know. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I do. If you got 4, you have 40.
You think?
If 4 came up this quickly, yeah, you got a lot more.
Yeah, but I think I was going with Jesse James at first, but then I had to think about it. Tiger's away from his wife way more than Jesse James was, I think.
Yeah?
I think so. Because Tiger was, traveling the world doing his golf thing. So that gave him a lot more opportunities.
But you also got...
Jesse James pretty much had to wait for Sandra Bullock to leave to do a movie and then get all that fucking in.
Yeah, that's a big thing, though. Like, Sandra Bullock could leave.
For a few months,
gone
a few
for
months
quite
there.
a while, yeah.
So then maybe he went and did some of that power fucking.
Oh, yeah.
Just knocking him down.
And then there's the texts, I guess. There's some filthy texts. And then there's some girl that says she has 190-something texts from Jesse James.
Huh.
And a lot of it very graphic and filth-ridden.
Really?
And stuff. But they only had sex 4 times. But they have hundreds of texts. Very graphic. And it's like, these bitches are saving them fucking things?
Of course they are.
Watch out.
Of course they are.
You gotta watch out.
They're all fucking tattling, too. That's the new thing. You gotta fucking tattle.
Thank God I'm a shock jock. And if any, my text came out, it would be like, who gives a shit? Who cares?
So, but on the red carpet, Sandra Bullock had this to say very recently.
Ooh, if I were Elin, man, I would have hit a lot more than she did. I would have kept hitting. You would still be swinging the golf club? Yeah, she stopped. She was respectable. I'd get the baseball bat. I'd get everything out.
Would you?
Oops.
Would you?
So there's Sandra Bullock talking about Tiger and Elin.
Or would you just cower? Or would you just cower behind your closed door crying to your friends?
Oops. And Tiger's still saying that Elin never hit him or never swung at him, so...
Yeah, I'm not believing that portion of it.
He told us all that that's not true.
Oh, okay.
He was very, very mad that people would think that.
Well, he also lied to his wife, so...
Yeah. But there you go. That's what Sandra Bullock had to say about Elin. And what she would do if her husband was cheating.
She'd still be swinging.
Still be swinging.
Oh, look out.
Mm-hmm.
What happened? She's not. Throw the Oscar at him.
Let's say hi to Nick in Texas. Nick.
That hurt.
Yeah, how you doing, guys?
All right.
The new thing out is there's this one girl who's saying that Jesse James used to bang her in his office while Sandra was running around the shop.
Wow,
So,
that came out yesterday?
Yeah, Jesse James has the big shop where he makes the bikes.
Yeah.
But he'd bring the chick into the office, he'd lock the door, and he'd be doing her while Sandra was in the shop.
That takes balls.
This is a Joey Buttafuoco thing almost, It's a bike shop and body shop.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah, remember Joey's stories of taking Amy Fisher up into the office while his brother and father are working downstairs on the car at the auto place there, and he'd be banging her in the office.
Banging her. Oh.
Nice filth.
Fucking, you just keep going back to that dumb Sandra Bullock saying, now I know what it's like for someone to have my back.
Have your back?
Oh,
what?
This guy was fucking everybody
behind your back. Yeah.
Oof. Unbelievable.
Well,
all right.
I want to see what some of these texts are, see if they're racy.
Are they out yet?
Sexy. I don't think they're out yet.
Well, because they're waiting for a payday.
Yeah, that's what it is.
See, these whores, they're smart.
They see...
they wait for the payday now.
Yeah, they just see as they say, cha-ching every time a text comes in.
And Gloria Allred is involved with one of them already.
Oh, already?
Yeah.
That's a surprise.
The lawyer that dresses in red and looks like she's extremely dried up in that area.
I wonder if they have that for a, you get the tone when you get a text. I wonder if is it cash register sounds on some of these chicks where it's like, cha-ching,
ka-ching, ka-ching.
Like, here's another one. Here's another payday.
Probably adds up to like $1,000 a sext.
Oh, yeah.
Sext text.
Sexting.
Yeah. Jimmy James in New Hampshire. Jimmy James. JJ.
Morning, boys.
Morning, JJ.
Hey, just wondering if you guys think that old Jesse James and Sandra Bullock were sitting in front of their TV and Jesse was saying to her when Tigers coverage was on, I can't believe you'd do that, honey. That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, probably did have to say something knowing that guilt is just bubbling up underneath him, that he knows that he's guilty, that he's just sitting there looking at her going, I better comment. This is terrible. Oh, this Tiger's an awful man.
you know we'd be doing it. It's unbelievable. Please don't say anything. Please don't say anything. Please don't say anything.
Well, he's rubbing grease all over his hands and going, don't touch me, honey. I got a shower because he smells like whore. I pulled that trick once. It's fantastic. I had a car that used to break down all the time, and I cheated. And then I came home and said, oh, don't come near me. Oh, I smell like gas and oil, and I'm filthy. I got to hop right in the shower.
I spilled fish on my pants. Sorry.
Yes. I was opening sardines, and the little lid thing snapped, and it went in my lap.
Depends how dirty the girl is. You could get away with just spilling a little tuna fish or oil on your fucking crotch. But sometimes you do have to go for the sardines. Dirty whores. Thanks. All right, sir. Thank you. Wow. All right. And we move on to Joe Biden.
Yes.
The Jesse James story. I'm sure we'll have a lot more coming out today. That's one of those.
It's got legs. Plenty of them.
Yeah. One of those stories where every day you're going to get a whole bunch of new information.
New whores.
Biden says profane faux pas was no big deal. Well, God bless Biden for saying that.
Unless somebody else said it, and then it would be. If someone else in another party said it, it's just all the hypocrisy back and forth.
Biden, I don't know. He would, no.
No, he would. You don't think if a Republican would have come out and said something and got caught?
I don't think he'd be the first one to
cursing.
Come out and say that.
There'd be condemnation.
No.
Well, the party would have been, and they're pretty silent about this.
U.S. Vice President Joe Biden is laughing off his protocol-busting profanity captured by microphones and relayed around the world during Tuesday's signing ceremony for historic health care law. Biden said President Barack Obama told him his salty comment was the best part of the ceremony in the East Room of the White House.
Oh, really?
And had tried to get him a T-shirt bearing his now famous remark.
Come on.
I don't know if Obama's enjoying the Biden.
No.
I don't know, man.
He turned right away from him, put the serious face on, and then went to the podium. Like, Joe, you're out of your fucking mind.
I don't know if he appreciates that Biden's a bit of a loose cannon.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't believe that. For
every time
moment.
Biden opens his mouth, there seems to be some kind of problem.
Right. White House quickly dismissed the incident, and Biden told supporters at a fundraiser in Baltimore late Wednesday that Obama was not mad at what he delicately termed his faux pas. And then I guess the president said, you know what the best thing about yesterday was? Joe's comment. Biden said he shot back, if you thought it was so good, why didn't you say it? Fucking Biden.
What's wrong with that guy? You understand he's under a microscope?
What's wrong with Biden? He's lived his whole life down there in Washington. He's at that stage. You don't give a fuck.
You don't care?
Plus, he got to be vice president.
And they got the majority, so it doesn't matter what they do.
Don't care. Well, I'm glad that Biden didn't have to do the dumb apology, the fake apology.
They're very entitled right now.
Who?
That whole team. Team Obama. Team Obama. Making a lot of goofs on the Republican Party because this legislation went through, so they're gloating instead of being, a little keeping it calm and just going, well, it's about the healthcare thing. They're kind of making it about how Obama came out and said all kinds of things about the Republicans said this was going to be apocalyptic and that, and then he goes, and I went outside and the birds were chirping and everything was nice.
That's a Bill Hicks bit.
I know. I remember that one.
Wait, who did that?
Obama said
Obama was kind of saying that?
Yeah.
Oh, he must be a Bill Hicks fan.
Saying that, it wasn't this big disaster, but, nothing's really kicked in yet, except for the tanning booth tax.
That was the first thing?
That was the
Some of this stuff is going to take 3 to 4 years, but the first thing they made sure got is in place is the tanning tax.
Yeah. The whole thing with children with pre-existing conditions doesn't kick in until like 2014. And there's a bunch of things going on. And we all know the world's going to end in 2012 anyway. That's what the Mayans say.
Well, you saw the movie last night, so now you know it's true. Why would you sit through 2012?
Because I was in a hotel, and I had gotten some nice room service, and I was jockeying through the channels, the on-demand, still in theaters kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And then 2012's there, and I go,
is 2012 still in theaters?
No, but it was just past the still in theaters. Thing is, the still in theaters, I'd either seen it or I didn't want to see it.
Right.
And then 2012, I'm like, all right, let me see what all the hubbub is about how bad this is. Wow. Incredibly bad.
It was a blockbuster. A lot of people saw that 2012.
Did they? Mm-hmm. Did it make a lot of money?
I mean, they did okay.
Because
I guess I shouldn't say it was a blockbuster, but it did okay for the studio.
It was a bucket of shit. Just a bucket of shit.
Why?
I mean, I understand in our modern day movies with all the CGI and everything you can do, you're supposed to kind of just take it for what it's worth. Not be so critical about the effects, what you see, because they can do the impossible. But when the impossible is completely impossible and improbable and just, it really is ridiculous. He's driving a stretch limousine down a highway that is breaking apart underneath him, yet he doesn't seem to fall into any holes. He just jumps over things with this Evel Knievel limousine.
Well, earthquakes are magical because if you have an earthquake, you could drive all over the place in a limo. But on a regular day, if some asshole fucking stalls out, there's delays for hours.
Of course.
But if it's an earthquake, everything's magical.
And it's okay if the earthquake follows you instead of it just happening all over. If it's just behind you. So you're driving and being chased by the earthquake, then you could probably get away. Although if it happens in front of you, it usually makes some type of ramp that you can then jump over a chasm.
A perfect ramp.
With a stretch limousine, have it land and still just be able to drive off.
Sure.
And you could have a guy take a plane off and for some reason fly it at an altitude of 2 feet instead of, getting up in the air away from the falling buildings.
Right.
He's got to fly between falling buildings. And it was just, it was crap. Just garbage. John Cusack and his kids, they got to have the story about the wife and the kids that he's estranged from and the new guy in their life and how he doesn't like him, and then now they got to build up this relationship and
And is there problems with the new guy, even though there's an earthquake happening, they're still bickering?
Oh, absolutely.
Instead of going, you know what, I hate your fucking guts, but you know what, the world's ending, so why don't we work together and we'll figure out that other shit later.
Well, they finally did, later in the movie, but...
wow, you made it to later in the movie?
I made it right to the end of the movie.
That's your problem. I can understand starting a bad movie, but actually ending a bad movie,
they made big boats.
That's bad. They made big boats.
Yeah, they made giant arcs.
I was going to say, they found Noah?
Yeah, they made giant arcs because, the Earth was coming apart. But for some reason, the oceans are okay.
Oh.
Yeah. So, yeah. It was so bad.
Hold on. Let me say hi to Jeff in Cleveland. Jeff.
Hey, yeah, I love how in 2012 the cracks just happened perfectly, like right between the finger of God and man and the Sistine Chapel, or right between the couple when they're about ready to get divorced or have a fight. And there are always these great lines like, "Oh, I just hope the Earth doesn't crack up," and then there's just this huge split.
Yeah.
And then the second scene, everybody's like, "Oh, okay, well, the grocery store just split apart, but yeah, hey, we're just gonna go off to school today. Everything's fine."
Yeah, but everyone's fine. Yeah, don't give me a cornball line like, I just feel like something's coming between us. And right when he says that, the Earth opens up between both of them. Hey, stop it.
Yuck.
Bad dialogue, bad movie.
All right, sir. Thank you. Let's go to Heather in North Carolina. Heather.
Hey, boys. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Heather?
Hey. Just want to throw in 2012 had one phenomenal redeeming quality, and that was Woody Harrelson played the best stoned-out conspiracy nut I've ever seen.
Woody's in that?
Yeah,
Woody's in that.
It was way over the top, Woody.
It was not his best role, but it was what other stone-out conspiracy nut have you seen that was better than that one?
I don't know. Mel Gibson in Conspiracy Theory was pretty good.
Oh, I hate Mel Gibson. He sucks.
You're the only girl alive that hates Mel Gibson.
Woody Harrelson was way over the top, crazy guy. He's broadcasting on the radio from a backpack with an antenna on the mountaintop while he watches volcanoes explode.
Well, that's what would happen now.
Of course.
We're all trying to broadcast wherever we go now.
Yeah.
That's what this is becoming.
That's what he was doing.
Woody always plays his roles over the top, though. Think about it.
Yeah, he does.
The character was ridiculous.
Really?
Sorry, Heather.
Oh, well, Heather.
No problem, Matt. Have a good morning, boys.
All right, thanks, Heather. Let's go to Steve, the trucker. Steve.
Hey, Steve.
What's up, boys?
Hey.
Anthony, I'm trying to take all this in here. Now, you're saying that the limo and jumping over cracks and earthquake is fake, but yet a DeLorean that disappears in a flux capacitor is wonderful. That's real.
See, this is supposed to be based on some type of reality. That 2012, the Mayans say that blah-de-blah-de-blah, and they're backing it up with this scientific data that is supposed to be true, and that it just, no. I could buy the fact that there's a flying DeLorean that works off of Mr. Fusion than I could, quicker than I could this fucking piece of shite.
All right, boys, later.
All right, let's go to Space Trucker. Space Trucker!
Hey, good morning, boys.
What's up, Space?
Well, I got sort of tricked into watching that movie. I come off the road, my wife's rented it, and within about 15 minutes, I realized that the saving grace to this was watch it as a comedy. So it's my wife and a doofus friend and her husband, and they're watching it, and I am rolling in my chair, and they're looking at me. And the other thing about Woody Harrelson, I think Woody saw it as a chump movie. They offered him money, and Woody's crazy, but I think he played over the top because it was the only thing he could do and save face.
I think, I think he just saw a giant payday for a movie that had a big budget and stepped in. I mean, what's Woody done lately? He did the Zombieland, which, again, over the top Woody, but I guess he was supposed to be over the top Woody in that one.
So who do you have the most respect for? Cusack, who I like, who tried to play it like a part.
All right, why do you like Cusack?
One movie, Pushing 10. Him and Billy Bob Thornton. I liked it.
Okay.
That was good.
Because he's not in a lot of good movies.
I didn't mind that 1408. Was that the room number?
Was he in that?
Yeah. I didn't mind that movie. A lot of people said it sucked. It was like boring or slow or something. That one I've seen a couple of times and thought that was pretty good. Stephen King book and.
So that was that shot of the Hitchcock movie, Punching Out.
All right, thanks, Space.
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
Let's go to Mike in Boston. Mikey.
What's happening, boys?
How's your dumb mayor doing? We haven't got an update on him in a while.
He's a babbling asshole.
That's it. All right.
Anyways, me and my buddies made a drinking game of that movie because I saw it first with my girl, and then I was like, guys, listen, this movie sucks. It's a fucking comedy, but what I want you to do is every time a car leaves the ground, drink. And there's limousines jumping in the fucking air. It was like Speed with the bus jumping over the friggin' bridge. It was friggin' awful.
Yeah, when the limo jumps and just lands perfectly.
And drives away like everything's cool.
Yeah.
That movie sucks. Punch it out.
All right. What was better, 2012 or Twister? As far as over-the-top fucking disaster movies
You know
go.
what? Only time will tell, because now Twister is a classic bad movie.
Right.
This is too new, so it really sucks. But oh, wow, that's tough. Twister, I say. No, I'll watch Twister a few times just to laugh at Bill Paxton and the ridiculousness. I shan't watch 2012 again.
Oh, really? Yeah. All right, it's got to be Twister then.
Yeah.
We have what? 2012 movies to give away?
Oh, shit. No.
What?
Travis is shaking his head.
Travis, you don't want to give away 2012 movies?
You do whatever you want.
Why are you shaking your head? This behind the scenes like stuff. Just bring it to the radio. Why are you shaking your head?
Steve has some DVDs to give away, yeah.
Yes.
And that makes you shake your head. Why?
Well, they're not. You don't get anything out of it.
We don't get anything out of it.
I don't get it, Danny.
I think what Josh was trying to say is like it's not like they're sponsoring our show. It's just
This
like
isn't from sales.
It's not from sales. Steve just got some DVDs. And
where'd you get these DVDs from, Steve? Some Korean downtown?
Yeah, what are they, bootlegs?
Are they bootlegs? Yeah.
No, not at all. They're legit. They're from Paramount.
It's in Russian with English subtitles.
No, they're like actual 2012 Blu-rays because you guys wanted a prize closet full of stuff, so I got to work and started making calls.
Only the best for us. Wow, copies of 2012.
Well, we got next week.
God.
Hold on. Next week I got Sherlock Holmes. That's not bad.
Sherlock Holmes.
It was good.
It was all right.
You see it?
Yeah, I saw it. There was there was a homoerotic angle to it, though, man.
Well, now.
You didn't see that? Of course you didn't.
I saw two men just enjoying each other's company.
That's exactly what I saw. They were very close friends.
Watson wanted Holmes's cock. That's
really?
The end. That's what that movie was about.
Really?
Yes.
Well, no.
I can't believe no one else has taken this angle in this movie.
Holmes was trying to keep Watson around. He didn't want him to get married.
That was a beard. God, go see that movie again. Watson wanted to suck fucking Downey's cock there.
Wow.
That's the whole fucking movie.
Bold statement. I'm going to have to watch that now tonight.
Watch that movie tonight, Anthony, and come back on Monday with all the homoerotic weirdness that movie has.
All right.
Watson was obsessed with Holmes in that movie. Way too obsessed. Because he was in love with him. I'm telling you.
Comment?
I think,
Maybe
and
then there was
around.
a jealousy because there was a woman that was involved.
woman. Maybe the other way around.
So why is the guy getting jealous? Because a woman is around.
Because he has no friends. Because he has no friends, and his only friend is about to get married. He doesn't want to lose his best friend to some woman.
To some icky, smelly
woman. Why
woman.
would Watson hang around with Holmes? Because Holmes was just a drug addict.
Holmes?
A loser. Couldn't get anything right. And Watson's going to stick around?
He doesn't want to be a doctor. He doesn't get a rush out of being a doctor.
So what did Watson want?
He wants to kick them.
He wanted cock. It comes back to the cock. I saw this movie. I'm like, this is Brokeback Mountain with some beakers.
I think you're reading too much into it.
I'm telling you. Dude, I'm telling you.
Spit on the end of a test tube and just
I'm the only one. There's got to be at least one more person out there that saw this Sherlock Holmes movie and felt a little weird sitting there going, why am I watching like a love story between these two guys?
Not on Watson's end. If you're going to make...
really? Then why didn't he split? He was hanging around.
Because he likes the adventure. He likes the adventure.
He was confused by the fucking feelings he was having in his brain.
Oh.
And Sherlock was all gay.
I'd buy that quicker than I buy the Watson gay angle. I think the Sherlock had a crush on Holmes angle would be more believable because he doesn't want him to get married.
Sherlock had a crush on Holmes.
Oh, on Watson, sorry. Wow.
That's like Greg having a crush on Hughes.
Yeah.
Interesting. Quite interesting. I'm telling you, that movie was a weird fucking flick. It was filmed amazing.
I liked it.
I was going to say beautifully, but it was filmed beautifully. What's his name?
Guy Ritchie.
Guy Ritchie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that. And what's his name's acting was great, but
Downey, yeah.
Downey's acting was great, but the movie was weird.
Robert Downey.
Let's say hi to Steve C. Steve C.
What?
Yes.
What's up, Steve C? Good morning.
I consider myself the Watson of the O&A show. I love cock.
That's not me.
Well, Steve, how did you do that?
I didn't. That wasn't me.
Let's go to Steve in Vegas. Steve.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Steve.
Sorry. I saw Hot Tub Time Machine last night. Cusack was in it, and he had two funny lines in the whole movie. It sucked.
Wait, Hot Tub Machine sucked?
Hot Tub Time. No, John Cusack sucked.
Or Hot Tub. What's the name of the movie? Hot Tub Time Machine?
Hot Tub Time Machine.
It's getting 64% positive reviews on RottenTomatoes.com. The New York paper's giving it like 4 stars. I'm surprised.
Really?
Because when I saw the trailer, I'm like, this can't possibly be a good movie. But
looks like a bucket of shit.
But it's getting more positive reviews than negative reviews, my friend.
It was pretty good, and Rob Corddry pretty much stole the movie.
Did he? He was good, huh?
Yeah, real good.
And how was the guy that should be Patrice?
He was okay. He did a good supporting role in it.
But that's Patrice's role.
I know.
And I got a bone to pick with fucking Patrice O'Neal.
Uh-oh.
The press release came out for his new TV show. He's got a pilot for Comedy Central.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, the idea came about when I was discussing guitar riffs with two guys. Those two guys are your friends, Opie and Anthony. You can't give us a little plug in your press release?
Well.
And they were surprised when I said that I liked the riff from Hotel California. Like, that was our discussion on our radio show.
Yeah.
And that's where he came up with the idea for his new Comedy Central show. That sounds like it's going to be really, really good.
And what is the basis?
He's going to teach, like, minorities how to get along with white people.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So, but in the press release that was released yesterday, if we still have that laying around, the idea came about when I was discussing guitar riffs with two guys. Not two friends, not two radio guys, not Opie and Anthony, just two guys.
Aww.
Remember that discussion? And we were going over
that.
Cool riffs, and he's like, well, I like the riff from Hotel California.
I remember that. There was a black guy in here, and we were talking to him. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Opie and Anthony had a black guy in.
See, that's not nice, Patrice. If we used your fucking logic, every black guy looks the same.
Yeah. See?
Big Mama Prods. Big Mama Prods on Twitter.
I like his tweets, though.
Yeah,
he's kind of a big retweeter, isn't he?
Yeah,
I
don't
see a lot
mind
of RTs when I look at Patrice's.
I'm a big fan of the retweet. I don't mind it at all because you filter out.
You add a little something.
You filter out all the horse shit and you're just pushing forward all the good stuff. I like that. I'm a big fan of the RT.
I only RT if I can add something to it. Some people just RT.
But you're on Twitter to flirt with chicks.
No, I'm on Twitter for, I have a lot of, little fun things, or I'll pick out, like last night.
Dude, I see who you follow. First of all, I don't think there's one guy you follow, and every girl's under the age of 30.
Well.
It's like an all-star team, man.
No, it's just if
you got an all-star team of fucking people you follow.
If certain people comment on something, right? Mm-hmm. I'll follow them. If it's entertaining or has something to do with me or the program, and then I follow them.
All right,
that's what I do.
Several movie reviews made the same observation as Opie, Humpbacks from Whackback. Yeah, I'm telling you. You got to see this Sherlock Holmes ad.
I will see it.
I would love to get your take on it because it was.
I will see it.
I was like, why don't you solve a crime and stop trying to pick each other up?
Yeah.
So the whole movie's like, who's going to make the move here?
Was that
for
it?
The butt set? Yes. That was the whole fucking movie. They didn't really solve any crimes. There was one, I guess.
Solving the crime is secondary to just trying to get into each other's pants.
Yes. They're both playing hard to get, but they really want it. It was like, what the fuck?
Ooh.
The one guy's waiting for the girl to leave.
Sexy.
It's unbelievable. Thank you, Steve.
Punching out, boys.
Let's go to Greg in D.C. Greg.
Good morning, boys.
Hello, Greg.
Yeah, I saw Hot Tub Time Machine last night. The first 15 minutes were crap. The last 10 minutes sucked ass, but the hour and 10 minutes in between was fucking hilarious.
Really?
Yes. No, it was just they weren't trying to be The Hangover, but they were certainly trying to do the type of humor that got The Hangover all the reviews that it got. They were trying to be they went over the top with a lot of stuff, and they were good with it. They didn't just go over the top in a stupid, cheesy way. I mean, John Cusack was himself in the 80s. Every 80s movie, he was the brooding, worried, angry about his life guy. And Rob Corddry was the over-the-top, 80s headbanger freak. And it was funny.
Hot Tub, right?
Opens wide Friday.
Yeah, today.
Friday.
Getting good reviews. It's going to do real well, man.
It should. And I thought that 2012 was hilarious. It's one of those movies where when you have a really crap day and you just want to watch the world end, you can go home and watch that movie and laugh and laugh and laugh. Just like
laugh and laugh.
Exactly. I was hoping to get one of your free DVDs, but I'm sure I'll get hung up on, but I figured I'd ask anyway.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Here's the actual...
Getting hung up on.
Here's the actual couple sentences from the Patrice O'Neill press release for his new Comedy Central show. He said he got the initial idea after injecting into a conversation between two white guys about guitar riffs. The men were stunned when O'Neill commented about how great he thought the riff in Eagles Hotel California is.
We're two white guys.
We're just between two white guys.
Yeah.
Not two of my friends, not Opie and Anthony.
Yeah. Radio show.
Nothing.
Two white guys.
After all these years, that's what Patrice thinks of us.
Oh, Patrice.
Just two white guys. Jesus, Patrice.
Oh, Patrice.
Throw your boys a bone. Quick Opie and Anthony in a press release isn't going to hurt anybody.
That'd be nice.
Two white guys.
Well. Jesus. Well, we know.
Plus, we
know.
gave you the idea, technically.
Jesus.
If we weren't talking about fucking riffs that day, maybe you wouldn't have a TV show. Well, it says it right there.
Well, he followed through.
Let's go to Jake in Charlotte. Jake?
Yeah, I was just, morning, boys.
Hey.
Just wondering, this guy that just called in said that it was a hilarious movie that wasn't over the top and cheesy, yet it's a time machine that's a fucking hot tub.
Yeah, thank you, because I got too lazy to kind of take that on with that guy. I'm glad you fucking picked up on it, Jake.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, what's the gist of this thing? It's an actual time machine?
But how is it a time machine if you're
crazy.
in an open-air hot tub and then everything just fucking magically appears in front of you, going back to the 80s?
Yeah, and I think you see
the beauty of a time machine, you go inside, and by the time you come out, everything has changed.
The only time machine that works is the DeLorean. It's all. That's the best time machine there ever was.
All right.
Later, boys.
And the movie The Time
Thank you,
Machine was
George.
kind of cool, you know, the guy, that little crystal handle. But he was just kind of sitting there. And if you put your hand out of the bubble, your hand would turn into a skeleton. It's very scary.
Well, we're going to take a break. To finish up the movie discussion, that How to Train Your Dragons, is that an animated flick?
Is that like a cartoon?
It has to be, because it's getting 95% positive reviews. The only movies that get like 95% positive reviews are cartoons.
I like cartoons.
Animations.
Yeah.
So it has to be. I would assume it is. 95%. So that's happening. Okay. What happened?
Oh.
Wait.
Yeah.
Is it Patrice?
Yeah, hang on. Just getting him on hold.
All right.
We woke him up, so hang on.
The guys want to...
All right, we're waiting.
You know, Opie and Anthony. He probably forgot our names by now. You know, now he's going to be a big TV star.
A big star. Acting lessons.
What is Butcher just listening to Patrice? That could take an hour. Tell him to interrupt.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
All right.
We're two white guys. Patrice.
Hello?
We're two white guys.
Yeah, you're two white guys. What are you talking about?
The idea for the Comedy Central show of yours.
And your quote?
Your quote that you were listening to two white guys?
Wait a minute. Damn. Wait a second.
Two white guys? The press release that came out yesterday. Where's the quote?
On your the pilot, your press release that came
Can you
out.
bring that quote back? Because Patrice's just waking up. It says in the press release yesterday, and by the way, congratulations. We're very happy for you with this Comedy Central show you got. But in the press release yesterday, he said he got the initial idea after injecting into a conversation between two white guys about guitar riffs.
You're not the white guys.
We have to be the white guys.
You don't have to be the white guys. I'm telling you what happened.
Wait, because it then continues. The men were stunned when O'Neill commented about how great he thought the riff in Eagles' Hotel California is.
Wait a minute.
That was the discussion we had on the show.
Wait a minute.
All right.
I'm gonna tell you what the story is.
All right.
So, because whatever is going on is this is a conjecture, man. What you're doing right now, and the idea for this show.
Yeah.
When I was on Web Junk, two guys in a room, and Web Junk was talking about guitar riffs. And I think that I know a lot about white people. And this is the story that's not detailed in the thing. Because a lot of the story was put on by Comedy Central, and I was only asked a quote or two. And this is one of the things. But the whole story's not in there. Two white guys was in the room at Web Junk talking about guitar riffs and guitar players. So I said, hey, one of the best guitar riffs of all time was the Eagles. Hotel California. And they looked at me not like, hey, wow, you know what you're talking about. They looked at me like how if two black guys was talking about rap and a white boy goes, yeah, Young MC is one of the best rappers ever lived.
Yeah, you don't have
That's how they looked at me.
You don't have to explain it because that's the reaction we had when we were discussing it on the radio show.
No.
Yes, I'm going to find the tape now.
Yeah, find it, man. Find it. Because I'm telling you, like, that, I don't want to be called a liar.
No, I'm not calling you a liar, first of all.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, that's what happened. That's the story.
Second of all,
listen, we talked about a lot of shit. Us. If you find something, it is 112% possible that it's in the realm of the area, because we talk about so many different things, but this particular moment is where this show idea came from.
All right, Patrice, I believe you. I do. And by the way, there's no issue. We just love the fact that we get to wake you up and mess with you a little bit. Second of all, we had the exact conversation with you, is all I'm saying.
Please, I'm sure.
Because we were talking about riffs.
One of these fucking douchebags that would love to prove that I'm fucking a dick like that could
No.
find it.
No.
Somebody in Kentucky find out where that happened.
No.
And get that fucking shit. Because I'm telling you,
Patrice.
I'm not going to ever say we didn't talk about fucking Eagles or white music. We talked about white music probably a zillion times. But this particular moment where these guys looked at me like, you don't know what the fuck you talking about, Hotel California. Like they looked at me how if two black guys would look at a white guy, they talked about rap, and he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, but he tried to know. And that's where I felt like, oh shit, I thought I knew about music.
Right.
You know, I thought I knew about white shit.
Well, that's
the story.
Now this is interesting. We're going to try to find the audio.
As Patrice is talking about this, I think we were talking about Hotel California.
Well, we were talking about a whole bunch of riffs, and then all of a sudden Patrice jumped in and said, I like the riff from Hotel. I remember that we were talking about Hotel California
I think he might have then conveyed the story about how he was talking to a couple of guys, and they were surprised that he did like that riff. So I think Patrice may be right on this one.
And then
we'll have to listen to the tape.
And also, I asked you guys, and this is where I first asked the question ever, was comparing where a white group was in relation to what the fame of a rapper.
Right.
I didn't know. So if I ask something like ELO or something, where is ELO in terms of what Jay-Z is? Who is ELO compared to what a rapper is?
Right.
And then
I remember that.
Tell me that. You know what I'm saying? I you know what I mean?
Oh shit! Hold on. Oh shit! Eric is pulling the audio right now. One of us is right and one of us is wrong. Oh shit! When are we gonna have the clip?
I'm kind of remembering.
At the end of the day,
Look,
Hey,
Patrice, why don't you go? Hey, Patrice, why don't you go back to bed?
Let me hear the thing.
No, why don't you go back to bed? This was a horrible misunderstanding.
I would never. I would say Opie and Anthony. I would say the guys. I would say fucking. I would never say two white dudes.
Why don't you just go back to bed and I'll buy you dinner tonight? Because
unfucking believable.
Just assuming we're two white dudes.
What? Why is it unbelievable? You've been hanging with us for.
First of all, I open my eyes. My dog stopped barking. It's a number. I thought it was the police. It just had numbers. Like it didn't have a whole phone number. It just had like 4128.
What? After 10 years, you're surprised that we jumped to a conclusion really fast? Where have you been?
Holy fuck! Wait a minute. I can't hear it. First of all, I don't hear what's going on. So it's exactly what the fuck Anthony just said. Fuck it. I talk to you motherfuckers.
Yeah,
You wake me up to curse me out, so I call you two white guys?
we might have jumped to conclusions.
We have a tendency to jump to some conclusions sometimes,
I
Patrice.
had it, and this is these troublemaking cocksuckers, right? Because this ain't on your radar. Some motherfucker on Twitter goes, hey, you was talking about this O&A one time, but hey, congratulations. Douchebag faggot.
We should have used our jump to conclusion, Matt.
Dude, I'm fucking crying, man. I'm actually crying.
I'm crying over here.
These troublemaking. This is why Block Monday exists.
Yeah,
Yes.
you know what?
I want to find that guy.
You know what?
Monday.
And I'll be honest, I think they did rally me a bit. Because I wasn't really thinking much when I read the press release. I was thinking, God damn, I'm happy for Patrice, because I know he's been working on a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes. And I think they rallied me and got me fucking...
Exactly. This is not on your radar. With the healthcare bill.
We have it?
This is on your fucking radar.
All right, Patrice, let's listen together. I have not heard this. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. So you said two white guys. All right, it's a 1 minute clip. So here it is right now.
Okay. I don't know what's another Eagles
One-hit
hit?
wonders do. Eagles
Another
got
Eagles
a
hit.
lot
What are
of
you, crazy?
fucking.
Give me another one. See, but that's what I'm saying. I still have my white guy. I still have my learning to do.
Eagles
and,
got a fuckload of hits. Hotel California is like.
Well,
giant.
I mean, no. Other than
Eagles
Hotel California,
I think Eagles is a bad example. To be
All right,
honest,
stop it,
All right, there you go. It proves our point.
What?
Eagles, Hotel California. There it is, Patrice.
What?
What?
If we stop the tape right there,
I think
it proves my point. It proves my point. You're talking to white guys, me and Anthony.
Okay, Bill O'Reilly.
Look, but I mean, am I right? You're discussing.
We talked about it, but it has.
All right, wait. Two white guys.
Yeah.
Hotel California and the Eagles. I'm right. If we just. All right. Well, you want. All right. We'll keep playing it, but I just want to, for the record, state that right at this moment, I am 100% right on this.
Okay.
All right, but let's continue.
There's a guy in Alabama going, get him, Opie and Anthony.
Here we go.
Other than Hotel California,
I think Eagles is a bad example. To be honest with
Desperado.
you, as far as the white world goes, Eagles have just a million hits.
Now, see, I have a show that soon will be introduced to the world called Patrice O'Neal White People 101. And the inception of it is basically one day I was listening to some white dudes talk, and I poked my nose in and said some ignorant, not knowing white people shit. I go, yeah, one of the best guitar riffs I've ever heard was Hotel California by the Eagles. They looked at me like I said Will Smith Getting Jiggy With It was the best rap song. Like if a white guy goes, hey, black guys, Young MC's a hell of a rapper, right? That's how they looked at me. And the show is going to be me taking a journey to teach myself and black people white.
That was the O.J. Simpson glove.
Oh, shit.
Patrice, that was the O.J. glove did not fit moment.
God damn.
Do you understand? Don't you? I wish the Scottsboro boys had radio back in the day. It's got it. I would say this before I go. I would never. I'm telling you, I've gotten into many arguments being loyal.
Yeah.
I would never refer to you motherfuckers as a couple of white boys.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. People are calling it the Opie epic fail. Epic fail.
Total.
Hey, man, the first.
Stop listening to these hateful cocksuckers, man. They're looking to bring anybody down.
Look, but I think you owe me kind of an apology because the first half of the clip I was 100% correct.
Yeah, no, and listen, that's why I said if you play this conversation back, I said 112%. We could have been talking about that. We talk about anything.
That tape could not have exonerated him more.
That tape is pretty much what they used in the press release.
Yeah.
The explanation. So basically, they listened to this radio show and took the transcript of what you were saying on our show.
They give a links to that conversation.
Jesus Christ.
We woke him up and everything for this
Holy
shit.
fuck. Do you know
Holy
that I'm in a
fuck
tree?
balls.
I'm in a tree right now burning.
Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck, dude. I'm
dead in front of some courthouse, and they had a picnic right after this.
And I'm sitting there like, yeah, that motherfucking Patrice O'Neal and fucking, yeah, 2 white guys. I'll show you 2 white guys.
Well,
holy shit.
Patrice has been proven right.
I couldn't be more wrong. and I woke you up.
And I'm going to tell you, it was on the fucking, because this is why the show exists. I know white shit. This motherfucker tweeted me and said, hey, man, congratulations. Hey, wasn't that something you guys talked about in O&A? Like, didn't they do that? They gave me that idea. Oh, anyway, you motherfucker. And I get this call. I know it's not you guys. You listen to these pieces of shit.
That's what happens.
You kind of.
I'm a dead motherfucker. They told you I was eyeballing your white daughter.
Yeah.
You cocksuckers got me.
You got picked out in the lineup.
Well, look, I apologize to Patrice O'Neal, the great Patrice
No problem.
O'Neal. But I think
I accept your apology.
Well, can't you apologize to me? Because it seems like I wasn't that wrong.
I can understand how you can do that, but here's the thing about having credit, right?
Yeah.
My credit would tell you that I wouldn't do that. Like I should have 900 credit with your show.
Yeah,
so you would know that I would go. I was on Opie
true.
and Anthony talking about that. You should know that my credit is good.
Well,
so even if I fucked up like that, that's a big fuck up if I did that and call you guys 2 white boys.
Yeah.
Because that means I was trying to protect some image that I had by not associating myself with your show, which is way too fucking late in my life.
But let me tell you something.
It can't happen. So at the end of the day, my credit should have only went down to 840. I should have been hung.
Patrice, if the worst I would have thought in this situation, and this is the honest truth, I'm like, Patrice would have never done that. He would have mentioned us by name. But then I was thinking, this is the worst scenario in my head. I'm like, I wonder if fucking Comedy Central, their people decided to fucking just go with the 2 white guy thing because it sounds better with this press release. I never thought
they would just never do that.
But I never thought you personally would have just said, fuck those guys. I'm just saying 2 white guys.
But they could. That was a quote, so it would have been me.
Well, they quote. Yeah, they quoted our show basically, and I was.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Patrice, whatever you want from me, friend. My friend, I will do. Dinner on me. What do you need?
What am I gonna do?
What do you need? What do you need?
What am I gonna do? The same Twitter guy will be at my next show in Providence, so I'm gonna probably need him. Anyway.
Yeah. We woke you up. You probably only went to bed 2 hours ago.
Holy fuck balls! I'm like, who the fuck? And then Steve wasn't on the phone, so some guy named Sean, I don't even fucking know. Yeah, this is Sean.
Yes, yeah, Sean.
Then whoever Sean is, who the fuck is Sean?
This Detective Sean.
Sean gets me on the phone. I go, put Steve on the phone, please. I don't know who you are. He puts me right into your show. Thank you, Sean. This is a goddamn, whatever they called it back then, Anthony. What did y'all call it when y'all hunted the nigga down? Anyway, it was a posse.
A posse.
It was a posse.
And a giant miscarriage of justice.
You motherfucking spit tobacco at me.
Spit tobacco.
You motherfucker.
You see how quick we are to attack after a 10-year relationship? We're the worst.
You call me. I went from 900 credit to 0?
Yeah. Yeah, you filed for bankruptcy of our friendship.
No surprise. That's
hilarious. But this is why the show exists. There's white people. White people.
White people.
There's really no surprise why no one wants to work with us because we're a bunch of fucking assholes. Jesus Christ.
Well, fellas, look, Opie, I accept your apology. Anthony, you climbed out of that right away. Opie was going to find that goddamn...
Because as you started saying it...
And let me also say, very well done finding that clip right away.
Yeah.
Well, you know, when it comes
Holy
to...
fuck balls,
That
man.
was the guy bursting into the courtroom with the evidence. Hold on! Hold on!
You know what that was like? You know what that was like? It was like that old Brady Bunch fucking episode. I'm in the courtroom with the neck collar, and they dropped the briefcase, and I turned real
and you
quick.
turned your neck, and it was over.
Shit!
And it was over.
It just makes me laugh, man. Holy shit.
But
900, I missed one payment.
You didn't even miss one. We thought you missed one.
You know, for the record, though, I could have stopped that audio halfway through, and I still would have been right. I just want to put that out there.
Stopped it. All it would have said was Hotel California. I still would have kept my motherfucking Heisman Trophy and not had to pay Ron Goldman.
Your best line after that was, what are you, Bill O'Reilly?
Yeah.
That is a Bill O'Reilly move right there. We watched Bill O'Reilly do that to us personally. What the fuck? Keep playing the tape. We said shit after that.
You motherfucker.
Well, that was perfect.
I'll give you credit. We're even. Because you could have just played Hotel California and had fucking 10,000 people in shitty Southern Florida saying I'm a douche.
Yeah, that motherfucker.
Oh, fuck. I'll be calling you right after the show today, Patrice. Fuck.
All right, man, fellas.
Patrice.
Go back to bed. I'm sorry.
All right, see you later.
All right, there goes
now
Patrice.
my heart's pumping and shit. I don't even know if I'm supposed to get up that fast.
Yeah. By the way, you know what? Congratulations. It's about time.
Absolutely.
And I think the show's going to do real well for you, man.
All right, fellas.
Absolutely.
Thanks, man.
All right, we'll see you soon. Patrice
All right.
O'Neal, everyone.
Later, man.
Holy shit, I haven't fucking laughed that hard in years.
Oh, he totally was. He was completely right. Completely.
You know
right
what,
when he
though?
started describing it, I was like, wait a minute, this sounds familiar.
Well, I would have bet money.
Yeah.
That the idea came from that discussion on our show. I would have bet a lot of money. And all kidding aside, I never for once questioned his loyalty. I thought Comedy Central might have fucking
might have
spun
cheesed the
spun it a
quote
little
or
bit.
something, right?
I would have never questioned his loyalty because sometimes, I mean, the press releases they send out for us, I'm like, I didn't fucking say this. They're like, yeah, but this sounds good.
Yeah.
You know? So you don't really have any say in these press releases sometimes. So at the worst, that's what I thought. I never thought Patrice would actually go, fuck those guys. I'm just going to say two white guys.
And it's you know, he was conveying that very story on our show, so
I couldn't be more wrong.
It was mixed up. You know, it's easy to get mixed up and think that he initially said it on the show, but he was just telling that story.
I couldn't be more wrong.
Of the other two white guys, who right now are probably calling him up going, hey, what the fuck? We're two white guys?
I couldn't be more wrong. It was almost word for word.
It was amazing when he said, and these two white guys
and
that were not you.
Someone is saying, Justin in Bloomfield, we need to throw Opie in the barrel. What do you think that was for the last fucking 20 minutes? Fuck. All right, Joe Rogan is here. And I don't know, what's going on with Jimmy? He landed about an hour ago. Maybe he's stuck in traffic.
Yes, he'll be in, I'm sure. He's a trooper.
But fuck, Rogan's here. Very, very excited. This fucking guy. This fucking Rogan, man.
Joe Rogan.
He's
great.
He's
funny.
He's amazingly funny. I can't wait to see him tonight at Gotham. That's got to be sold out, so we don't even have to promote that. His UFC knowledge is ridiculous. He makes UFC a lot of fun to fucking watch. And then all the weird videos he's watching constantly and tweeting about are just great too. So we're gonna have a good time with Joe next. And then later on we'll deal with Vinny Brand. So we got a lot to do today. Opie and Anthony. Fuck, I'm so fucking happy. We got Joe Rogan in the studio. And Ari. Let's not forget about Ari. Ari's in studio as well, and Norton's stuck in traffic. He's going to join the show. Very, very busy show. Of course, Joe's in town for the UFC 111, which we're all going to.
Yes.
And you're doing comedy. You got the best fucking life. You know that.
It's pretty lucky. I don't know what happened.
Very diverse.
I did something good in another life.
You fly in, you do a little comedy, which you love doing, and then you get to call these fights. It's perfect.
If I had a radio show like yours, it'd be perfect.
Yeah, but you're doing
I'd have to kill myself.
You're Ustreaming.
Yeah, we do Ustream every week. Didn't do it this week because I got a staph infection on my leg.
Oh, was that a recent picture?
Yeah.
Because I follow you on Twitter, and someone was talking about staph infections, and you're like, well, take care of it, or it's going to look like this. And then
no, that wasn't me. That was somebody else's. Mine is like little zits on my leg, and I've had it before.
Is it MRSA?
No. You get staph infections all the time if you don't wash the mats in jiu-jitsu, and you know, when you're grappling, you scrape on the mats, and then, you know, there's sweat and everything, and then you'll notice like little weird things, like little zits, and you got to take care of it right away. Because if you don't take care of it right away, then it becomes like a big fucking stinky patch of herpes looking shit, and then you're fucked. Because then it spreads through your whole system, and it can become, you know, systemic, and then you have to take like IV, you know, antibiotics, and it gets real bad. It can get, but I caught it the day.
It makes you all fucking delusional too, like
it gives you a headache too. It's weird. It's a very uncomfortable thing.
Yeah, it doesn't sound fun at all.
You never want a staph infection.
I got it once before. I had no idea what it was. My friend Tate noticed it. We were at the airport, and there was some shit on the back of my leg. I just was sitting up. I had my legs crossed, and he goes, "What the fuck is that on the back of your leg?" And I go, "I don't know. There's a bunch of zits." He goes, "You better go to a doctor. It looks like staph." And then I got to the doctor. Like this motherfucker, we were playing pool once. He got it on his knee, and he's walking around limping. And I go, "What are you limping for?" He goes, "I think I got a spider bite." I go, "You got a what?" I go, "Let me see your knee." Because people who don't know jiu-jitsu, if you're not used to hearing about this stuff, like when in jiu-jitsu, people get staph infections all the time. So when I hear about someone like, "You're doing what? Your knee hurts?" Let me see your fucking knee. And he pulls his pants up, his big pus-filled staph infection right in his knee. And I'm like, dude, you could fucking die from that.
I thought spiders laid eggs inside.
But Ari doesn't.
Spiders lay eggs. He's like, well, no big deal.
But Ari doesn't. He doesn't train, does he?
Yes. I got
you train?
Ari a year.
I didn't know
a
that.
year's membership for jiu-jitsu like 3 years ago.
I just thought it was one of those things. If you hang out with Rogan, you got to get a staph infection.
I fuck them all. Everybody opens to me. I fuck them, and whatever I have, they have.
That's when you know you're part of his crew. I got my staph infection, man. I'm in, bro.
It's like a tattoo.
Yeah, right.
It's a stamp of approval.
We don't have to do a lot of UFC, man, because we did it with Dana.
Whatever you want, man. I don't care what we talk about.
I do want to. You started talking about Colorado because we were last time we saw you. We just wanted an update. You were living in Colorado and loving it, but now you said you had to get out of there.
Well, a couple things happened. One, my wife got pregnant. I shot a hot load into her and made another baby.
Were you trying?
It was on. This one is the only one on purpose. This one's on purpose.
How many you got now?
This is the second one.
Second, okay.
And the problem is we were at 8,500 feet above sea level. We were really high up there. And if you're not acclimated to that, it's very stressful. And it's actually dangerous for the woman and for the baby. So we knew we had to get out of there then because of that. It was like every day she had the flu. It was really bad.
Wow.
Like her morning sickness was terrible. And then our dog got eaten by a mountain lion. So that solidified it. That was, and she crashed her car too. She doesn't know how to drive in snow. It was already snowing up there in October.
Yeah, and if you don't know how to drive in the snow up there, you're fucked.
Yeah, it's not good. It was a dirt road. We lived off a dirt road.
You need to get the Snowcat.
Wait, you can slide off a dirt road?
Oh yeah. Well, the problem is these fucking people drive on these roads. They don't plow them. Okay, so these people drive on these roads and they pack it down because they're driving on it, and then it's just slick ice.
Wow.
And so we both slid. She was behind me, and I saw her spinning around. She panics whenever anything happens like that too. She's just not good like that. And it was just too much. The mountain lion was the big one, though. But you saw the fucking mountain lion in the yard. The crazy thing is I have a joke in my act about it where it was literally true, where I emailed these people, said, hey, we saw a mountain lion in the yard. Like, what do we do? And this lady sends me an email back. Oh, that's part of wildlife. Like, that happens up here. Are you going to send us an email every time you see a deer?
Yeah, what are you going to do?
So I sent her an email back.
That's a mountain lion.
I'm like, oh, this bitch wants to play. Okay. No, you won't get an email when you see a deer, because if I see a deer won't eat my baby, you fucking dumb cunt. And I sent it to everybody. This is a whole town. Like, there's like 200 people in this town. There's like this town email list. So I reply to all. Right. Exactly. Fuck you, stupid. It's a fucking monster in my yard. A real live monster.
Literally, it is a monster.
Fuck yeah, it is.
Giant teeth.
And they just accept it. It's like, it's a part of wildlife. And if you talk, well, you can't kill it because they're part of the ecosystem and they have to kill the deer. I'm like, I'll fucking kill the deer too. What are you, crazy?
I'm part of the ecosystem.
Yeah, deer are food, okay? And they're everywhere. You could kill them too. You don't need monsters to take care of the goddamn deer.
How big was it?
It wasn't that big. The one I saw was about 70, 80 pounds. It was like a dog.
Oh, wasn't that
They don't
big,
really have to be.
Yeah.
That's 80-pound mountain
No,
lion.
the big ones are the dangerous ones because they get too old to kill deer, and that's when you got to worry about them.
Yeah,
Then they go after humans.
Humans are so
Yeah.
easy, man.
Fleshy.
We are
So
about
easy.
the easiest prey
Defenseless.
on the
Yeah,
planet.
yeah.
We got nothing. We
Oh, so
can't outrun any animal.
So they get too slow and they go
Shrieks
after
is
your...
our only
Yes,
defensive.
that's when they go after
Our
humans. They get
stupid-
scared and they get paranoid. You know,
Thin flesh with no
Oh,
fur.
nothing.
We suck as far as
we're so
without
soft.
Candy of the meat world.
Yeah, without weaponry,
Yeah.
we really do stink.
We're good eats.
lift weights all day. It doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't matter.
No, they were born with
You
those
just
muscles.
open up like butter.
Yeah.
Everything
Yeah.
comes hanging
Everything
out.
opens
bleeding,
up.
pouring.
You see like two animals brawling it like a bear and a fucking mountain lion, and they're going at and just ripping each other, and then they'll decide, all right, we're done, and they just and walk away.
Yeah.
Like humans don't walk away like that. They're just
We don't even
fucking
walk away when we do that to
decapitated.
each other.
Yeah, exactly.
We could beat each other up with our little fucking tiny bones and
Yeah.
smack each other in the head, and then we go to the hospital.
Guy falls down, hits the back of his head, he's dead.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
Yeah.
hey, fucking-
Exactly.
you could crack a bear over the head with a goddamn 4x4 pentapost, and
Yeah.
he's still gonna rip you to
Yeah, a
shreds.
bear can fall off a mountain, bounce on every rock on the way to the bottom.
It's still climb back
Gets
up
out,
and
hit the
kick
bottom.
your fucking ass.
Just makes them,
Shake it off.
just makes them mad, you
Yeah,
know.
dude,
Now
they
he's
have, where I lived, there was very specific instructions. If you were attacked by a mountain lion, you're supposed to fight back. But if you're attacked by a bear, you're supposed to play dead. There was
Yeah.
like a fucking sign in the local town, little town store.
You should never live in a town that has that sign.
Yeah, well, you think that, but I fucking loved it.
You ever
up
see
there.
bears?
Yeah, no, I never saw a bear. No, I saw the mountain lion. Saw a lot of coyotes, a
Who
lot
the
of deer.
fuck would play dead if a bear's attacking them?
Yeah, you gotta.
You know what happened?
You would fight for your life.
I've seen a lot of shows on bear attacks and shit like that, and mountain lion attacks, and a lot of people do fight at first, and they get so fucked up that they resign themselves to the fact that they are dead, and they just go. And then I decided to just lay still and see if he would go away. But initially, it's very rare that people just go, "Oh, I got to play dead," because your instinct is, a monster's eating me.
Yeah.
I have to
There's
get
no
away.
way you're going to play dead.
Yeah.
The thing about
When it
bears,
comes down to
bears are omnivores, the same as chimps, and they don't kill you. They just start eating. They eat you while you're alive. See, if a predator, they're used to killing. Like cougars have to kill every day. You know, when a cougar kills somebody, they kill you first, then they eat you. But
Yeah.
bears just start fucking eating. There's a video online, a really disturbing one of a bear eating a moose, and it's eating them from the guts out.
Yeah,
and it
the
has
moose is
this
still
moose
like,
on its back, and the moose is kicking its fucking legs up in the air,
Yeah.
and the bear just ripping his stomach apart. It's fucking horrifying.
That is sick. I was saying before, too, I was watching a show called I Survived, and they have people that go through all kinds of shit and actually made it through. And there was a woman, she was riding a bike in California, and a big-ass mountain lion came out and just tackled her. And she said it felt like a freight train hit her.
Yeah, they're so strong.
She's just riding her bike, and they're all muscle. So, bam, she gets bowled over. The thing grabs her by the face, because these things will just take you by the throat, choke you to death.
Suffocate you.
They'll suffocate you, drag you off, eat half of you, bury you,
Her
whatever
friend
the fuck.
saved her, right? Her friend was with her and was screaming and yelling
Her friend was
and hitting her.
grabbing her leg and having a tug of war with a mountain lion that's grabbing her face. And then she said she felt half her face pull over from her ear to her nose. It just ripped her face off. And then she's thinking, well, maybe I should just die at this point. And she was conscious of her friend saying, no, let go. And she threw the bike at the mountain lion, and the mountain lion didn't even flinch, just kept trying to reposition its mouth on this woman's throat. Finally did, and choked her out. So she blacks out right when a bunch of people came up and told this other woman that's trying to pull her away to get away from her because they were going to start throwing rocks at this mountain lion. And she said, screw it, I'll still hold her, throw rocks, I don't care if you hit me.
Wow.
So they started throwing rocks, and the second one rock hit the mountain lion on the back of the head, it kind of looked up and ran off. But this woman was fucked up.
Yeah, I saw her face.
Yeah,
I saw
her
the
face
pictures
was
of
like,
her face.
like it was kind of melting.
Oh.
Like they just flapped it back.
Predators, man. Well, where I live in California, one killed a dog down the street from my house.
Yeah,
killed a
dogs are
dog
just, like,
and
on the
picked it
menu,
up and
man.
dragged it over the fence.
On
We didn't
the menu.
see the mountain lion kill the dog, but we saw the mountain lion, and then the dog was missing, and then we did the math.
Yeah,
it was pretty obvious.
You never found the
Figure
dog?
it out.
No,
Yeah.
the mountain lion. Well, my housekeeper had seen the mountain lion a couple days before, so it was obvious that it was staking the house out.
Jesus.
Isn't that great? Yeah,
Yeah.
there's something
Wow.
tasty in there.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm up there with a fucking baby. I'm walking around. We're walking through the woods. My wife is holding the baby. We're walking. The dogs. I had one big dog. I have one big dog that's a Mastiff, and it didn't kill the Mastiff. It killed this little Pomeranian American Eskimo
Oh,
dog.
that's just a tidbit.
Well, my Mastiff had a limp, and so I kept him in the house. I'm like, just chill out, buddy. Just stay. Because we're on a fucking mountain, and they're running around out there. It's
Yeah.
like these dogs had a yard in California, and now all of a sudden they're on the top of this mountain, completely free. Eagles are fucking flying around.
With the
No bullshit.
wildlife.
We saw eagles
That
all the
rules.
time. That was fucking awesome.
How great
I
is
loved
it to see an
Yeah.
eagle?
I couldn't believe I could actually live there. It was like I was in a park.
Yeah.
But you
I was
got to be
I can't
like a
believe you can
mountain
live
man.
here.
You got to be a personal, your own man. To have a
loved it.
wife and a kid, a baby,
Yeah.
and shit like that.
Your neighbor, how
Yeah.
close?
I couldn't see him. I'd have to go drive. It was like a half-a-mile drive till you saw anything, any sort of a
Isn't
house.
that kind of creepy though? To be that alone?
Yeah,
at
yes and
times?
no. We'd have give hikers and shit, hippies. I fucking hate hippies, man. We'd have these people would come wandering up the street and like, hey man, I just thought I'd see what's up here. You don't see these fucking no trespassing signs, you cunts?
leave.
And they'd be like, oh, we've been coming up here forever. Oh, so you've been trespassing forever.
Yeah.
So you figured we'll just keep doing it.
See what's up here?
Are you
It's
gonna
called a
keep
muzzle
they were
flash.
like, this was like the argument I was having with these people in the town. Are you going to keep the community from accessing the trails? I'll go, oh, you mean the trail? You mean my fucking driveway? What are you the trails? You're talking about my property that I'm paying for, you fucks. I pay for it. See, I give money. This is my yard. It's a big yard, but it's my fucking yard,
Man,
Yeah. Oh, the Boulder was bad with that. Boulder, that was my number one problem with Boulder. If I move back to Colorado, I'm going to move to a more Republican gun-toting part of town. Because these fucking, everywhere you go is Obama. I mean, literally, you saw Obama stickers and posters and like it was sheep-like. It was like, this can't be everyone's opinion. There's no way. There's no way you guys have researched this and thought this out. This is just, it's a black guy. We love him.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Democrat, and they're for social issues, and we care about the
great.
environment. It was a weird place to
Make a
live.
statue of him.
No, they call it the People's Republic of Boulder. That's what
Yeah.
everybody calls it. And that's what it's like. Yeah, it's really
That's okay.
fascinating.
It's spreading to the whole country.
As you get
apparently.
older, man, the hippies become less and less tolerable. You start realizing that there's a reason why people don't like them. There's something going on there. They're not doing their fair share. They're not.
And they
There's-
didn't disappear in the 60s or early 70s. They just kind of
Died
mutated
off.
into
underground.
a thing.
They
And,
got stronger.
Yeah.
They cut their hair and they had to get jobs. Because they wanted to get a new car.
But they're still, man.
It was very
Man. Shut up.
Joe had to leave Boulder. That kind of sucks.
I fucking hated leaving, man. I loved it out there. I loved
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
But it was just such a radical move, to move
wilderness.
to the middle of the woods like that. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome Jimmy Norton to the program.
Hey, little Jimmy.
Hi, Jim.
Good morning, Jimmy.
Fresh from California.
You're a red-eye taking motherfucker, huh?
Yeah.
That Van Wyck should be.
The Van Wyck.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I moved to the woods. I hate traffic. It drives me nuts. The whole idea that there's this many people living together, especially in California, where eventually some shit's going to happen.
Yeah.
Something's going to break. There's a tsunami's going to hit it. An earthquake's going to hit. Something's going to happen.
And when the machine breaks down, we break it. Yeah.
There's nothing there to keep everybody going. It's not like, food is being grown there. No one's growing anything in California except weed. So there's just 20 million people in California, and then there's all these fucking people driving in, and they're stuck there, and there's no water supply. They get all their water from Colorado,
Yeah.
It's a dangerous place to live. I didn't
That
like
place
it.
can easily just be cut off and turned back into the desert
yeah.
it was.
It's gonna, for sure. It's gonna, no doubt. If you go to Montana in the mountains, they find megalodon skeletons, like the teeth from megalodons, a prehistoric gigantic shark in fucking Montana.
Yeah, in Montana.
Yeah, that was the bottom of the ocean. That's some
great?
real shit,
That puts some perspective on what specks of shit we are.
We were doing this Fear Factor episode once, and we were deep into California. We were on some quarry. And in the quarry, there was seashells everywhere. Jesus. In this one area where they're digging up. Yeah. I'm like, what are they bringing this? This is like from, some sand that they dug up from the beach. They go, no, this is some million-year-old shit, and this used to be at the bottom of the ocean. I was like, this much seashells? Like, yeah, this is the bottom of the fucking ocean.
That's why I don't buy any of that global warming shit and this and that. It's cyclical weather patterns. We could have an effect on certain things, but again, we're just another organism on this planet, so whatever we do is pretty much natural.
Yeah.
We're just taking, we can take dirt and water and wood and mix it up and air and make fucking airplanes that fly,
Right?
So, but it's not our fault that we're able to do that. I mean, fuck it. And if a certain time comes where whatever it is deems us unfit for this planet, it will still be spinning around the sun long after we're gone. Save the planet.
We could launch every nuke that's ever been invented at each other, and a million years later, it'd be back to normal.
Something will pop up and smile.
We can't build a road from fucking Queens that gets you in less than 2 hours. Fucking JFK. I landed at 6:11.
JFK is the worst airport to land into.
I fucking hate JFK Airport.
It's the worst.
I hate everybody associated with it.
The belt isn't going to fucking move, and the Van Wyck isn't going to move.
I avoid.
He gets this going. He said,
I avoid JFK at all costs.
It's enraging.
Obviously, you couldn't avoid it because you never fly into JFK.
No,
it is the worst. All right.
Yeah, that's weird.
Bad roads.
Hey, how long does it take to get used to the fucking air in Colorado?
It's rough.
At first, do you feel like you're just gasping for air
you can't
constantly?
you walk up a flight of stairs, it hurts. You walk up a flight of stairs, like, it feels like you never get a full breath of air.
I went to Aspen, and
that's about the same.
And I was like, I'm in one of these, the condos and shit like that, and I got the heated jacuzzis outside, and just smoking cigars out in this jacuzzi, feeling all good and stuff. And I'm like, why the fuck am I out of breath just walking from, to a jacuzzi, sitting down in a jacuzzi? And you would get you'd have to take these deep fucking breaths.
That's creepy.
Well, I was living 3,000 feet above Boulder. Boulder's 5,500 feet. I was living 3,000 feet above it. And, what you want to really get tired, try doing jujitsu in the mountains.
No, I couldn't
try to choke each
walk
other.
to the fridge for a beer. I was like, all fucked up.
Can you get an oxygen tank, or is that stupid and just suck on some oxygen every once in a while to help you out?
I did the Aspen Comedy Festival, and they had these tanks by the side of the stage.
Wow, yeah.
In case anybody hyperventilated on stage, and
You know who needed one? Voss.
Did he?
He was this fucking panicky nobody. He had to go on. And then Carlin came in to do a spot because Carlin was working on something, and fucking nervous rabbit teeth got so scared he had to fucking take hits of the oxygen.
Before he went up?
But he didn't perform. He had to be taken away in a fucking ambulance.
Because
Carlin wait, he was taken away in an ambulance?
Yeah, he had to go to the hospital or something.
Take me to the hospital.
There's a certain level of comic where you go on after him. It's like, what's the fucking point? It's like no one's even going to want to hear anything I have to say. I had to follow Pryor for 5 weeks in a row at the store when he was at the end of his career, when he was in a wheelchair, and they used to have to walk him to the stage. He was really bad. So they would have to carry him to the stage. They would say, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Richard Pryor. And everybody would go crazy, and everybody would stand. And it would literally take 5 minutes for him to get to the stage.
Shit.
But I'm a huge Richard Pryor fan. He was probably one of the reasons why I got into comedy. When I was a kid, my parents took me to see Live in the Sunset Strip. I remember being in the audience, just freaking out. But by this time, this was like the late 90s, and he was, it was over.
Yeah,
he was a shell of himself. He really couldn't communicate well. They had to crank the microphone up, so you'd hear, so he'd be on stage like, I love pussy, always love pussy. And there was nothing there. He had nothing. It was just, it was medicated, and he was also drinking, which he wasn't supposed to be doing. And so this crowd would see this for 40 minutes, and it was not funny. And they would try to laugh, and then at the end they'd say, ladies and gentlemen, Richard Pryor, and they would clap, and everybody would stand up, and they would walk him out of the room. And the way the Comedy Store works, then each comic brings up the guy after him, and he didn't bring up anybody. So the piano man would bring you up. So the piano man, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next comedian, Joe Rogan. And I would go to the stage while they're dragging off a fucking legend. a legend who's a shell of himself.
Literally dragging him
off. There were two people carrying him out of there. And I would just eat a dick every night. I learned how to eat dicks. I learned how to just go on stage and just realize that you're nobody. You know,
that's tough to follow.
Damn, I saw him then. I was out there doing like the Louis, my first TV show. We were doing auditions or something. No, it was like early 90s. You're right, or 95 or something, wasn't it? And that's I watched. They walk him up to the stage. It literally did take him like 5 minutes.
You know, Carlin was great right to the end.
Yeah,
that's sad.
Right he went out the right way. Still doing specials. Still
his last special was amazing, and he was dead. What, a year later?
Well, he was, Louis C.K. always talks about him, about how he learned how to, like, do a new special every year by talking to Carlin. Carlin would just throw everything out and start all over and do it every year. And because of that, he stayed fresh. He stayed relevant. He was always working. So many guys, they get to be a certain age, they don't write material anymore. They're not going to go out there and bang it out and try out new shit and bomb and know they have killer bits they could pull out of their ass, from their 20 fucking HBO specials.
People go,
and have the discipline to not
recite
do that.
them. People in the crowd reciting your stuff. Oh, yeah. It's time to write new stuff.
Well, some people want to hear your stuff too, though. They get yelled out. Why didn't you do that joke? What about the 7 dirty words?
Yeah. Trying to get some new
guy
shit
like
here,
that.
asshole.
That's a fucked up feeling for a comic to have to go on after a guy like Carlin. You're like, what the fuck?
Jimmy put it well when he was talking about how music and comedy are so different that you could watch a band do the same song 10 times live,
hear it every time.
and you're like, rock.
Yeah.
But a comic, it's different.
Well, there's some comics that I like hearing their shit over, like Brody Stevens. We went on the road with Brody. We got this friend, Brody Stevens, who's hilarious, but he's been doing the same jokes forever, but nobody cares because he's so funny. He's just one of those guys that's just naturally funny all the time. We request bits from him. Like we're doing a bit about being in the army. Yeah.
How's your grandfather been?
My grandfather's great. Thank you for asking. We'll go into his bits. Holtzman's another one, the same way. You want to hear him do the same shit over again. Holtzman, I haven't seen him in forever.
He's more at the factory.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen him in years.
But when you see, Kevin Meaney doing the We Are the World bit.
Yeah, but it's relevant again. So
it's relevant again.
He waited it out. So God bless him.
He came back around for him.
Jesus.
That's hilarious.
We should take a break. Jimmy has arrived from
that
LA.
one into the beach.
Yeah, he did.
He rode that one right into the rocks.
One week. We got it. We'll step aside for a second. The Gotham show tonight's got to be sold out, right, Joe?
Yeah, it's sold out.
So we don't have to worry about that shit. And we're all going to UFC 111 tomorrow. Can't wait.
Yeah,
so
that'll be crazy.
We'll do a quick break, and we'll find out how LA
I called
went with
up
Jimmy
Dana White to find out what's going on with Thiago Alves, but he hasn't called me back yet.
All right, we'll talk about that next as well. Stay there.
Finally found something Rogan's afraid of.
What? Elevators?
Just falling from 50 stories.
I'm afraid of a lot of shit.
You're not afraid of heights in general, though, are you?
I mean, yeah. When I get near them, they freak me out. I mean, if I look out the window, like, I was at a hotel the other day and we were smoking weed. It was like on the 20th floor, so we had to open up the hotel window so we didn't freak out any of the guests. And we were looking out the window, freaking each other out because we were super high, like, yee! that instinct when you look out the window and that fucking your balls start tingling and your whole body's like,
yeah, there is an instinct in man. You just don't want to.
There's 3 of us in a room, and I didn't trust the other guys. You know,
you don't trust
you fucking freak out and decide to push me.
I don't mind heights in a building, looking out windows and shit like that, but like being up on a very high ladder. And you're trying to make those last few steps to get on a rooftop or something like that when I was in construction. That was like scary shit.
Yeah, I did construction too, and you always know somebody who died or
fell off the ladder, fucked up. They tell you to, use some vice grips and clamp the ladder onto the side of the roof, but you never do it.
No.
And there were times on windy days where I would just hear whoosh, bang, and I'm up on the roof, and I look down, and there's my ladder. It just blew over, and now I'm just stuck on the roof.
Oh, God.
No cell phones.
When we used to do Fear Factor,
just gotta wait. Yeah. Hey.
When we used to do Fear Factor, there was a lot of stunts that we did from roofs in downtown LA, and I would always be scared because I was like, what if one of these people is fucking nuts? One of these people I'm doing the show
just
with.
fucking grabs you.
Yeah, for real. Both of us. We're both going. Grabs us. We're both
killed
going
Joe
over the edge.
Rogan.
Yeah, and died too.
And died at the same time.
Yeah,
of course.
I would really worry about that sometimes. Yeah, especially like there was a lot of dudes that were like really borderline, you know?
Yeah.
They really probably shouldn't have been on television. They were some nutty fucking
crazy.
people, and all of a sudden we're on a roof together. I just got to keep mind my fucking P's and Q's and get ready to sprawl.
Were you ever in Fear Factor? Were you ever like in the helicopter and shit like that?
No, they never let me do anything like that. They never let me do any of the car stunts. No stunts at all. They wouldn't let me fly in a helicopter. I didn't fly in a helicopter until I went to Hawaii, and I hosted Fear Factor for 6 fucking years. There was a helicopter in every goddamn episode. They wouldn't let me.
That show fucking rocked, though. I love that Fear Factor. Hey, Jimmy, how was L.A.? Did Leno last night? We played your voicemail about the Miley Cyrus and
nothing. I just I get pictures with people, and what a fucking creep I was lurking outside of her dress. I had to wait 45 minutes. They said they said before that she wasn't doing any photos. Cause what happens is people bring their kids when she appears somewhere, so they got like fucking there's 300 kids. So because she had a movie premiere to go to right after, she was actually doing her makeup after Leno. She was doing her makeup right there.
You know how done she is with the kids thing.
Yeah, but that's probably why they make that announcement.
Fucking had it.
But I arranged to get a photo, and I had to wait while she was doing her makeup in the dressing room. So it's just me and my manager, like 2 douchebags, fucking standing there waiting for a photo with a 17-year-old. And we're talking to everybody that walks by, so we look like fucking 2 losers. every puddle of mud guy we spoke to about fucking airlines and travel. It was really
I feel at home looking at the bathroom door going, could you get ready? We have to go out. We're leaving soon.
Is she hot in person?
Yeah, she really is. She was.
Does she look 17 or does she look way older?
Hard to say. If you said she was
older.
22, I'd believe you. If you said she's 17, I'd believe you. It's like in that
one of those. Yeah.
Isn't it crazy that Billy Ray Cyrus had a fucking daughter and his daughter became famous
the
too?
achy breaky heart guy. Come on,
we're done with him.
Yeah, and then he just came back.
Now he's the hip guy on a TV show. He's the dad, the hip dad,
resurrected through his fucking daughter. Man,
Bill Hicks had the greatest fucking joke about him. But we talked about how he's quitting comedy because he's got a new show. And then people would clap. He goes, it's called Let's Hunt and Kill Billy Ray Cyrus. Just whole bit about how they fucking chase him down until they grab him by his fruity little ponytail and stuff a shotgun in his mouth.
Travis, play that going into break.
Yeah, that's a
Bill
great
Hicks
bit.
shit.
Yeah, that was a classic.
Right. Yeah.
I was just taking a leak during the break. It's a wonderful thing. And we've talked about this before, the packaging on men's underwear in like real stores, not Fruit of the Loom and fucking CVS or something, but you go into like the Gap and you gotta buy men's underwear. Yeah, it's gay porno that you have to buy. You're buying gay porno that comes with free underwear. That's exactly how I look at this shit now, and it fucked me up because I didn't realize until I got it to the hotel that I had bought extra large because I didn't want to pick it up and start looking at the size.
You just grabbed it.
Dude, I grabbed it and fucking turned it over against the other shit I was buying so like the gay porno wasn't showing and walked up to the counter and didn't even look at the size.
It's always dudes with shaved stomachs and
and they're fucking out and they got one leg up and
perfectly
big cock
lit
bulges.
Little oiled.
And I'm buying this fucking shit.
But wait, I don't understand. Why won't you look for the size? Do you really think you're going to be looking at the size and people are going to go, look at the faggot? No one's going to say that.
No, I will say it to myself.
You'll be
I'll be like, look at me. I'm looking at this gentleman.
Were you worried you were going to pop a boner if you look too closely?
You know, I don't know if someone would have seen me looking at it or I was frightened I might pop a boner.
So what? You got giant
pop it boner. What great
It's funny though. It is funny though that they do that. It's always
gotten
a dude.
so
And it's like what percentage of the population is built like this fucking guy in this underwear ad?
Gay porn.
I don't see like a regular guy in his underwear. It's always like a 6-pack.
Right.
And Abercrombie's the place with the bags that you got. They fucking put it in a bag. Now you're walking around with a giant 4 4-foot by 2-foot gay man through the store.
Well, they have greeters now where they're shirtless.
Oh, that's wonderful.
They haven't run.
Do they really?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah. Come on.
You walk in there and you
they
get
have
this feeling of like I'm nothing.
Shirtless greeters, guy models.
How about
You're
the
like
fucking
Grace.
smell? That place. They
cologne?
spray every 5 seconds. They spray the air.
Spray with some kind of testicular musk.
So do you have giant underpants on right now?
Yeah. So right now I look like a sumo wrestler. I got like.
Do you have a safety pin on it?
I got like underwear that are just hanging off of me, and I'm gonna have to go back now and buy regular.
Why don't you just order them online? I order everything online.
You know what it is? It was like I came into the city and I stayed in the city and I didn't pack anything, so I'm just like, I'll run to the Gap. I'll buy some fucking clothes and shit. Because I'd rather just buy shit.
How come you stay in sometimes? You don't want to make the trip?
Yeah, I was getting a haircut and stuff, and the rush hour from New York City out to where I live on Long Island. If you miss by a couple of hours, you are fucked.
Fuck forever, right?
Yeah, and I cannot sit in traffic anymore.
So you stayed in the city for a haircut?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was,
there's something.
I was going to go to the thing.
There's other things.
No, I was going to go to the
stay
thing.
in for a haircut.
I was, but I absolutely was.
Let's go to
I was
break.
going to go to
find out what the thing is.
Yeah.
Another thing was the thing we were
supposed to go to a movie premiere last night, and we got lazy.
Well, what do you guys want? Movie premiere?
Well, my fucking date went to L.A., so I was going to go with Jimmy.
Why didn't you guys go to it, though?
Then I was tired. Ed Norton's latest
film. What, though?
We were invited, and we should have
I
went.
would like that in a second.
Well, you were gone. I didn't want to go by myself.
What movie?
What is it?
What was the movie called?
Him and Dreyfuss. I don't know. I would have liked to see that in a second.
Leaves of Grass, I think.
Leaves of Grass?
What is that about?
I think so. Something grass and
hot
leaves.
movie.
About some guy. It's about mulch. Who knows?
I don't know. Leaves of Grass.
It was not good?
I didn't go.
I don't know.
Didn't go?
It's based on like the novel by fucking.
By Sapphire?
Yeah, by Sapphire. That's it. It's precious. She gets hit in the back of the head with another planter and makes me laugh my balls off. It's like watching a Roadrunner, that fucking movie. Great. Nothing funnier than watching her getting clocked in the head.
I know. She opens a box and says, Acme retarded baby.
There's just something about it where I couldn't really garner much sympathy. I don't know. Maybe I'm a horrid racist. Yeah.
Something about it's called melanin.
But when that fucking Monique just consistently just throws things at her big fat dumb head, I laugh. It's funny. It's fucking funny.
I didn't watch that movie. I stopped watching any movie that's depressing. I said, I'm done with these.
Yeah, right so did I.
Last movie that I saw that was depressing was 21 Grams. Remember that?
Oh, yeah,
I do.
I was like,
I
walked out. I didn't think that was depressing.
What?
The Hurt Locker? Hurt Locker
wasn't depressing.
What?
No, I get the type of movie Joe's talking about.
Cool.
21 Grams was downright depressing.
Yeah, I don't want to watch anything where I'm going to walk out feeling like shit. And what a great film. Like, you didn't have to make me feel like shit. I know that people feel like shit in real life, okay? Well, I like movies like Avatar. I want to see some shit that's not real. I want to see blue people and fucking explosions and monsters.
Did you go
Those
see?
are great movies.
So you saw
Star Trek.
Yeah,
you saw Avatar?
I love those movies.
Were you high?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. That would be the
perfect movie. Go to see Avatar not high. Oh my God. Yeah. I timed it absolutely perfectly. I ate a pot cookie, and by the time I put those fucking glasses on, right when the previews were playing, and they started there was a couple of like Alice in Wonderland, the 3D preview. Oh my God, I was barely able to stay in my seat.
Did you say you ate pot turkey?
Huh? Pot turkey?
What did you say? You ate pot?
No, pot cookie.
Oh, pot cookie. I thought you said
great idea.
I thought you said pot
the
turkey.
Cookies are the way to go too, because you get blitzkrieg for fucking hours. Like if you smoke a joint and go see a 2-hour movie, an hour and a half in, you're like, I don't want to get high again. This is the end of the movie. I'm a little sober. This is getting boring. But a pot cookie will fucking keep you on the edge of your seat for hours, 5-6 hours. You're gone.
Avatar. I liked the movie, and I wasn't on the pot.
When you eat pot, people don't realize this. It's a totally different thing because it's processed by your liver, and it produces something called 11-hydroxymetabolite, which is 4 times more psychoactive than THC. 11-hydroxymetabolite. it's present in smoking it, when you smoke it, but it's not present in doses high enough to be psychoactive. But when you eat it and it's processed by your liver, it makes this totally different thing. Do you remember when the cop called in to 911 because he stole the brownies from this guy, and he's like, I think I'm dying, I'm going back in time. Well, that guy ate pot. That's the problem. When you eat it, it's just, you think it's laced. You think it's mushrooms or acid or something because it feels like it, because it's a totally different thing.
The worst is you wake up the next morning sometimes, you're like, what's wrong with me?
Yeah, still high. Still high.
Yeah, you have no idea.
You remember Chicago? Remember Chicago? Oh, we went to Chicago, and this buddy of ours gave us some cookies, and we ate these cookies, and we have this fat friend, Joey Diaz. He's like, back then he was like 350 pounds.
Fat Cuban.
A big, fat, fucking coke snorting, crazy motherfucker. And so Joey ate one and had a mild heart attack.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it was that strong.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he ate a couple of them. Didn't he eat a couple of them? Yeah.
Wow.
But meanwhile, Joey's joke was like, I'm 350 pounds. What the fuck is mild about me? There's nothing mild. He goes, they were so strong. I went to bed and I remember watching morphing cartoons in my head. While my eyes were closing, I'm watching these neon lit, like, cartoon characters fucking and morphing into something else.
Fucking, like, I can't imagine you watching Avatar that high.
Oh, it was awesome. It was
like
fucking
3D.
spectacular. I cried. I cried.
He's wiping off his 3D glasses.
When his eyes opened at the end of the movie, I cried. Tears. I got Avatar depression. I wanted to move to Avatar. I wanted to move to Pandora. That fucking movie ruled. People are like, well, it's so predictable. Shut the fuck up. It's a goddamn comic book. What were you expecting?
Along for the ride.
Yeah, exactly.
That was basic.
I like movies like that. Like, everybody was like into like No Country for Old Men. I was like, okay, that movie just ended. And people were like, you know what? That's how real life goes. Hey, fuckhead, this isn't real life. It's a movie, all right?
We want it all wrapped up nice.
Yeah, I want it wrapped up real sweet.
There are some movies.
Close it up nice.
Wrap it up somehow.
There are some movies I will sit there and if the screen kind of starts going black, I'll be like, no, don't do it. If I see fucking a credit, I'm going to throw something.
How many movies have you been at where
I hate that shit. Credits rolling. It's like, you artsy motherfucker.
How many movies have you been at?
Yeah. What the fuck did I just watch?
How many movies have you been at where you hear people yell, what the fuck?
Especially New York.
What the fuck?
Come on! Get the fuck out of here!
Or, that's it? Like just immediate anger.
Yeah, it's like you trust these people with your consciousness. You trust them. You're gonna, take me on a ride. You're gonna take me on a ride. You're gonna shut it off and say, well, that's what happens in real life. I know what happens in real life, you fuck.
Live it.
I'm not here for real life. I'm here for some fantasy. I'm here for some wild shit.
Finish it up.
I like Wolfman movies and shit. I want to see some shit that's not real.
Yeah, Silver Bullet. He fucking turns back into the guy. He's laying there naked and dead.
Yeah, that's
the end.
American Werewolf in London.
I have very displaced emotions. I like when a movie makes me cry because I find like I'm always one click off. Like in real life, like through funerals and wakes, nothing. It literally could be a Parcheesi board in front of me. But yet I'm lost when if Jack says the right thing, I'm like, fucking a one click off.
You know what gets me now that I have kids? What gets me now is anything that happens to kids. Like I saw the movie Crazy Heart with what is his name?
I didn't see that. Bridges.
That was a great movie.
Good fucking movie. I liked it a lot, good movie. He's a great actor. But that scene with the kid, the little kid turns missing, I'm like, you fucks, you better resolve this. Don't fuck me here.
Does that happen when you become parents? Just like
you get so soft. You become you want to nerf the world.
Really?
Fuck yeah. That's how they pass all these goddamn laws.
That's how they pass.
You become a dad, and you're like, we gotta save the babies. We gotta keep the children safe.
How old are your kids?
Well, there's one in the oven right now, and there's one that's 2, and I have a 13-year-old stepdaughter. So I have a gang of children in my house.
Wow, yeah.
And one in my my wife is walking around vulnerable.
Boy or girl?
Baby. They're all girls.
But Joe, she wasn't believable when the kid was missing, though. She took it a little too casual. That bothered me. I'm like, really?
Well,
just gonna be
when she was sitting there with her legs crossed, I was like,
instead of running all over
way.
the place trying to figure it out,
you would go into a deep panic.
That was the only part that I didn't like about the whole movie.
Did you guys see that fucking video where the nanny's beating up the baby? They just busted this lady in Florida.
I did see that.
It was Florida, right?
Yes.
Really recently?
Yes.
I can't even watch. I watched for 10 seconds and I don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
I become a murderous chimpanzee. Just thinking of all the shit I would do to that woman if I was in the room with her.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Chew her face off.
No thinking, hey, we shouldn't do this. You know, this could go to jail. This could be a problem. No. Just thinking how I'm going to stomp her fucking head. Just smash her in the face, drop her to the ground, and stomp her fucking skull.
That's
just
exactly
take her out.
why they always catch these women that pull shenanigans to get rid of their kids, murder them, whatever the hell it is. And
so
they can't, and they have like a press conference where they're like, and just bring her home to me because and people are like, I don't see tears. She doesn't look that. She smirked at one of the detectives when she walked away. Like everyone knows when someone's bullshitting.
Yeah, isn't that a weird thing how you
really
can detect deception?
Yeah.
It's like impossible to describe.
Yeah, but you just know it.
It's an instinct. It's part of it. It's a survival instinct.
Odd.
There's a great book called The Gift of Fear by Gavin De Becker, where he talks about trusting your gut instinct.
Yes.
How we're taught to not trust that by being polite.
Oh,
but he's like, whenever
politically
somebody behaves
correct and
violently, everybody goes,
Yeah.
I kind of sense something. It's never a mistake. It's
I
never a mystery.
will never sacrifice my safety for political correctness or courtesy or anything like that. I am the lock my door guy. I'm the, maybe I'll wait before I go down that street, or maybe I'll just cut over a block because that situation doesn't look like something I want to even be involved in.
You don't care if they see you.
Yeah, I don't care if they see me and go, oh, look, this motherfucker thinks we're going to do... You know something? I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm going to err on the side of safety.
And the reality is, we are all thinking it.
If you
So then we get scared and have to lock our lock, but we're already thinking we're scared of the black man or whoever it
There's
is.
a certain amount of randomness to the
I'm
world
an
that if you
Asian.
don't address, you're a fool.
They're really a mess.
You're a fool if you don't address it. I mean, I have a friend who doesn't lock his doors and shit. He goes, I don't feel like if you put that out there, it doesn't get... I go, hey,
Put it out there.
fuckhead, babies get killed in drive-bys, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
You think those babies are putting that out there? That's
They're putting it out there.
Yeah, man, it's the secret, bro. You just got to manifest positive energy,
Positive energy.
Oh, that's Drek.
There's
To me,
randomness to the world, dude.
When
There's
I hear
randomness.
beep, 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 boop, and my alarm is set at night, I'm like, yeah. Now I know when some motherfucker's coming in. No open windows for fresh air. That is the way. Every Forensic Files I watch, some dummy is leaving her window open to get some fresh air, and the next thing you know, there's a rape kit involved.
You don't have dogs? You don't have dogs?
No,
you gotta get dogs.
Like
You're missing the good sleeping weather, Anthony.
You know why dogs
Fuck
are good?
that air
Because
conditioning.
dogs hear shit your alarm clock doesn't.
That's right.
Dogs hear twigs snapping. And
Yeah,
also
they
the dogs
look
like
around.
turn. You get a dog that loves you, dude. Get a nice German Shepherd. German Shepherds are very smart.
And
Very
perfect
smart.
I love
dogs.
German Shepherds,
Perfect for
but
you.
you know
Very
what it is?
smart. Get a
I'm not
trained
responsible enough to
You don't have
own
to.
a living being.
Oh, listen, you'll be
No.
fine. Listen, you would love that dog. Trust me.
What do I
You're
do?
a protection guy. Get yourself a nice trained German Shepherd in the back of one of those like Rob Report magazines, the real expensive magazines.
Yeah.
You get them. You can get one like a year and a half old, already been trained, listens to you. You can talk
Yeah.
to him in German.
Oh, well, that sounds fun right there. I like the sound of that.
And nothing
I could
scares a
dress in my
burglar.
costumes and talk to him in
Let
German.
me tell you something. Dogs are great to have because
Deterrence.
dogs, they know shit. Like when I was living in Colorado, my dogs would start growling, and I would go outside, and it was like 40 degrees in August, and fucking fog would be filling the mountain.
Holy
and the
shit.
dog, the Mastiff, is big. He's like 140 pounds. He'd be on the deck going,
It's
what
something,
the fuck is out here?
something I cannot
Stephen
detect.
King.
But meanwhile, I'm in my house just watching fucking DirecTV like as if I was in Manhattan. It's like seems normal. Here I am watching Lost. I wonder what's going to happen this week.
And he just saw Bigfoot in the backyard or something.
He's
Walking
just
through the
smelling
fog.
something.
Right.
Cats would fucking hide under the table. It was real strange, man.
That's fucking hysterical.
That's awesome.
I just don't like the idea of having to take care of something. I'm not
It's
that
not that
guy.
hard. So easy.
You know
All
what
you
it
do is
though?
feed 'em.
Yeah, but what happens if you don't go home
When
like
I
you stay in
leave,
Manhattan?
yeah,
Get somebody to feed 'em
sometimes
for
I'll
you.
go like, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go to the Borgata for the fucking entire weekend.
Dude,
now
no
someone's
big
got to
deal.
walk it.
No, not really. You take your pet to one of those places. They have places that'll
See, I don't wanna
babysit
take
them
it.
for the
I don't
weekend.
wanna take it.
So easy.
I don't want to go anywhere.
I'm with you.
I want to. You know what
It's
I
a
want to do?
responsibility.
I want to go get in my
Listen
car
to
and
this
drive to the
motherfucker.
Borgata.
This motherfucker doesn't wash his sheets for years.
Ari?
On end. Years.
Why would I?
Yeah, no bullshit.
Just you sleeping in
He
them.
does
Yeah.
not wash his sheets for a year.
Wow.
Sleeps in it every night for a year. Ari?
Yeah, and I shower in the morning, too.
Sometimes.
So it's extra dirty,
Sometimes, but sometimes you don't go showering for like 5 days, right?
Fresh sheets.
Everyone's
laying
it on Phil for a while, you know.
Hey, we got to stop this for a second because we got a very busy man on the hotline, Dana White from the
Oh, there he goes.
Dana.
We haven't talked UFC yet with Joe Rogan, but we got the big UFC 111 tomorrow night. We're all going. Can't fucking wait. Hey, Dana.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning. Good to see you again.
Big Daddy, what's happening?
I think Joe.
What's up, buddy?
I think Joe called you this morning, right?
Yeah, I left a message. We're trying to find out what's going on with Tiago.
Yeah, dude, everybody was blowing me up saying to call into Opie and Anthony.
Yeah, well, we kind of got some fans, you know.
You do.
We don't have as many followers as you do on Twitter, but we do okay for
Dana
ourselves.
White cracked 1 million.
Oh, my God.
That's
$1 million.
unbelievable.
Hey, Joe, you know what you got to do? You know, me and Joe have been this for a long time, and we get all excited about stuff and always get on the phone and start talking. You got to pick up the USA Today. You know, for years, we've been trying to get in the papers to give us the same coverage that they give other sports.
Yeah.
Wait till you see what they did in the USA Today. It's incredible.
We're going to grab it right now.
This is a big day. Big
Opie's
day.
got it. What is it, in the sports section? What is it?
Yeah. Go to the sports section.
All right.
of
You're
USA
legit.
Today.
You're legit.
This is what I've been, this is the kind of stuff I've been
Oh,
reading
look at the
about.
back page. Well, that's a giant ad.
Full page.
Well, you got a giant ad on the back of the sports section, but right on the front page of the sports, UFC star dives back into fray. St. Pierre fights Hardy on Saturday, UFC 111, right at the top of the fucking sports page.
That's
Been
nice.
flipping like 3 pages more, and wow, look at this thing.
All right, 3 pages.
So what is the official prognosis on Tiago Alves?
Wait, this is worth it.
Wow. Holy shit.
It's like a full page fucking...
And right below it, it's full page UFC, because right below it's the UFC
now
ad.
flip that page open.
Jesus,
Oh,
Dana.
now flip that page open.
We're trying to do
Look
a
at
radio show here.
Wow.
Holy shit, and then he gets another 2 pages in the
Wow.
USA
Holy
Sports
shit.
section.
Wow.
That's
Holy
pretty
shit.
fucking cool. That's the first time that happened?
Yeah, ever.
That's
First time,
gigantic,
man.
man.
It's the first time ever.
That's USA Today, too. That's the whole goddamn country.
Yeah, you're in the fucking comics today. That's awesome.
How many hours of sleep you get last night, Dana? 2? 1? What'd you get?
3.
Nobody's runs more than this motherfucker. He's been running on fumes for the last decade.
On no sleep.
He gets no sleep. First of all, he couldn't breathe. He finally got his fucking nose fixed. Because Dana used to box, so his nose was like mine. It was all covered with scar tissue, and he couldn't breathe. So he had to get a deviated septum because he was dying in his sleep and choking to death. And sleeping 2 hours a night. Nobody works harder than you, dude.
Thanks.
Nobody works harder than you. My job is easy as fuck.
Are you tired not sleeping?
He's an animal.
No, I honestly, I don't require that much sleep. So a lot of people
God
that can't
bless you.
sleep freak out. I got to take Ambien and see a doctor. It really doesn't bother me at all.
Hey, I had the sinus surgery. It's how do you feel about yours? Like my breathing is better, but it's still a little fucked up.
Me too. It's better, but it's not as good as I thought it was going to be. I'm not crazy about it. I'd never do that again.
Well, let's be honest though, you started digging into your nose right away when you're supposed to like have the packing in there and you're supposed to do nothing. Remember when we talked about it? I started picking my nose right away.
Nice.
I was blowing my nose and doing stuff.
You're not supposed to do that for 2 weeks. You're not even supposed to touch it. I did it the right way.
It's like brain tissue
My nose
coming
is
out.
great. I'm
Really?
so happy I did it. Yeah.
Mine's much better, but I still I had to take Afrin the other night for the first time in a year because I just couldn't. I had like a rock on my face. I couldn't.
Well,
sleep.
I had a thing. I used to have a thing where I would talk, where I would I would open my mouth when I would talk, and the reason why I would do it, like I developed like almost like a tick because I couldn't breathe out of my nose. So when I would talk, I would have to.
You're suffocating.
Literally. My nose was useless completely. I had only less than 20% use in one nostril, and the other one was like 2%. It was
like having a
useless.
cold all the time.
All the time,
Fuck
just jammed
that.
up. And so many guys have it.
How'd you
ever
eat? Like I know when I have you have a cold, a real bad cold, and you're eating, you're swallowing, then you're like,
and you sound
fucking
stupid.
exhausted.
So what are we asking Dana today?
So what's going on with Tiago Alves?
Oh, right, okay.
So what happened with him was he went in to do his medicals, and all the guys have to do, full medicals, and which includes, checking out their brains, and his came back irregular. So they went in, and he saw a couple of different doctors, and New Jersey pulled him from the card. So now we're gonna send him to a specialist. I'm pretty optimistic and confident that he's going to be okay. This happened, and not that we're taking this lightly or anything like this, but about probably 11 years ago when I managed Chuck. Chuck was supposed to fight Jeff Munson in New Jersey. And the day before the fight, Jeff Munson, they were saying Jeff Munson's CAT scan was coming back irregular. So they pulled the Chuck Liddell Jeff Munson fight. So Chuck couldn't fight, and Jeff Munson's still fighting today. You know what I mean?
If you knew Jeff Munson, you'd be surprised if his CAT scan didn't come back irregular. Jeff Munson's got fucking anarchy tattooed all over his body.
Shit.
He's got a guy with a gun pointed to another guy's head on the back of his neck, and it says, underneath it says capitalism. He's fucking crazy. He gets arrested for spraying anarchy on like public buildings. He's fucking nuts, man. He's completely bonkers.
Is he a good fighter too?
Yeah, he's tough as fuck, man. He's a gorilla.
Did he fight Liddell? Did they ever fight?
Yeah, Chuck beat his ass.
So these kind of things happen, and I'm hoping that, that's the same case with Thiago.
And they spotted irregularity. What is like the definition of irregularity? Is it like a clot, or like what is it?
Or they see a little spot in there, or they see something that they don't understand, and they want to understand it before the guy gets in there and fights. So
there's no chance he's going to be on this weekend, though.
Definitely not going to happen. And we've already the fight net. So what happened was I was going to, we scrapped the fight. I talked to Silva. We scrapped the fight, so we figure out how we're going to take care of this guy, that guy. And I end up getting a phone call from Ben Saunders, and he says, I want this fight bad.
Wow.
I want to fight John Fitch. And, anybody who knows anything about me, man, guys that call up and step up and want to do that. And then Fitch was so pumped up because Fitch is the kind of guy. Listen, what happens is I probably would have paid Fitch his show money anyway. Would have gave him his show money, would have taken care of Thiago, and all the other fights would have happened. John Fitch didn't want the money. He wants to fight.
Wow.
So when he was so pumped that somebody stepped up and took the fight.
What about Ellenberger? Because Saunders is supposed to fight Ellenberger, right?
Yep. So now we'll take care of him, and we'll get him slotted on a card somewhere else.
He's a fucking animal, that kid.
Yeah,
if I was Ben Saunders, I might want to fight John Fitch. Ellenberger will punch a fucking hole through your head. He's dangerous, dude. That guy punches fucking hard.
What weight
that kid, he's one of those unsung guys that nobody knows about in 170 that's gonna fuck a lot of people up.
Yeah.
I was just kidding about not wanting to fight John Fitch. John Fitch is a fucking monster too. It's like, want to get fucked by this guy or get fucked by that guy? They're both beasts, but yeah, Ben Saunders has got a lot of balls, and I think he also wants to prove a lot. He was very unhappy with his fight with Swick, and he,
exactly.
that could make up for a lot of that. Yeah, that's a great fight.
Everybody has some excuses when they lose, but this kid seems like, he was serious in what he was saying. He was going through some hard times personally and said that wasn't me. So getting a fight with Fitch is big for him.
Yeah, that's for so many of those fighters, man. People don't realize what a balance that is in your life. You have like girlfriend problems, relationship problems, anything fucking with your head, anything that's, going on inside your head, and you go in there and you carry that into the cage, that could really fuck you up.
Throws you off.
Like I've had girlfriend problems.
You think about how many people have personal problems and go in and just have regular jobs every day, and it messes with you at work.
Yeah.
As you're going in there in your job, you might get your ass kicked if you're not.
Right. And women will nag you. They'll know you're going to fucking do a gig, and in your case, and nag you. It's like, you fucking asshole. What are you nagging me for?
Look at his face. He's reliving moments right now. He's back in his living room in his underwear. You
fucking bitch. But I'll bet you these guys have to deal with the same nonsense that stand-ups do. It's like a chick giving you bullshit when you're going away to fight.
The last time I bombed on stage was a few years ago, like 5 years ago. I had this huge fight with my chick. She was moving out of the house, and I talked to her on the phone, and we had this like real emotional conversation. Then I went on stage and just ate shit. Ooh. Because you have this bad feeling, someone you loved, and you sleep with them, and you love them, you're living with them, and then all of a sudden they're moving out, and then you're on stage talking, you're like, I'm just a hunk of shit. I'm just a useless fucking human.
No confidence.
No, not only no confidence, you don't feel like, why should you like me? I don't even like me. You know what I mean? Like, what do you fucking, but that's just talking, Imagine if you have that feeling, and you step in and you see the other side of the cage, Anderson Silva's there, pacing back and forth like a fucking character in the Matrix.
He's gonna fucking beat my ass.
Fuck.
You don't realize how many situations I've had before big fights dealing with wives or girlfriends, man. And
sure. Your job is primarily babysitter, right?
Yeah, dude. There was a situation with one of our huge stars where got into a fight. His girlfriend was up there basically picking a fight with him and flipping out on him the day of the fight, and she threw an ashtray at him, one of those glass ashtrays. and I was going to have her thrown off the property, and literally out of the building. It was crazy, man. But the stuff
you can't tell us who this was.
Yeah, it was Chuck Liddell.
Really?
Yeah, and me and Chuck are tight. And
is this the chick, the like before he became famous chick?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that
when
one was trying to hang on tight.
So when he when this girl was flipping out on him and going crazy on him, just picking a fight with him the day of the fight. And her and I never got along anyway, but it's so crazy. It's why the guys that are smart are the guys that say, hey, listen, I'm going into camp now. And they go and they take off and they do their thing, and then they come back home.
You got to establish strong rules very early. That's the deal.
Shit. I need to know. I assume it helped out Chuck Liddell that day.
It didn't matter. Chuck doesn't give a
I
fuck.
assume that Chuck Liddell
hit him right in the face. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah, I assume he really
he would just take it out on whoever he's fighting.
He hurt someone that day.
Yeah. He'd just see her like Photoshop her head.
Fucking Liddell rules.
Chuck Liddell, that story is a very interesting story. Well, the reason why I asked which girl it was, because Chuck had this girl that was with him all the time. She was like answering questions for him, you know what I mean? Like one of those chicks. She would, like, if you'd call Chuck, she would answer the phone. Chuck Liddell's phone, you know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then when when it really hit, he got rid of her and then became a fucking barbarian. And it was just, women would just funnel down onto him like he was some fucking, like a channel in a river. And like the river would come down, then they would just pour upon him. Dude, you've never seen, fuck all that rock star nonsense. People talk rock star shit.
Yeah.
No, that's nonsense. You never seen like a fighter like Chuck Liddell, like when chicks throw themselves at him. Like you've never seen anything like it. It's fucking insanity.
Crazy.
In Vegas, hot chicks, 20, 30 of them, clawing, trying to touch him.
Just love
want to take pictures.
power.
Yeah, they take pictures,
Yeah.
and while they're taking pictures, they have a hand like inside his shirt, one up his back. They're like putting their pussy on his hip and grinding up against him while they're taking pictures. They just want to be with the fucking alpha. They just want to touch that fucking barbarian. They know if it was 2,000 years ago, he would be covered in blood holding a fucking axe.
A severed head in the other hand.
They know it, man. It's just genetics. Their eggs just want him. Just give me him.
Right on.
Bring me the alpha.
Fucking right on, man.
Seriously, man. You learn so much about human nature being around a guy like that.
Yeah. Hey, Dana, I saw you tweet a picture with Brock Lesnar. He's in town?
Yeah, he's here. He's here
Fuck, bring him by, man. Come on.
He wants to be at this fight.
This studio's too small. You're going to have to bust out a fucking wall.
Is he going to be at the fight?
What's that?
I called that.
He's going to be at the fight. Yeah, he's going to be at the fight.
Yeah, he'll be at the fight. Yeah, he wants to see this fight.
Have you guys met Shane Carwin? He's another one.
I was watching
catcher's mitts.
I was watching
Big
clips.
fucking.
I was watching clips of him online last night.
Carwin's a monster.
That
man.
last knockout, the short punch.
Yeah.
I forgot who he was fighting already.
Gabriel Gonzaga.
Yes.
Yeah,
What an amazing knockout that was.
Carwin's had 11 fights. Not one of them has gotten out of the first round.
Really?
Yeah. He hit so fucking hard. He was fighting Neil Wayne. I will not forget this. And he took this dude down, got on top of him, and was grounding and pounding him. I'm sitting cage side. I can feel it through the floor. And I'm not bullshitting you. These fucking boom, boom. These fucking cinder blocks are dropping down on this dude's head. And I swear,
insane.
you can feel it through the fucking floor.
Wow.
He's pounding on this dude, and the echo through the fucking cage, you literally feel in the floor.
Holy shit.
Dana,
that's getting your ass kicked.
Oh, that's dying.
That would kill the normal person.
It's like, you think what it would be like if someone took like a telephone pole and like, put it straight up in the air and then picked it up about 6 feet and then dropped it down the ground. That's the kind of noise it's making when he's pounding on this dude's skull. Just removing all of his memories.
Dana, I think Joe Rogan's losing the passion for this UFC. I really think you got to find a new guy because he's losing a little bit.
Me and him get on the phone sometimes. Yeah. We're like fucking little kids, man, on the phone.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we'll be 3 o'clock in the morning. My wife will come into my office going, "What the fuck are you doing? Everyone's asleep." Like, oh, sorry.
Sorry, we're just talking about fights and stuff.
Hey, I mentioned the Brock Lesnar because in the picture, he obviously looks like he's in amazing shape.
He's in great shape.
Yeah.
He's seriously, he's changed so much since this thing happened to him, and he's changed his diet. A big part of what was wrong with him was his diet. Mm-hmm. So he changed his diet. He's changed his lifestyle, and he's very appreciative and grateful that he's still able to compete. So he's pumped up, man. He looks great, feels great, and And
if you guys don't know what the problem was, this is how fucking crazy that guy is. His problem was he's such a fucking monster that he wouldn't eat vegetables. All he ate was dead animals. He was just eating meat. Just he's a hunter, you know, and he's eating meat and meat and meat, and that shit just packs up inside your intestine, and it creates like abscesses. It is called diverticulitis.
Yeah.
It's like from having excess protein. Like literally, he doesn't eat fucking vegetables. He's like,
there's nothing to clear it out.
He's a fucking bear. He's a monster. He's just eating flesh. Just fucking naked in his house in Michigan.
He's that bear eating the moose.
Yeah, pulling fucking meat off the bone that he just shot this animal in the head with an arrow 20 minutes ago.
Gotta eat it raw. It's the freshest.
It's a hunting show. There's a hunting show online that you could watch Brock Lesnar. He shoots this deer with a bow and arrow and then picks this fucking deer up by its antlers and is dragging it through the woods, like carrying it back. I mean,
caveman shit.
That's fucking heavy. You know, this is like a 150, 160 pound animal. He just shot with a bow and arrow, and he's dragging it like you would take your jacket. Like, you know, just dragging my jacket with me.
Unbelievable.
Just dead weight.
Brock smash. Brock get deer.
It looked like he was almost smiling in the picture that Dana tweeted too. So maybe he's starting to eat some vegetables.
That's a scary dude. The scariest fight ever with him was after he beat the fuck out of Frank Mir. He gets on top of Frank Mir, smashes him, and then Frank Mir's his face is covered with blood. He was just completely unconscious. And then Brock screaming in his face, "You want to fucking talk shit now, motherfucker?" You're like, whoa.
But Mir didn't learn his lesson because he said all that shit about hoping that Lesnar's the first, you know.
Well, I wouldn't say learn his lesson.
But Mir's still talking shit.
Because Mir really was never the same guy like that he is now. He's a different human being because of this obsession with Brock Lesnar. First of all, he's packed on like 25 pounds of muscle. No bullshit. The dude does powerlifting every day because he knows that he can't compete with that kind of strength that Lesnar has. So now the dude is training with Mark Filippi, who's one of those strongman dudes. He's doing fucking powerlifting every day. He's training hard. Like, he's way more disciplined than ever before. Ran through Czech Congo in his last fight. He was a tough motherfucker. He drops him with a punch and then gets on top of him and chokes him to sleep. And all he thinks about is Brock Lesnar.
So do you want the third fight?
I don't know, man. I want to see what happens. I don't
great.
give a shit. If you know what, I want to see this fight because I'll tell you what, man. It's a fascinating fight. Brock Lesnar, or rather, Frank Mir has more ways to win, but Shane Carwin is such a fucking gorilla. He's such a freak. It's like you zig when you should have zagged, and you wake up with a flashlight in your face. I mean, that's what happens. No bullshit. It's that kind of dude you're dealing with. You're dealing with a dude who can knock out any man.
It's a win either way.
Yeah.
For the people that don't know, Brock Lesnar is obviously going to fight the winner of that fight.
And even then, you still got Junior Dos Santos. You got Cain Velasquez. The fucking heavyweight division has never been more exciting. There's so many good fighters now. It's like, and they're all building up because they realize there's so much hype and there's so much intensity that everybody's seeing like these intense performances. So everybody's rising up. And the training is ramping up and the fighters are getting better. How fucking good is Cain Velasquez, Dana?
Yeah, no, he's awesome, man. And Junior Dos Santos.
Oh, yeah. Junior Dos Santos just crushed Gabriel Gonzaga. There's so many good fighters now. It's it's insane right now. This is the perfect time.
So fucking exciting to watch, man. Really yeah.
I don't know how anybody can watch baseball after you watch the UFC. I really don't understand it.
I have a tough time watching baseball.
Yeah,
I've been out for a few years now.
High with a Walkman on, scrolling the net on your iPhone.
You need a Sudoku puzzle if you're sitting there.
Vibrating cock ring on.
A New York Times fucking crossword puzzle. Something
don't underestimate, though, the tension when there's runners on first and second and nobody out, and that man has to bunt those runners into scoring position with a sacrifice.
I like it. I like the way you think.
Dana, good job.
So what else is going on, Dana? Give us some gossip.
Well, I was going to tell Dana, good job on Red Eye. Now, he's becoming...
you were on Red Eye?
He's a media darling, this fucking Dana White. He's everywhere now.
He is everywhere. You just got back from Canada, right? Did Marty get back in the country?
Oh, yeah, Marty's back in the country now.
Oh, yeah. Did you leave him behind? We were talking to Dana about that 2 days ago.
If he fucks up like that, you just leave him.
Who's a former pro baseball player, went to Canada without his fucking passport.
Yeah.
Knucklehead.
And we got stuck there. I waited for him. I should have made him fly back to the United States commercial, but I didn't.
Of course.
Commercial, like it's like a plague.
Yeah.
You're not even on a private jet, you faggot.
That is funny.
Enjoy your peanuts, you fucking homo.
Any other guy would have done that, though.
Yeah, well, you want a Diet Coke? Here, you can't even have the whole can. How do you like that?
Yeah.
How do you like that, stupid?
Wait on the security line for an hour. I'm out of here. Go fuck yourself.
Take your shoes off, stupid.
Yeah, really. I don't have to.
That's how you know you make a lot of money, when that's the worst punishment you can inflict on somebody.
You're flying coach.
Fucking.
Or commercial, not even coach.
It could be first class.
First class. It still isn't the private jet.
Yeah, Dana, give us some gossip.
Yeah,
man.
what else you got, man?
Give us
Come
something
on.
good. Give us something good today.
What else is going on?
Yeah, what do you got for us?
What gossip do I have?
What's up with that Fedor character?
I got stuff that I can talk to you guys about offline, not on the radio.
Come on, let's make some fucking headlines today, Dana.
Fedor, if he better fucking sign sooner, he's going to be irrelevant.
Yeah,
At this point, he's not signed? No, I mean, he was with Strikeforce, but nobody gives a shit about those fights. You know, he's going to have fights for Fabricio Verdum, and they're kind of interesting to watch Fedor perform, but, you know, you want to see supposedly the best guys against the best guys. And that's not happening over there.
Are you saying we have a shot at getting Fedor
But this guy,
in the
the
UFC?
problem is these guys in the UFC are getting so fucking good and so scary. It's like people aren't as interested as him anymore as they were a couple of years ago. It's not as important.
I wonder if his people knew that, because what is he, 33 or 34?
Yeah, he's
I'm wondering if they were worried about these guys and then just kind of found a way to sidestep a possible disaster.
Well, there's another thing. No, I don't think that's what it is. They're just crazy. I mean, Dana will tell you the whole story. But I think the other thing to think about is the size difference. I mean, at the end of the day, Fedor really is a 230-pound man who's got 25 pounds of fat on him. I mean, he really does. No bullshit. I mean, he's a small guy, 6 feet tall. You know, I mean, you compare like the size of him to a guy like a Brock Lesnar, who's like, this is what I say about Brock Lesnar. If he died and 1,000 years from now they find his bones right next to David Spade's bones, they'll go, well, clearly these are two different species. This is a different thing.
Or they'll think it was a husband and wife.
Yeah, this was
We're probably making that exact mistake right now when we're digging up all these bones.
Two different species, this was obviously the stronger of the two, and probably caused the extinction of
probably
this
feasted on the other.
puny little,
This was the female with the Tommy
This
Boy
was his
CD on her.
manservant.
Hey, Dana, are you doing anything in New York just for fun? You taking in, I don't know, anything else besides just UFC?
No, I haven't done anything. I've just been working just that and going to dinner and then start all over again.
If you know Dana does a job of 5 people. For real.
Yeah.
Bullshit. But the problem is the 5 people wouldn't do it like he does it.
Yeah.
That's the reality.
He's one of those
Right?
guys
Yeah.
committed.
Yeah.
Committed to the cause.
Oh, fuck.
Sleeping 3 hours a night.
Obviously, the UFC 111 sold out. How's that viewing party going?
Good. Yeah, very good. You know, the thing sold out so fast that...
that sold out too?
No, I'm saying the fight sold out so fast that there was some, a lot of buzz and people wanted to go, so we were able to pull it off for Radio City Music Hall to do this viewing party, and the guys from Madison Square Garden have been so cool and so supportive of the UFC, so we're really pumped about that.
Now, Dana, let me ask you something. Are you going to go into the 3D world? Because because 2 nights ago, I was actually at the game live. The Islanders and the Rangers played. It's a who gives a shit game if you're an Islander fan like me, because we're way out of it. But they had a 3D viewing fucking party at the Felt Forum, and it went extremely well.
3D hockey?
First time. People,
I went to the Sony
fucking
store.
Loved it.
I went to the Sony store the other day, and
Saw
they had
the 3D
3D TV.
the
Holy
3D
shit,
TVs.
it's fucking awesome.
No, it's a great
fucked
question,
up,
man.
huh?
Everything's going through 3D,
great
and
question.
we have too. We've been.
Really?
Hey, Craig, when do you think we'll do our first 3D event? I mean, we've shot how many? 2 events now in 3D. Yeah.
You shot him already in 3D?
Yeah, we're gonna do it. He just said we're gonna do a 3D special. Yeah, we've shot 2 fights in 3D.
Wow.
But you do that viewing party in 3D, I'm telling you, it's made for you. It's made for you.
Well, that's another thing people need to know. The UFC is in movie theaters now. There was we were at a movie theater recently, and there was a preview of it. How many theaters are showing the UFC this time, Dana?
300 theaters
What?
across the country.
Yeah.
are showing it in the theaters. Yeah,
that's the way to see it too.
Saturday you can go see it in the movie theater.
Because the movie theater, seeing it live is you can't recreate that feeling of being 16,000 people and screaming and everything. But unless you get those little radio things, you don't hear the commentary, you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But it's more fun to watch fights like with a lot of people. Like I like to watch fights the best at home with like 20 friends. You get a bunch of people over. And everybody's fucking
and you get
screaming.
To see everything, different angles, replays,
But a movie theater, that would be fucking intense.
Yeah.
IMAX? Holy shit.
With the Avatar glasses?
You'll leave fucking actually beat up. You're fucking bruised.
Take a couple
What
punches.
happened to me?
Everybody's wiping their nose, blood coming out of your fucking face.
I actually got beat up.
Yeah. But there are no movies in 3D. You're going to buy a 3D TV and go, all right, how many fucking times can I watch Alice in Wonderland?
Well, that was the case with HD. Remember? There was nothing in HD, and look what it's going now.
TV shows are going to start doing it.
Oh yeah, it's going to take over the world now. Let me.
TVs are still pretty fucking pricey, but
Dana,
they come down.
Pricey.
I got to ask you about an old friend of ours, and you can say no comment. That's fine, but it was very suspicious when Shane McMahon left the WWE. Is there anything you could say about that?
Yeah, I thought actually, to be honest with you, I thought it was crazy too. I didn't see that coming. But Shane is a friend of mine. I like and respect him very much. Same thing as Vince. I mean, I have a good relationship with Vince too, and I talked to Shane came in and talked to Lorenzo and I, but I don't think it was suspicious. I think he just got to a point where he wanted to go out and try to do his own thing, and he loves MMA.
Yeah, we all know that. That's why I'm asking it. I mean, is there a place for him down the road if he wants it?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked to him. I don't know exactly how we would work with him, but he's a good guy, and we like him and respect him. And
it takes balls that he left the WWE. That was his.
We're convinced Vince has him under a no compete.
Yeah, we talked about this morning that Vince is holding him to a no compete.
I don't care, you're my boy.
I think
you
after a
aren't
while,
working for 3 years.
No matter how much money you have, after a while, that fake wrestling shit's got to get boring. That's
really
the bottom line. After a while, you're watching a shitty TV show.
I disagree. The Iron Marauders fighting this week. Oh,
I loved it when I was 14. When I was wrestling in high school, and we would watch the Superfly Snooker.
Yeah,
we'd get on the top rope.
Superfly Snooker.
Okay. Bob Backlund, we had that weird posture. Come on, dude.
It was real wrestling. He was like a real wrestler.
He fucking, to arm drag you, take you back.
Oh my God, King! Look what he's doing to him.
Half the old school guys look like they were constipated when they were walking into the ring.
Oh, how great is an Iron Sheik as the guests?
He's
one of your guests.
Damn.
Oh my God.
Where he made wee wee in his pants.
Yeah, he pissed his pants.
Yeah, the poor little sweetie. He made it single.
Did you guys put a picture of that online?
Oh, yeah, we did.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, Dana, Iron Sheik was in here drinking beers, and he fucking peed his pants right in front of us.
Well, a lot of people don't appreciate how hard it is to be a professional wrestler and how difficult it is. But that's as difficult, if not more, than fighting. Because these guys, they tour like 300 fucking nights a year, slamming each other. And, a lot of those guys have serious pain issues.
Yeah.
A lot of those guys are serious fucking athletes, too, like Brock Lesnar. Look at this motherfucker. This guy's only had 5 MMA fights, and he's the UFC heavyweight champion. How crazy is that?
Came right out of wrestling.
That is crazy.
And, just a gigantic power wrestler, and it just shows you how strong that is, like as a base for mixed martial arts. There's a lot of those guys that are looking at it right now.
Well, Dana, anything else? I'm sure you want to go do something else.
You guys cracked me up, man.
Joe's just killing for us today.
Glad I called in.
No other gossip? Nothing we can pull out of you?
I don't.
Yeah. All right, buddy.
Wait. How about this? You can answer this question. You got some good stuff, though, don't you?
What's that?
You got some good gossip.
He's always working.
You got some
something.
good stuff, don't you? That would blow us away.
I've got some stuff that I'm. Rogan's been telling me we got to talk. We got to talk about what's going on.
Okay.
We just haven't had the chance to hook up yet. Yeah.
All right.
He works more than anybody. Hardest working man in show business, right there. Dana White, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Dana. Thank you, brother.
See you, man.
Later, Joe.
See you later, buddy.
We'll see you tomorrow night. UFC 111 going down. All right, Dana.
The weigh-ins are in a few hours. I'll be hosting the weigh-ins.
Where's that at?
It's at the arena.
Oh, you have to go there for that?
Yeah, as soon as we leave here, we go straight there.
Aren't you going to sleep?
Fucking sleep, you faggots.
That's a great line from Kiss of Death. Sleeping's for squirts or snips. You ever see that?
No.
I ain't slept in 3 days, Richard Widmark, when he pushed your lady down the steps. Yeah, you old hag. You lying old hag. Wraps her up in a fucking cord.
I can't even say the word faggots without thinking about Jesse Ventura in Predator. Bunch of slack-jawed faggots.
Good old Jesse.
Nothing was funnier than you fucking clowning him.
Oh,
I loved it.
And he loved it. He won't come back.
Of course
on
he won't come back.
Yeah.
You exposed him.
Yeah,
you exposed him for his bulliness.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
We could talk about that after the break.
Oh,
hey, Travis, you find that Bill Hicks bit?
The Billy Ray Cyrus one?
No, it's not into it.
Fuck,
What
it is
the
a great
fuck is wrong
bit
with
too,
you?
man. I think that was off Relentless,
it's
right?
one of the first tracks.
On Relentless, I believe.
I think it is.
All right, Joe Rogan. We're going to continue with him for a little while, and we got Vinny Brand.
Ari Shaffir's here as well.
Ari, of
Powerful
course.
Ari Shaffir.
That's the other voice you're hearing that we didn't really.
The deep voice of God. That's me.
Yeah. All right. Quick break. We'll continue.
Thanks for calling the Opie and Anthony FU line. Here's the latest batch of FUs.
You have 6 new voice messages. First voice message.
Yeah, I just want to give a big old fuck you to my father-in-law just for being a fucking asshole, you cock-sucking cum dumpster. Fuck you.
Next message.
As the owner of a national company, I would like to say a big fuck you to all my whiny Clint customers that contact their credit card company and charge back for a product that they've already fucking received, knowing that that was their intention all along in order to defraud my company and or their bank. A big fat fuck you to all you thieving white-collar cunts.
Next message.
Yeah, I'd like to give a big F you to Dominique in Buffalo. Thanks a fucking million for telling my girlfriend that you and I slept together. What the fuck are you thinking? I can't even believe this. And then on top of it, you tell her that you sucked my thing raw, and now I'm never going to get sex off this bitch again. So I just wanted to say, Dominique in Buffalo, fuck you.
Next message.
I'd like to leave a big FU to all the rich motherfuckers in Oakland, New Jersey, and the cocksucker politicians who are regulating the fucking Oakland and Thompson Lake Dam for flooding my house and my neighborhood. Eat a fucking flood dick, you cunt. Fuck you.
Next message.
Yeah, I want to send a big fuck you to my son's third-grade teacher. You were one fine piece of ass, and I want to fuck you.
Next message.
Yeah, I just wanted to send out a big fuck you to Krista. Damn, girl, your pussy stinks. Clean that shit.
End of new messages.
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line. 866-FU line 1. That's 866-FU line 1.
Thank you, and goodbye.
We want to hear what's inside your little brain. Call 866-866-WOW-1-WOW. That's 866-969-1969. The Opie and Anthony Show on the Virus. Sirius XM.
Got a full house today. Joe Rogan, of course, just killing for us today. Ari's here. He's doing very well as well. Yeah, you're doing a set tonight, right, Ari?
Yes, sir.
You'll be in front of Joe at Gotham?
Yeah, should be a fun crowd.
I think that's a sold-out show, too, so Joe doesn't even really have to be here for anything. He just likes hanging with us. And in the corner, we got Vinny Brand from the Stress Factory joining the program.
Specifically to hang out with you.
Yeah, I appreciate
specifically.
That's so cool.
And the gig.
I don't. No, I know the gig, but I don't. The gig. I have to go to New Jersey, do the weigh-ins, then come back to the gig. We came to Manhattan.
He could just be sleeping in.
The show was sold out a few days ago.
Joe's a good egg.
Eating pot brownies. He doesn't have to be here whatsoever.
Do you know what was true? We forgot to mention because I don't know what happened.
Oh, what?
But at 10 o'clock, my Seattle tickets go on sale for the 28th on Ticketmaster.
Forgot to mention that?
I forgot to mention
whose fanny pack is that over there?
Mine.
Good for you. You wear that?
Proudly.
Fuck you. Give me some knuckles.
I actually wear it under my shirt like tits.
I wear a fanny pack everywhere. Whenever I go to travel, you take it off, you throw it through the fucking on the tray, put it through security.
Oh, look at it. You're not emptying your pockets or anything.
It's phenomenal. Awesome. I love them.
Yeah,
people go, it's so gay, it's so faggy.
Well, no one's going to fucking goof on you.
Yeah,
exactly. What a faggot Rogan is.
I goof on me.
Beat you to death with my fanny pack.
Joe would beat you with it. You're right. How degrading would it be to be beaten with a fanny pack?
Joe probably just pull a little tissue out of it here.
Brass knuckles.
They probably have man things in them. Condoms, big magnums.
He's the only one in the room that can pull it off. He's the only one.
Listen, nobody can pull it off, but it doesn't matter. If you're not trying to get laid, who gives a fuck what I wear? You don't like it? The guys go, what do you really wear wear a fanny pack? Like, what do you give a fuck what I wear?
Who says that to you? Does someone really say that to you, or do they just go, that's a nice fanny pack?
Yeah, that's girls especially. Are you really wearing a fanny pack?
Look what I have in my fanny pack. I have my little eye patch. I do. I have a little eye patch in case baby boy gets tired.
Like one of the Kennedys of Massachusetts.
He's got like one of those masks that, what's their name, on Green Acres.
You got Ray-Bans from like the fucking...
They're awful.
From Risky Business.
Yeah. And I have my eye drops in case baby boy's eyes get dry on the big shiny airship.
You are a little woman.
I have my Dramamine in case Sweetie gets nauseous.
The plane hits the little bumps.
Got a little Midol in there, Jimmy, do you? Take care of your cramping.
And I got my keys, and I also have less drowsy Dramamine in case I have things to do.
Yeah, the less drowsy formula.
That's awful.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
That's my bag.
What's in yours, Joe? I'm sure it's a little different than what Jimmy just pulled out.
Survival kit.
Brass knuckles, an illegal gun,
50-pound dumbbells, and I have
pot brownies,
rolling papers,
needle and thread to sew up wounds,
treasure some map, C4 explosives.
fucking. What to do if attacked by mountain lion? It's written on a piece of paper.
I forgot we talked about so much stuff during the commercials. We talked about priests touching kids.
Oh yeah, we talked about.
They're trying to turn me on to this documentary now. I got to go find it.
Deliver Us from Evil. It's all about how the Catholic Church took this one guy who had literally fucked babies. He fucked a 9-month-old baby, this piece of shit. Jesus. And this guy's still alive and still out there, wandering around. And they did this whole documentary on him about how the church shielded him and took him from place to place. And hundreds of kids were molested. And not only that, they say that 80% of all child abuse is not reported and priest abuse. So there's been... The Catholic Church is responsible for at least, there was something like 500,000 or some insane number of molestations that were reported by the Catholic Church. So they don't know how many the real number is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fucking bananas.
It's one of the biggest scandals, I think, in the world history.
If it was that many NASCAR drivers, NASCAR drivers were fucking kids like that. Holy shit, it would be huge.
Just take any other people.
It's so much worse with priests.
No, it's worse with any religion. There's all religions are doing it. The Catholics are just getting a bad press.
What are you talking about? That's so not true.
I think it's true. You don't think it's true in the Muslim religion?
Celibate. No,
are you kidding me? That's absolutely true.
No, Rogan's got a great point on this.
They have to be celibate.
Yeah, they have to be celibate.
Yeah, there's a lot of other religions they allow them to marry.
Well, not only that, they're all gay. They didn't always have to be celibate, but they were fucking all the women. Like when a long time ago, priests were like rock stars. There was no movies, there was no TV shows, and the priests were the ones who had the direct connection to God. And if you understand the way the Catholic Church works, I went to Catholic school when I was in first grade. You have to be subservient. I mean, this is really simple. It's like they talk, you listen, you do what they say, period. And that's how the whole religion is set up. And these guys were just fucking everything, just stuffing their cock in every chick who came to confession. And finally they had to say, listen, no sex. You can't have any sex at all. And then it mutated and became this gay thing.
Yeah, because now the only people that would want to join the priesthood, I think, are a lot of people that are maybe a little confused about their sexuality. People that don't want to accept the fact that they're gay, so they enter the priesthood going, all right, I don't have to have any sex, but then the temptation,
gets the best of you.
There was a kid that I grew up with.
Once you get to interview your first altar boy, all right.
Well, not only that,
I'm not sure I can give you the big Sunday gig unless you do a little something special.
When you talk to the other priests and they tell you how the whole scene works, and you see like the evidence of abuse going on left and right. I mean, it's fucking rampant.
And then they just, with impunity, they just move them around then. Where do you want to go to molest people?
I mean, when a new priest comes, the other priest have to go
I have a yen for German boys.
All right, we'll send you to fucking Germany.
That's probably how it went.
But the Catholic Church is the one with the biggest problem.
Give us your top 3 choices, and we'll...
The outgoing priest tells the new guy who the tattletales are.
Right. I want to go to other countries where they don't even speak my language.
Well, now they got the Pope, right? The Pope knew... And did you talk about that? I was on the train. I couldn't listen.
The Pope had to know something.
Of course he knew. Not only they know, they're all involved. I mean, this is the organization that there's no doubt about it. They all know what the fuck is going on. If you know about it, you don't think they know about it?
You're
Jesus Christ.
and you're the big boss. You're like the Pope.
But I'm also going to say this. I think all religion, I'm telling you, all religions are like that. They're just...
It's just not true.
I think they are.
Well, you can think
all religion is worthless.
I agree that all religion is worthless. It's all just an operating system. That's all it is.
It's a huge cash
It's
cow.
a way to think. It's just a way to... More mistresses, Jesse James. Oh, Jesus, coming up.
I love this guy and his big cock. What a
he's got a big,
he would have been such a good priest.
Cock.
Yeah.
He would have been a great priest.
You know what I love? I love that
the question
is it chicks that are so fucked up they have like writing tattooed on their head.
Yeah, on their forehead. That girl has, what was it?
Pray for us sinners.
Pray for us.
That's right.
See, right back to religion.
Yeah, see that?
Pray for us.
You think more girls come out for Jesse James than Tiger?
No.
I'm going with Jesse.
I'm going with Tiger.
I'm going with Jesse.
I'm going with the black guy.
Tiger. I go Tiger.
Because he was away from his wife more?
But then again, though, man, this guy probably didn't operate with the same discretion Tiger did because he's not as famous. He probably just stuck his dick in all these calendar fucking hose bags.
Probably had a lot more waitresses than Tiger had.
Tatted up whores.
Yeah.
Oh, she's so skanky. My tattoo artist did her tattoo. Her right arm is done by this guy, Aaron Della Vedova, who did my arm. And, he told me she's fucking crazy. He said she tried to fuck him. He said, she was like, come on, I want to tell your wife. He's like, get the fuck out of here, crazy bitch. Yeah,
well,
she's trying to cover her whole body. She's got her face covered. She's got like parts like stars on her face and shit. Like,
all right, we got someone really
that gets dark.
Something a little, that's something a little odd.
We got to go to the phones. This guy is a little mad. Corey in North Carolina. Corey, go ahead.
Hey boys, what's happening?
What's up? Joe Rogan and the gang in studio today.
How you doing, Joe?
Hi, Corey.
Hey guys, I'm not mad. I mean, no one hates this fucking priest bullshit more than me. I'm an atheist.
No one?
No one?
No one?
You guys,
I bet there's some little boy victims that might take umbrage with your statement.
Unless you have a sore hiney.
Unless you're pooping out blood.
Probably in the second question what you just said, sir.
The victims, maybe. All right. Yeah, he got me there. But what I was just going to say is just that if, you were saying, Anthony was saying that,
you're panicking, sir.
Actually,
were you listening to the show, sir?
Sexually confused people end up going into the priesthood, and I was just saying that just because someone goes in who's gay doesn't make them a child molester.
Not saying
That's
that.
true.
Or confused.
I'm not saying that, but I think the chances that you're going to have those kind of situations are a lot greater if you get somebody that's confused about their sexuality and really needs to work it out in their own head, and then has this opportunity to do horrible things with impunity.
And doesn't have a fucking, there's no one looking out. There's no one overseeing
there's no accountability.
And you're not allowed to masturbate. If you're not allowed to masturbate, you're going to go fucking bananas.
That's a very tough crime to prove.
You got to get that out. You got to get that out.
But you have that guilt. That post-nut guilt.
Yeah, just that they're gay. It's their own child molester.
I have post-nut guilt, and there's nothing, nobody stops me from jerking off.
I only do if you try one of those fun, different jerks. You use something, you're like, let me use it. And then, you use it like
off with butter.
Some kind of vibrator under the head of your dick, and you're stroking with some lube.
You know what I did the other day?
And then you come and you're like, now I gotta clean this stuff off, and I just feel like an asshole. I should have just jerked it 2 fingers dry.
What I did the other day, it felt good, but it felt creepy at the same time. I jerked off in a hotel room by putting my balls on the cool counter where the sink is. My balls were sitting on the counter, and I was like, this feels cool and good. And I beat off into the sink. But it felt good, but it felt creepy at the same time.
The traps in those hotel sinks must just be a fucking mess.
You gotta tip that maid, no doubt about it.
Just a thick paste.
Oh, God damn,
fucking
man.
dead babies.
Let's get Dana back on the phone and tell him that story, Joe.
Yeah, I'll tell everybody. I don't give a fuck. That's the beautiful thing about being a cage fighting commentator. You don't have to watch your ass like you do if you're a color analyst for baseball or something like that. You couldn't say that kind of shit.
Bob Kelly used to lay down in hotels on the counter with the sink in the bathroom, the whole counter, and then put his hand in the sink and fuck his hand like moving his hips and everything so he could come and then we'd come in the sink.
Wow.
Yeah.
He was fucking sinks.
Wow. We call it, he was fucking a sink.
Yeah. Brian fucked would you fuck a cantaloupe or something?
He fucked a, would you fuck?
Heat up a cantaloupe in the microwave.
Yeah, get on mic there.
I've heard about that one.
Get on the mic.
You've done the cantaloupe thing? We've all heard that.
Yeah, I tried it once.
Isn't that dangerous?
How was it?
It was all right.
Microwave
you gotta
heat
stick
from the
your
inside.
finger
It felt
You
good.
gotta test it
Just
first.
make sure you put it on
like
warm
baby
and
formula.
You don't just jump in.
The hardest,
wrist.
the main thing is to make a smaller hole though, and it will just kind of grow into the size that you need.
Oh, you
Don't
want
make
a
it too
tight-
big.
I've done this more than once.
He wants a tight cantaloupe.
That's all the
tight cantaloupe pussy.
I mean, if you're gonna fuck a cantaloupe, it should feel good, right?
Right.
You don't
Is
want
there
a
some type
fucking
of melon
sloppy
that
loose
works better than
cantaloupe.
others?
Fucking thing looked
You
like
whore.
a bowling ball when he was
Fucking
done. 3
sloppy cantaloupe, sloppy whore cantaloupe.
fucking stretched out piece of
Yeah, you fucking cunt. Who are you fucking before me?
Can't buy produce without feeling a little just. Now they're looking at me.
I could fuck this. I could fuck this
Cantaloupe
It was all right,
had 3
though.
babies.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It was actually a lot better. And then my friend told me to do a banana too, but that was awful.
Wait, how do you do a
I
banana?
tried a banana. You fucking hollow it out.
Yeah,
and then
needle
you,
dick?
you duct tape around the outside of it, and you fill it with warm water. I read that in a porn magazine, and my fucking boyish limp dick just kind of sat in the warm banana water.
I'm not
Nothing
gonna.
happened.
Imagine you got some sort of a fucking tropical fruit infection in your cock because of that.
Yeah.
Plus, that's just too much work. If you want to jerk off, you don't want to have to first find duct tape.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying before. It's when you do those things that are a little just different than just jacking off to get rid of it. You feel all fucked up afterwards. It's like, what was I
I only
thinking?
rarely use
Pervert.
like lotion. Rarely. It's always just dry jacking.
Oh, yeah, same here.
Yeah, because I never commit to jerking off. It's always like, should I jerk off?
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, you're like rubbing your dick a little bit, like, I should jerk off. Next thing you know,
Squeezed it a couple times.
I used to do a joke in my act about getting busted by my girlfriend, which is totally true, with my pants down by my ankles, sitting in front of the computer, holding my balls with one hand, my dick with the other, and she would just walk in my office with my pants down by my ankles because I couldn't even commit to the fact that I was going to jerk off. It was just slowly, I started, flipping through like my email, and then you go to some porn site.
Yeah,
next thing you know, you're beating off.
3 clicks away, always.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what I'm looking up.
What Ari has a bit about that, about how he can't. He writes at Starbucks because he can't write at home.
He's just beat off constantly. Can't stop.
So you figure
always available.
You figure if you're in public, all right, I'm jerking off. Hold on. What did the girl say though when she caught you?
Oh, she got mad. She
got
said
mad?
this. She goes, "You did this while I was at home." And then the joke was, "I do it. We're sleeping right next to you." She's sleeping naked, inches away, and it's more exciting to just sneak off a little, sneaky, tiny strokes. And the joke is that I would put a glass of water on the bed, not because I was thirsty, because I would want to make sure I'm not making any ripples. Just a little tiny. And I would pretend I'm sleeping. She would move, and I would panic.
You look for that Jurassic Park movement in the water to see if you're jerking too hard.
This actually, I haven't jerked off with her, but one of my exes, I actually did that. I used to jerk off with her, and then I finally had to move out. I'm like, I am jerking off. She's naked.
Yeah,
she's 21 and hot as fuck. And she's so annoying. She's right there sleeping.
She's so
and
annoying.
I would rather beat off.
You just don't want that mattress moving too much.
Oh,
I've been there.
It's like, there's a certain pleasure in her just being asleep. And not talking.
It's just doing something you're not supposed to do. We like doing things we're not supposed to do.
Yeah, you're not supposed to jerk off with a naked chick next to you.
I think it's just that you want to jerk off, and you're like, all right, she's here. What's the difference? I want to jerk off anyway.
There's a little bit of it was I didn't want to get caught. There's a little bit of it fucking Mission Impossible.
I bet I could do this. I bet I could do this.
It's nice you can fantasize, too. You don't want her to lean over and ruin it with her mouth and face. You're like, oh, it's you.
That's a better use for duct tape, Jim, right there.
But it's annoying. That's what kills it.
I forgot you're here.
You try to pretend it's somebody else.
Is that what you do?
Of course, that's what you never jerk off thinking about the person you're with.
Yeah, man, you gotta fucking use your fucking Rolodex every once in a while.
Yeah. Unless it's them being brutally fucked by
I always
others.
fantasize about cantaloupe.
What?
Yeah, you're just fantasizing about fucking a cantaloupe.
Vinny, any jerk-off stories?
No, what is there to tell? You go in, you jerk off, you're done. I've never done a cantaloupe. I never duct taped a banana.
Oh, you gotta get creative sometimes.
Vinny sticks to grapes and blueberries.
You have a little dick.
John, hysterical.
John in Boston.
You lost that guy. What was his fucking point?
I don't know.
That guy had a point.
I gave up on
about
he did.
Not all all priests are confused.
And we got into just a big jerk off.
No, the rest of them are dumb.
And this
You're
guy's
either
gonna
gay or
continue
you're
that.
dumb. Okay,
John,
how about that?
John in Boston. John?
Not all priests are gay.
I was going to say that Pam, that olive oil shit that you spray on your pans, you like cooking eggs and all that shit. You masturbate with that. It's like all sticky and looby. Before you know it, I'm done.
How about you use palm olive and hopefully magic will grab it?
Try a little WD-40 next time, sir.
Why would sticky be good?
He's gone.
That ain't good.
Oh.
I have a question about your cantaloupe. What about the seeds? Aren't you afraid a seed might slip in the head there?
I didn't even. I've only done it once, but I didn't have any problems with that.
He doesn't get deep enough to hit the seeds.
Yeah, that's that.
He's
You're
only
just on the outer crust.
banging the outer crust.
You're not in the magma.
The mantle.
The mantle.
How deep was the hole? Was it like a 6-inch hole?
I just took a butter knife and kind of made like a small insertion, and it was a rotten melon or a cantaloupe too. The only reason I fucked it because I was like, all right, I could either throw this away or fuck it.
That's such a guy thing right there. That's such a guy thing.
That's actually the way you should look at it.
No chickens ever looked at a cucumber and went, wow, this is starting to go bad. Should I stick it up my ass or just throw it away?
But guys will...
You'll never have a woman cleaning out a fridge thinking, I want to fuck that.
Yeah. We got a woman on the phone. Well, Corinne, she's a regular from Jersey. What's up, Corinne?
Hi, guys. I just wanted to say one night I woke up because the bed was shaking so hard it felt like one of those magic fingers beds.
Yeah, see.
And I look over and my husband is just cranking it. And I was just so tired. I just looked at him and rolled back over and went back to sleep.
Wow.
That's why he's
that's why you got to do the water thing. That's pretty smart, Joe.
It's not real. I didn't really do it. It's just a joke.
That's too bad. that actually seems like it would work.
Just beat off like a little prisoner.
Like,
just try not to
wake up
the guards or my cellmate. Yeah.
You want to do that, man? I don't know.
It's just such a weak feeling when you nut and you're just lying there going, "What the fuck is wrong with me?"
Too.
You can't make the noise too.
Go to sleep. You don't even like when you come, just like. Yeah. And then you roll over in your own jizz.
And it's got to be just that through the nostril. Heavy breathing. Bury your face in a pillow.
What's worse? Because my bedroom door, my bedroom door faces my bed. So if my girlfriend's in the other room, I have to jerk off. I have to prop the sheet up into like a little triangle in case she walks in. She won't see me cranking. Because if she walks in, there's no chance for me to hide my cock because it's like door open. Light is on me.
Oh, that's
so I have to put a sheet up. So I have like maybe a millisecond to just like stop moving, like I'm sleeping on my back for the first time.
With your legs up.
With your legs.
No.
Like you're in stirrups.
No, my legs aren't up. I'm on my back, and I'll just try to tent the sheet a little bit.
Oh, gotcha.
Almost like a fucking cobra's neck.
Yeah.
Cobra's neck?
I know what you're saying. Yeah. So you have space.
Yeah, so I have
without
space.
the sheet moving.
So I can't jerk off against the
little
sheet.
Air bubble.
Little air bubble.
Yeah,
with the grain.
And what do you do with the load?
A little biodome.
What do you do with the load?
I fucking I'll just usually dump it right on my stomach and then just fucking grab a napkin.
I use a sock, so it just comes off easy.
I used to, but I stopped.
Really? Why?
Because they were just creepy. I would always be fucking
the
pulling them inside
so
out.
Fucking 13.
It's just so common.
Yeah.
How many guys, especially get a nice silk sock? Oh yeah, nice, slippery.
You can only use the sock for right when you're ready to nut though, because if you use the sock the whole jerk, it's going to chafe you.
I used to have this bit about how there's a safe zone in my body where it's okay for my loads to land, and that's between like my solar plexus right down to about an inch above my dick. Anywhere else it feels uncomfortable as fuck. But a load will land right there, and I'll just go back to sleep. I don't give a fuck. I'll do a little gator roll in the sheets, and I'll go to sleep.
Are you serious?
Yeah, but if I got a load on my shoulder, I would fucking panic. I would never go to sleep. If a load hit me in the neck, if I shot a load on my own neck, I would never go, there's a load on my neck, and I would go, I gotta get this off. But a load on my stomach, who gives a fuck? And I'll just go right back to sleep.
Really?
Yeah.
Out of bounds area.
This area is safe.
I can't do that.
That's funny.
You gotta clean it off?
I do. If it's on your shoulder, you feel like it's tapping you all night.
It's gonna be wet. Crust up in my stomach hair. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm hairy as fuck too. If I don't shave, I look like a gorilla. All this shit is all hair.
Get it on your arm hair. Hey, Keith in Middletown. We got two really good phone calls coming in. Keith, what's up?
Hey, man. I thought you guys were, first off, hello, boys. Aren't you guys rich and famous? And, you guys are supposed to be rock stars here. What the hell are you worried about jerking off and your girlfriend's catching you.
Because you're human beings.
Yeah, we're still fucking
You
humans.
live with a chick, all that nonsense. Look at Ozzy Osbourne. He gets yelled at by his wife.
Right.
It's all the same.
Yeah,
It's all the same.
Still just a guy.
But I can't imagine, you know, you guys are supposed to have a life, man.
We're killing your fantasy. I understand.
You think
I'm a
Obama?
man, just like you.
You think Obama jerks off?
I think Obama's wife fucks him with a strap on.
Oh,
I think Obama's wife
does
fucks
all
him.
the time.
With 4 Aids and a
Michelle.
security clearance first.
Michelle
Absolutely.
just fucking with those big arms.
white rubber dick, a white one. Big white. It's molded after Ken Starr's dick. It's just 3 times larger.
You think while we're peacefully sleeping, Obama's jerking it sometimes?
He's got to beat off. You know, I would like to look at his fucking history. Like to go look at his website history.
Oh, yeah.
On
And
his
that computer
laptop.
that's
Look at
not
that
his.
fucker.
What turns you on, motherfucker?
Yeah. I
What do you
mean,
got?
come on, man. If you're Obama, you got to be very careful what you beat off to.
Yeah.
Paper trail.
Yeah.
Everything.
Fucking egg.
All right, we got Joey.
That's when you realize how
yeah.
fucking crazy Clinton was. He was having
Oh, yeah.
chicks suck his dick in the White House, and they were
Oval
like
Office,
20.
right there. Yeah.
Like
While
20.
Yasser Arafat waited outside.
Yeah, there was that
Yes,
one time.
there was fucking Arafat and somebody else were waiting
for him.
outside.
I like
And
that
he's
story.
just like,
He's such a lokester.
He was just trying to get the edge off. He's looking
yeah, look at
at
that.
a little peace negotiation. Take the edge off.
Peace
When you're that
negotiation.
sick, he must still be doing this.
There's no cure for that. Stop.
No,
It's
he's
not.
he's got that sickness deep in his fucking DNA.
Yeah.
It's deep in his cells.
I love right after it happened. We prayed. I prayed with my minister, and we said, "Get out of here."
You look back at that, that's such lies.
It
Just
is.
straight lies.
Of course.
You got
how
caught,
about the
and you
fuck
gotta
when,
say something.
How about when you got on TV? I did not have sexual relations
Just
with that woman.
blatant
Wow.
lying.
Wow.
And then trying to say that blowjobs aren't sex.
Yeah,
It's-
and that's what he
the way
meant.
it was
Yeah.
defined
No
to
one's
me.
worse than John Edwards, for Christ's sake. My wife's getting chemo. Come on over here.
Oh, yeah.
She's wrapped up today. Any chance you can meet me at 6? My wife's going to be really out of it.
No one's smarter than John Edwards because he knew exactly where she was going to be. Well, she's getting the drip from 7 to 10.
And he denied the kid. John
Something
Edwards is the
about
worst.
she's getting the drip just made that so ugly.
I know.
Let's go to Joey on Long Island. Joey!
What's up, fucksticks?
Hey.
Listen, the most embarrassing thing, dude, my wife bought me one of them Jenna Jameson ass pussy combo things. It's just like an ass and a cunt. And fucking that thing, dude, afterwards, rinsing it out in the fucking sink is so degrading.
What does it feel like? Does it feel like you're having sex with a pussy, or does it feel like you're just fucking a rubber dead thing?
I don't know, dude. I really tried. And finally, I got it out after like 3 minutes.
You should have read the package. Those are disposable.
Yeah, more importantly, how did you clean it out? How did you clean out the holes?
I tried rinsing it out with hot water. I just wound up fucking throwing the thing out.
Soap, hot water, and shame.
Your wife bought you this thing?
Soak in shame for half an hour.
Clean out with own tears.
You say your wife bought you this, man?
Yeah,
What's
a cool wife.
What's that conversation like when you open up that package?
Wow.
I can't fuck you again. Try this.
What happened?
It came up in a conversation. She surprised me with it, and it was either that or one of them fucking flashlight looking things. So
Oh, the
I
flashlights.
God,
And you know the bathroom sink's always got a fucking mirror over it, so you gotta kind of look at yourself. You gotta look at yourself like you disgusting,
Cleaning out a
fucking
rubber
disgusting
asshole.
ass fucking.
I wound up throwing it out of my neighbor's garbage can.
Oh, that's hilarious. Have you seen that one that guy came up with? It's a robot. It actually talks to you, and it's like a robot sex toy.
Really?
Yeah, it's like one of those real dolls, but I guess it can
Kind of a little
communicate.
moving
It's
and
like a few
talking.
things that it says to you. It responds to voice commands.
I've seen those real
Yeah, the
dolls at the
price
sex
tag is
shows and
probably
stuff like that. The Javits Center when they have those
Those are
erotic
creepier
things.
than just beating
They
up.
really-
Realistic.
They really are just like you're fucking carrying dead weight around. What are you gonna do?
Well, there's a lot of
Flop
guys
that
that
thing.
have those, and they have websites dedicated to them as their girlfriends.
Yeah.
They dress them up in different outfits.
Yeah,
and
that's
It gets strange,
whole society.
Program it to say, I'll finish myself off.
I wrote an article about that. I wrote a blog entry about it, just goofing on it. And this guy emailed me and he was angry. So I emailed him back. I go, listen, dude, I mean, I'm just a comedian. I'm just making fun of things. And then he tells me, listen, if you really want to know, I was heavily scarred when I was younger and I've never had a girlfriend. I've never had sex and it's the only sex I had. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. And I looked at the email. I thought about asking him questions. Like, fuck that. I didn't want to know.
I'm not going to get into it with that motherfucker.
Poor dude. I mean, I feel for him, but
he's all scarred.
Like a rubber doll.
Yeah, he got scarred up when he was really young, and he's never had a girlfriend, and
I probably got burned.
Painfully shy. I don't know. He didn't go into depth.
He had an accident.
Something along those lines.
Let's. You got to hear JD.
Got the custom-made real doll with the eyes shut, so they won't look at him because he thinks it'll just make fun of him.
He puts glasses on it, pretends she's blind.
and he puts it also has a burn victim wig.
Looks just like Laura Dern in Mask.
Yeah, he shaved her head and just covered her head with pantyhose and pretended healing gauze.
Yeah, nothing worse than a burn victim wig. Looks like a thumb with a little hair on it.
Let's go to JD in Jersey. JD!
How do they talk?
Hey, boys.
Hey, man.
What's going on? Love it. About a year ago in college, I had two roommates, and they went out. And so I decided I'd try to get a little, So I started whacking my bag, and they came back early. And they're opening the door, so I panicked, and I pulled my pants up, and I turned the monitor off, and they walk in, and they said they didn't catch me. But I passed the point of no return, and I jizzed in my pants.
As you're staring at your
While they were
roommates.
there in panic and fear.
I was just standing there looking into their eyes as I came in my pants.
You're just twitching. They wonder why you're twitching and your back is arching.
It was awful. It was awful.
That's classic. Thank you for that. Tom, what's up?
Hey, good morning.
What's up, Tom?
Let's get the fuck is a nice big Halloween pumpkin because it kind of looks like a chick's dumper. You know, you bore a little hole in the back of it. Makes good sex.
What kind of chicks are you fucking?
Yeah, no kidding. That's like a saggy ass.
Their ass looks like a pumpkin?
Right.
No, it's big and round like a dumper.
So
you're gonna fuck a cantaloupe. I got a pumpkin.
You fucked a pumpkin.
Yeah, but no one's looking at a cantaloupe going, wow, that looks hot.
Yeah.
It's just a hole that you can stick your dick in.
The feeling of it. It's grabbing it and just humping it.
Okay.
Oh, you like the feel of like something bigger, like a pumpkin. That's like an ass.
Whoa. Sarah Palin's going to be on a reality show on TLC. They just had a
Alaska,
thing.
yeah.
About Alaska. Jesus Christ. Here's Alaska. Run! Bang, bang. Why are you here? Hiding from cops? What about you? Hiding from the mob? Another bear. Run! Who's got meth? I do. That's Alaska. You want fish? They're everywhere. Fucking Alaska.
Oh, shit. You ever been?
No.
No.
It's not attached to America. I'm not going to pretend it's America. Anything that's not attached is just some shit we stole. That is just a frozen Puerto Rico. And that fucking crazy bitch needs to shut the fuck up. You're not even American.
Oh, fuck.
Why would you live in somewhere you could die outside going to the mailbox? You could freeze to death going to the mailbox. I know a dude who lives in Alaska, and he told me that he can take a bucket of warm. He's a pool cue maker, and he told me that he can make take a bucket of water, hot water, walk out the door, and throw it in the air, and it will freeze before it hits the ground.
That's
90 degrees below zero.
Why?
90.
Why?
Exactly.
Why would you do that?
Exactly.
If an alien sent a probe and it landed there, and they were our type of life form, they would be like, wow, this planet's just fucked.
No hope.
It's
Uninhabitable.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Uninhabitable.
It's uninhabitable. It's too cold.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, this must be what the whole planet is like. I like when we do that with probes, and we're like, well, the temperature is this and that. Not thinking, where did it land, motherfucker?
Yeah.
Go to the equator of that planet and see what it is there.
That's one of the most amazing things about life is what a small window there is. You know, it's just like if the Earth moves just a little bit further away from the sun, we're fucked. A little bit closer, we're fucked.
Yeah,
and it's just right there for us.
But is it that it's perfect for us, or we're just perfect for the situation?
Yeah, we probably grew into the situation. Well, for sure,
probably
there's got to be
like,
other ones.
We'd be like these heat motherfuckers.
Yeah.
If we were closer to the sun, it would be like, oh, we're a whole different type of animal.
Well, that's the thought about alien life, is that if there really are, aliens from another planet, the likelihood of them being even recognizable.
Yeah.
They're probably so alien you can't even recognize them. You don't even know what the fuck they are.
You wouldn't know they were living if they didn't have hats on.
You probably can't even perceive them. I mean, there might be intelligent life that's made out of shit that we can't even see. It's very possible.
Why always, it just makes us feel better to see 2 arms, 2 legs, the head, the eyes. It's like, oh, that's the basic fucking model of a living being. No.
There's sounds that we can't hear. You know why? Because we don't need to hear them. They're not important for us to survive.
It could just be foam. There could just be foam on a planet that is super intelligent foam.
Well, there's a lot of people that believe the idea that planets are actually super organisms with their own intelligence. That they actually are conscious. That a planet is a conscious entity. It just is incapable of movement.
Really, the planet itself.
Like the idea of life being the only thing that we define life as, well, the ability, like especially like plants. We don't think plants are the same as us because they can't move around. It's like the reason why we treat killer whales the way we treat them. Killer whales are fucking incredibly smart, but we don't understand what they're saying. So when they're complaining, like, let me out of this fucking swimming pool, like,
here's the fish. Dance.
Flip, motherfucker. But if killer whales figured out how to talk and they started talking like, hey man, get me the fuck out of here, we'd be like, what?
Or that girl looks delicious.
No, I'm not gonna let you out. I'm making money off of you. There's intelligent life. There's got to be intelligent life that's not. It doesn't apply the same restrictions that we have. Movement and.
We need
narrow parameters.
We need things to have opposable thumbs and be able to tell a joke or this. You look at like dolphins and killer whales and things like that. They could be very intelligent, but we don't think so because hey. Make a car, motherfucker.
Yeah, you can't change your environment. We know that.
Makes you wonder what that cantaloupe was thinking when this guy was fucking it. I'm a cantaloupe!
Probably had a lot to say.
What's wrong with you? Get out of the microwave! Don't you know? Shame!
Big fuck. Shit.
That's some good pot talk right there.
It's true, man.
Chasing this poor little coyote around, too.
If you do any serious drugs, like that's one of the thoughts about mushrooms, is that mushrooms are actually from another planet and that they're a life form from another planet, and the only way that this life form can communicate with you is if you eat it. That's one of the thoughts, because we know that Earth
I'm sure someone came up with that thought after
they dropped that mushroom.
After they ate the mushroom.
Well, it's also scientifically based, because what mushrooms are, psilocybin is 4-foxphoroxy-N-N-dimethyltryptamine, and it's apparently the only compound we know about in nature that has phosphorus in the 4th position. There's no other related compounds like it. And the idea is that spores come from asteroids, because we know that like amino acids and all sorts of like life supposedly was seeded from asteroid impacts on Earth. And the thought is that spores also came from another planet, and they are literally an alien life form that has landed here, created mushrooms. People eat these mushrooms and come into contact with these aliens.
Can you imagine just minutes ago we were talking about different ways to jerk off?
I like that.
Well, now you're
giving me the chemistry.
If you have eaten mushrooms before,
mushroom.
One of the things that happens when you eat a lot of mushrooms is when the big heavy mushroom experiences is like you're getting a lesson from something far more intelligent than you. I mean, literally, like you feel this connection to the world. You feel this, this real sense that everything is intertwined and interconnected. All your actions and all your energy and your thoughts, that it all like manifests itself in your daily life, and it's all this weird like an intelligence is communicating with you. That's what it feels like when you're on mushrooms.
That's fucked
Joe,
up.
if you keep talking like this, you're going to lose your job at UFC. This is
not at all. Not at all.
My job,
amazing.
I am the bridge between the meatheads and the potheads. That's what I'm here for.
I love that, man. That's a great theory.
It's an interesting theory. There's a guy named Terence McKenna that believes that human beings evolved from monkeys because they ate mushrooms, and it's based on climate. It's like a scientific theory based on, first of all, the doubling of the human brain size is like a giant mystery because the human brain size doubled in a period of 2 million years. It's like the biggest mystery in the entire fossil record. And some people believe it's related to the throwing arm, that we figured out how to throw rocks at shit and kill things.
Yeah.
And that's what started this brains. And then also there's another theory that we ate a lot of protein. We were eating more protein. But that doesn't make sense because, tigers still have little fucking brains.
Yeah.
That's all they eat is protein. So his theory is that the primates, when the rainforest receded into grasslands, these primates, because when the environment changed, these primates had to change their diet. They started experimenting with other things. And one of the things they do is they flip over logs and things looking for beetles and grubs and worms to eat. Well, they flip over cow patties, too. Like, the baboons are observed doing that in Africa all the time because, like, grubs and shit grow underneath them. But there's also these psilocybin mushrooms that grow in cow shit, and that they eat these mushrooms, and then they have these insane experiences, and these mushrooms make these monkeys start being self-aware, and they start thinking about more things, and then they evolve. Also, the mushrooms, when you take them in low doses, they increase visual acuity, they make you see better, and they make you hornier. So you would have more efficient hunters, because they could see better, hornier, so they'd fuck more, and make also more monkeys that were also aware of the mushrooms, and this would like snowball, and the mushroom eating monkeys would be more intelligent than the rest of them, and they would evolve quicker. And this is his theory, that over a period of 2 million years, that's how human beings literally came out of lower hominids.
You could get high just listening to Joe.
I feel like
I'm listening to Joe.
Contact buzz right now.
I swear I was getting high just listening to him.
Smoke.
If you ate mushrooms, it would all make sense.
No shit.
I think
it would.
I think when they eat mushrooms, they just see yellower bananas.
Bananas. So yellow.
Well, ancient cultures, that's one of the biggest things in ancient cultures is cattle worship. Cattle worship is, there's an ancient culture called Chakdal Hyuk. It's like one of the oldest known civilizations.
Klingon.
Yeah. It's like 7,000, 8,000 years ago, and they worship cows. Fucking cattle
because
everywhere. Because the cow shit, they would find they didn't have microscopes. They didn't know that spores are microscopic.
They were just shitting out this magic stuff.
That's why there's a reason why in India everyone's fucking dying of starvation. They won't eat cows. It's because of mushrooms. Guaranteed. The root of it is the reason why cows are holy is because mushrooms shit and or mushrooms grow in cow shit, and they eat these mushrooms and they see God. So they think that mushrooms are coming from these cows. So these cows are like vehicles for God.
That's
for sure. That's
way better than going to church on Sunday.
Why the fuck else? Why the fuck else would anyone worship a stupid animal, a big dumb animal that creates giant shits? Why would you think that that's God? Why would you think that that's?
And the
holy?
answer is right there in front of you.
Exactly. It's a direct connection. They have psilocybin mushrooms growing on them. You eat that, you have insane experiences.
It makes
Joe,
sense.
have you had one of those mushrooms?
No, never. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm just making shit up. Of course I have.
Yeah, you have.
Of course.
Oh, jeez.
Joe's tried a lot of stuff.
Who the fuck hasn't? Yeah. You haven't tried mushrooms.
Mushrooms
Man,
are everywhere.
I haven't done mushrooms in a long fucking time.
I just bought some.
Ari's got them?
I didn't bring them to New York.
Yeah, wink, wink.
Yeah.
There's no way we would
make
travel
some cheese
with mushrooms.
sandwiches. Let's go old school.
Cheese sandwiches.
Like
the applesauce. So horrible.
Chop it like a little mescaline.
Our problem was we always had the horrible
laugh.
cheese that we made the cheese sandwiches.
Well,
because we were so poor.
There's a dude who got arrested recently. He was, I think it was called Bouncing Bear Botanicals, something like that. But his business was he was selling psychedelic plants that are legal. They were all legal, but it was like this weird loophole. Like you could buy the San Pedro cactus, and that's where mescaline's from. The peyote is from the San Pedro cactus, and you could buy them at fucking Walmart. Okay, it's a real cactus that will put you on Pluto. But it's legal. So there's like this weird little loophole, and this dude was selling all these other plants that have like DMT in them and salvia and all these different things, and they just arrested this dude for distribution of weird shit. And
figured some way to get
took all his money away, so he doesn't have any fucking money for legal funds.
Yeah,
that's why they fuck you with shit like that.
We should get Dr. Michio Kaku on the phone.
Why?
Because some of these fucking theories we throw it by Michio.
Unless he's had psychedelic experiences, that's out of his realm of understanding.
Yeah, but it would be.
He would understand.
He would certainly understand.
I want about the pores and
he's a physicist. Spores.
Spores. Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what they believe that life came from. They believe that life came from amino acids from outer space.
Try to get him on the phone real fast. Why not?
That's what happens all the time. Big rocks slam into other rocks.
Yeah. And things mix together, and there's...
That's one of the creepiest things about Earth is that Earth has been hit by planets before. Not just by like a rock. Like there's the motto of Earth is Earth 1 and Earth 2. And Earth 1 was an initial planet that got hit with another planet, and it created the moon.
Yeah.
Like, it was so fucking big that it smashed us and made another planet that's a quarter the size of us.
How's it all round?
Well, it spins, it's gravity, everything eventually rounds out, you know? I don't understand it. But it's not, everything's not round, like Uranus or Pluto or I think Pluto.
Yeah,
Pluto's not round.
pretty fucking thing.
That's true, but you don't see any square planets. There is something to be said for that.
Well, they start out all
hexagons.
fucked up, but they eventually smooth
A
out.
sphere is the most, the easiest shape to hold. Because it's, you know.
Where are you getting
especially like Jupiter is like
It's
a,
not
mostly
like a-
gas, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's a sphere. That's crazy.
Yeah, it happens. That gas swirls around and then it coagulates.
And gravity
Did you
is
see
pulling
that
equal in all directions.
Recent asteroid impact that they didn't even know it was coming, and it slammed into Jupiter and made an Earth-size impact. Gigantic.
Shoemaker
recent one.
Levy?
No. Very recent, like within the last year. Another one they didn't see coming. An amateur astronomer in Australia pictured it. He was like staring at the images on his telescope of Jupiter, and all of a sudden there's this big fucking spot that wasn't there before. He's like, oh, look at this.
Yeah, we could get taken out any moment.
Yeah, well,
it
Jupiter
just whacked
protects
the
us.
Earth and it's
Yeah.
done. That's why I stay 1 month behind on my mortgage payment at all times.
Jupiter protects us. If it wasn't for Jupiter, we'd be fucked.
A lot of good. All the planets are, you know, without any one, it fucks up everybody else's little trip around the sun.
And they've all been fucking nailed. Every single one of them has been nailed. I mean, they're always finding new impact craters on the Earth they didn't know
You ever
existed
see the
before.
Great Meteor Crater out there in Arizona? It's like a mile across, and it's a fucking crater like you see on the moon.
And it's nothing. I mean,
No.
the one
It's
that
a
in
small
the
rock.
Yucatan, the 500-mile fucking wide impact crater that killed all the dinosaurs.
The fucking Gulf of Mexico is supposedly a crater.
Yeah.
It's
That's the one that
just
killed the
fucking-
dinosaurs.
Yeah.
And that's only that's a 65 million year one. There's another one 250 million years ago that's even bigger than that. Another mass extinction.
Yeah, and then that one it broke up right over Siberia.
Yeah.
And just took out like
Tunguska.
everything.
Yeah.
Took out fucking everything.
Like 100 nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
Ba-boom! Just flattened forest and shit.
But no one was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no one was there.
Luckily.
So did anyone really hear it?
That shit could happen anytime. There's always ones that we miss and they fly between us and the moon and nobody sees it till it's too late. And it's just a fucking civilization destroyer. Just one big rock that makes us fucking rub sticks together, start fires huddled up in caves.
Bring it.
All over again.
God, I would
Ready?
love it.
Really?
I'm so ready for just
How
complete
many
anarchy.
bullets do you have?
A lot.
You're going to need a lot.
I have
a lot of lighters.
I have a closet.
Nice.
I took a walk-in closet, and after got rid of the girlfriend, her walk-in closet turned into my armory. It's got magnetic locks on it, a separate alarm, and anytime I go to the gun store or the range, I usually buy twice the amount of ammo I fired at the range, and just keep stacking it.
Wow.
Keep stacking it.
Are you hoping for shit to go down?
Not hoping, but it wouldn't
Preparing.
bother me. At this point,
Right.
this fucking whole place has just gone to shit, so...
You know, people have
I'll
always
play the
felt
game,
that.
I'll come in, I'll work, I'll fucking pay my taxes, I'll do everything I'm supposed to do, but the second this machine breaks, oh, forget about it. Fucking, I'll put a brace on my leg and fucking... You need a rig that'll hold that tanker?
You put some stuff in your little fanny
Yes,
pack.
did I? I said, yeah. I'll be one of the first ones taken out. Who am I kidding?
You drop your gun
Do you
like
ever think
Fredo.
about being being off the grid? Do you ever think about being off the grid? About being like
No,
having a
I'm
place
too-
out there
I'm too entrenched in the internet. Yeah.
But that's all going to be gone. If
it'll
it
all be
all
gone.
falls. If it all
Well,
falls.
unless you have Carbonite.com.
You know, that's one of the big
'cause they-
theories.
even
What's
during an
that?
apocalypse.
Oh.
Well, it backs
Back
up
up
your
all your
computer.
Nice. It's important to have your data.
To sponsor.
You know, that's one of the big theories about civilization is that there's been massive cataclysmic disasters several times over history. And that's the reason why human beings are so advanced and we advance so quickly is that we're basically relearning things. That's like the reason why Machu Picchu and all these there's a bunch of different civilizations that they do not understand, like how they moved these stones and got them into place. They don't know where they came from. And the idea is that civilization has existed for way longer than people think. Not not just 5, 6, 10,000 years, but hundreds of thousands of years. But that periodically we get hit by meteors, Yellowstone blows up, there's some shit happens that just fucking kills like 80% of us, and the rest left are just retarded. Yeah. And we have no idea, and we just fuck, and we hope we stay alive, we live to be 30, and die off, and then it starts all over again. And that's one of the big theories. There's a guy named Graham Hancock who's got books, and he's dedicated his whole life to this, like showing that there's these advanced civilizations that created these structures that are virtually impossible to do with our technology.
But how come the records aren't there? There aren't
wouldn't be any
records.
The thing is, there wouldn't be any. What would be left of us if you went 30,000 years from now?
Okay.
Nothing. Your cell phone disappear, absorbed by the earth. Everything in the studio gone. What would be left? Stone.
I'm trying to think of some type
but,
of.
I mean, fossils survive.
Yeah, but you know how hard it is to make a fossil? You know, when you die, you're not making a fossil, stupid. You're going to die.
You just rot.
You're just going to rot and disappear. The way you have to get caught in a fucking mudslide under the right conditions, and most things don't fossilize.
Yeah, but no car fell into a tar pit?
Dude, cars would disappear. Cars would be gone. Cars would be gone in 1,000 years. Cars wouldn't even last 1,000 years. They'd be gone.
Rust away.
Yeah.
So
I had a 1970 fucking Barracuda that was falling apart, and it was only, at the time, it was not even 15 years old. You know, it was 1985.
They never found anything like a crock pot. I think they would have found a crock pot.
They found things, but the things they found are all stone. Yeah. You know, they've never found anything, you know, other than that, but nothing would exist. Nothing that we have would not be absorbed except stone. You know, stone buildings and stone constructions, they would stay. But
so then people would look at certain monuments and just be like, wow, who made this and where did it come from and how did they get this from point A to point B?
Well, I think there's a lot of structures like that out there that people just moved into. You know, they found them that, like the fucking pyramids. You know, there's a giant controversy about the dating of the pyramids. There's a guy named John Anthony West that has dedicated his entire life to trying to say that the Egyptian culture is tens of thousands of years older than conventional or paleontologists or archaeologists believe it is, and that he is like shown that he's brought in geologists to show that there's water erosion on the Sphinx that shows that the Sphinx has been weathered by thousands of years of rainfall. But the last time there was rainfall in the Nile Valley was 9,000 BC. So there's thousands of years before that. They believe that the pyramids were built somewhere around. Conventional thinking is 2,500 BC, and this guy is saying it's like 9,000 years older than we think it is, and that's just where it might be. It's probably older than that because it's been rained on for thousands of years.
Hold that thought. We got Dr. Michio Kaku. He actually called us. This is awesome.
Fuck yeah.
Hey, doctor.
Hi, I'm right here.
All right, we got Joe Rogan in the studio. He's an amazing stand-up comic, but he also knows he has a lot of theories and stuff, and he threw a few at us, and we want to throw them at you now. So I'm just going to give you Joe Rogan for a minute or two.
What do you think about the? Do you believe that life and amino acids and stuff have come here from asteroids and seeded the Earth?
Well, there is a panspermia theory that says that, the aliens are here already. Look in a mirror. You're seeing an alien in the mirror right now because we're made out of spores and DNA that landed from another part of the galaxy. Fred Hoyle, the cosmologist, believed in that theory. He said that very soon after the oceans formed, life gets started. And it just happened too quickly. There's not enough time to get DNA off the ground. So he thought it came from outer space. I'm not so sure. I think that, a volcano vent on the bottom of the ocean, they would have plenty of time to get DNA off the ground. But it is a legitimate area of dispute.
Is it possible that it's both, that not only have has life existed because of volcano vents, but also because of, it comes from everywhere. It comes from Earth, and it also comes from outer space.
That's right. There's some people who think that life started multiple times on the Earth, and perhaps there are germs all around us, some of which came from outer space, some of which came from, indigenous forms. And, where are they? Maybe they're in your nose. Maybe they're in your lungs. They could be everywhere, hidden, and we have yet to scratch the DNA of all the germs on this planet. So there is a theory that says that some of the germs probably came from outer space, and some of them may have been homegrown on the planet Earth. We haven't analyzed all the germs yet.
That's why it's really spooky when they talk about taking a probe and putting it on Mars and then bringing it back.
Yeah.
Whoa,
that gets a little...
What are you bringing back with it?
What's coming home?
Yeah, tell them about the pyramids, too, there, Joe.
Oh, are you familiar with the work of John Hancock, or Graham Hancock, rather, or John Anthony West?
Well, I've heard some of it, based on erosions of the Sphinx and the pyramids, right?
Yeah, well, Ron Schock, the geologist from the University, Boston University, is the guy that has kind of spearheaded the geologist perspective of it, that there's thousands of years of erosion from rainfall on the Sphinx and the Sphinx enclosure.
It's hard to say because, like 10,000 years ago, we had the Ice Age. And when the Ice Age melted, we had lots and lots of water that created the Great Salt Lakes, the Great Lakes near Michigan. A lot of the rainfall and the lakes of the earth were created after the Ice Age ended. So it's kind of hard to turn the videotape backwards to see what Egypt looked like at the end of the last Ice Age. So there could have been massive flooding in the area, which, sets the geologic time clock askew. Because of the melting of the glaciers and the formation of the Great Lakes.
Well, that's one of Graham Hancock's theories coincides with the end of the Ice Age, because the end of the Ice Age and the extinction of woolly mammoths and saber-toothed tigers came very abruptly. And there's actually, they've found like dead bodies of woolly mammoths, like thousands of them, all in one area. And the idea is that something happened that created this mass extinction, maybe a meteor impact or something, and it also coincided with the abrupt ending of the Ice Age.
Well, it's hard to discount. However, I should point out that the earliest forms of writing, the earliest forms of science, the earliest forms of technology come from the Mesopotamian area.
Iraq, right?
And you can date them, again, till after the end of the Ice Age. So you would have to assume that civilization speeds up real fast in order to get the Sphinx and the pyramids to be built.
Right.
Most people would give it a much slower time frame, given the fact that it took time for primitive people to figure out how to use architecture and how to build stone monuments and things, because we were coming out of the Ice Age when we were like nomads, scrounging like a wolf pack.
Well, that's one of the interesting things about that area, Iraq, which is where Sumer was, which is the oldest known civilization, first written language, first mathematics, first astrology, astronomy. They had a detailed depiction of a solar system, including Pluto, which we didn't discover until 1970, and this is 6,000 years ago in Sumer.
Well, I would tend to doubt that they would get Pluto. The ancients didn't even get Uranus, Neptune, and the outer planets. The ancients only got up to Saturn. And
well, no, there's an actual clay tablet. There's a clay tablet that depicts the sun, and it depicts the planets in the correct size and the correct orbit. You can find it online, and it's from 6,000 years ago from Sumer.
Yeah, well, again, it's a question of interpretation. People interpret these stone tablets in a lot of different ways. But, even modern telescopes have a difficult time seeing Pluto. You need the Hubble Space Telescope to get, even good glimpses of what Pluto may look like.
No, I agree with you, but this is a really obvious image. I mean, it's a sun, and there's spheres that surround the sun that are the exact same number as we have planets in our solar system, and they're the exact same size in the right order.
Well, I'll have to see it to believe it.
It's pretty trippy.
Gone onto the calendar very early because it meant that you knew when to plant the seeds, harvest. The calendar was very important for agricultural societies in order to know when to harvest the plants. But to go past to Pluto, when they didn't have telescopes, is kind of a stretch, I think.
Well, how about any planets when they didn't have telescopes? To look at Mars when they didn't have telescopes is a big stretch, no? I'm not, this is all just...
It's quite red. You can see it in the ecliptic plane. You can see it tonight.
Yeah, you could see that there's something up there, but you can't see what orbit it is and where it surrounds and, what other planets are around it, and Jupiter and...
All the planets lying in the ecliptic plane. So the ancients were pretty smart. They figured out that all the planets lie in a straight line that cuts across the southern sky called the ecliptic plane.
Yeah, but to look at it without a telescope, and to figure out what size it is and where the orbit is, that sounds almost impossible, doesn't it? Sounds pretty crazy.
They didn't know the size of these things. They just did the relative orientations and the angles of these various planets.
Do you have an internet connection? Do you have an internet connection right now? Are you online?
Pardon?
Are you online right now in front of us?
He's filming something.
No, I'm on a cell phone right now. We're filming Sci-Fi Science for the Science Channel.
Oh. Yeah. I would love you to look at that image and see what you think of it. It's pretty trippy. It's really a star. It's a sun, and it shows these planets around it. Who knows what the fuck they did know?
There is a danger that Westerners put too much into indigenous culture's accomplishments. For example, the Mayan calendar. I think that the Westerners have hijacked the Mayan calendar and created all this mythology that doesn't exist concerning the Mayan calendar. The Mayans did not know where the center of the Milky Way galaxy was. They didn't know the orientation of the Earth, so on and so forth, with respect to the galaxy. These are Western refinements imposed upon an indigenous culture's astronomy.
Yeah, I always thought that it's very interesting interesting that people look to the Mayans to figure out when the end of civilization is going to come, when they couldn't even figure out when the end of their civilization would come. I mean, they disappeared over 1,000 years ago. Not only that, they were playing soccer with human heads.
It was meant to be the beginning of a new cycle.
It's a new age,
It was meant to be celebration rather than doomsday.
So the end of the long count.
Basically, Doctor, what you're saying basically is that the ancients were a bunch of boobs who got lucky with a few charts.
They did predict that movie.
No, the ancients were very good with their calendar. They were able to get out the Saturn. They had the eclipses correct. They were very, very good out the Saturn. But beyond Saturn, you needed a telescope.
What do you think about these ideas that all these ancient cultures talk about a previously existing, much more advanced civilization that was wiped out, like Atlantis, and they talk about it in Sumer, another civilization? What do you think about these people that think that there have been many different stages of humanity and that we've been wiped out by cataclysmic disasters and then had to rebuild?
Well, the flood mythology goes back to the tale of Gilgamesh, which goes back to the 27th century BC. It's perhaps the oldest epic story of all time, and it talks about a great flood, the search for immortality, the great flood, and this, of course, then takes us back to before the Bible. And many people think that perhaps the Bible's talking about the great flood comes from the tale of Gilgamesh. So, yeah, I mean, there are tales of these things. And also, if you go to the Caspian Sea, at the end of the Ice Age, there was a massive breakdown of one of the lakes after the end of the Ice Age, which could have created the legend mentioned in the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Right, but it is also possible that we have been almost wiped out many times in the past by giant meteor impacts and things of that such, right?
Well, if you take a look at the fact that all humans are almost all the same, any two monkeys are quite different, any two foxes are quite different. We are almost the same genetically speaking, which meant there was a bottleneck. About 70,000 years ago, some people think there was a volcano that erupted in Indonesia that wiped out most Homo sapiens, leaving only a few hundred to populate the entire Earth. So there is a theory that's pretty much accepted by many people in biotechnology, that only a few hundred people survived the cataclysm. We don't know what. Perhaps a volcano.
There's so many things that could jack us. That earthquake in Yellowstone that's had 2,000 fucking earthquakes over the last since January. There's a gigantic caldera volcano in Yellowstone National Park, 600 kilometers wide.
That's about to blow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it erupts on a scale of a few 100,000 years, and
600,000 to 800,000.
We are overdue for another eruption.
Yeah.
But there is a supervolcano under Yellowstone,
and it's a continent killer, right?
It would it would rip the heart out of the United States if it erupted.
Wow. It's a continent killer, literally. It kills everything. Gophers live.
That's why I have property in Canada.
And it's happened in the past.
Yeah.
It's not science fiction. It's happened in the past.
Yeah, every 600,000 to 800,000 years it blows. I mean, they only figured it out that it was a giant volcano really within the last couple of decades, right? It was like satellite imagery, wasn't it?
Yeah, there are a few supervolcanoes that in principle could wipe out the United States. Yellowstone is one. Another one is in the Canary Islands. If an island there collapses, it'll set off a tsunami which will inundate most of the Northeast. And so these are very, very credible dangers that we have to worry about. But again, on a time scale of thousands of years. But it's something that, it does give you pause knowing that if Yellowstone blew up, it would rip the heart out of the United States of America.
It's, the way I look at it is human beings are we live in an anthill. There's an anthill that's in the middle of a field, and the ants in the anthill, they've only lived for a couple weeks, and this is all they've ever known. The anthill's always been there.
Yeah.
And one day some little fat kid comes walking through the field and just stomps the shit out of that anthill. And you know what? It just happens. They never saw it coming, and life is forever changed.
Joe, you're hysterically funny. You're very bright. Listening to you, I just want to go home and weep. I just want to sit in a corner and just weep.
It just makes you appreciate the time that you have here.
Yeah, I love this stuff. The mushrooms.
By the way, can I say something?
Yeah.
It was mentioned to me that you had a discussion about a living planet, right? If you take a look at the movie Avatar, many people miss this. Sigourney Weaver warns the troopers in the movie Avatar that the planet is alive, that it has a central nervous system, and that's why everyone has a tail. The tail connects you to the central nervous system so you can upload.
Yeah.
You can upload and download with the planet. And that's how at the end of the movie, the planet is able to coordinate an attack against the Star Troopers. So here is an example of a living planet with the nervous system that is capable of coordinating an attack. Now, whether or not evolutionary biology allows this, of course, we can ask James Cameron if he thinks it's plausible. But it is a mechanism that they use in the movie Avatar to show how a planet could be alive.
Well, if you do mushrooms, the planet feels alive. Have you ever done mushrooms?
I can't hear. I'm eating the light.
I love that. That's the answer. We were asking you if you've ever done mushrooms.
Well, no.
Psychedelic mushrooms, they would help you so much.
I'm a physicist. I like to keep my head as clear as possible.
Oh, it'll clear it up.
Well, Joe's got a theory on cows and mushrooms.
Well, it's not really my theory, but there are theories that mushrooms are literally life forms that have psilocybin mushrooms that are life forms that have come here from another planet, like on an asteroid, and that's one of the reasons why they have this profound effect on human beings. That when you're eating them, you're really taking in some sort of an alien consciousness.
But if you sequence the DNA of the mushroom, you find that the proteins and the nucleic acids are the same ones that are found in your body. So believe it or not, you and a mushroom are made out of the same basic stuff.
Well, it's very similar to brain chemistry. Well, mushrooms, with the compound in psilocybin mushrooms is very similar to actual human neurochemistry, right? The chemicals produced by the brain, the dimethyltryptamine is produced by the brain, and mushrooms are 4-foxphoroxy-N-N-dimethyltryptamine.
Well, the reason why psychedelic drugs work is because they're able to go past the blood-brain barrier, and they're able to set off the synapses between the neurons. So basically, you're short-circuiting the brain. So think of a computer, and you set off every single circuit inside the computer. You fry it, right? Well, that's cocaine. That's what drugs do. They basically either set off all the neurons simultaneously, giving you the high, or they can be a depressant like heroin. But, my personal point of view is, why do we have to get a high artificially when we can get a high on life? In life itself,
life can't get you as high as mushrooms. If you're doing something in life that's getting you as high as mushrooms, you need to write a book about it, because it's not the same. But I understand what you're saying about heroin and cocaine. These are very destructive, but psychedelic compounds are very, very different than narcotic drugs. Very different reactions to the body, very different reactions as far as like what you learn from them. When you have psychedelic experiences, they're very eye-opening, very, very awakening, and a lot of people believe that they're agents of evolution, that they actually help you evolve.
Well, my attitude is that we have virtual reality. That is, we can create artificial worlds, but afterwards we turn the computer off and go back to living again. It's like an amusement, entertainment, right? However, with the psychedelic drugs, you don't know what it does to the brain. It has remnants, it has lingering effects, and plus, it doesn't necessarily give you deeper insights into reality. It's just another reality. Now, I'm a physicist. I want to decode our reality. And to do that, my brain has to be as clear as possible in order to understand.
You're acting under the assumption that psychedelic drugs somehow do not make your brain clear or fog it up somehow or ruin it.
Well, I don't want my heart surgeon on mushrooms when he's walking into the room. That I can tell you.
That's a good call. But, mushrooms only last a few hours.
But remember, no great scientific principle is covered by somebody high on drugs.
Is that true? Didn't Crick, who was the guy that sequenced LSD, or the guy who was on LSD when he figured out DNA?
No, Francis Crick and James Watson were not on LSD.
Yeah, there's something online that you can read about that.
But Joe,
he admitted that when he was dying.
No offense, but anybody online can.
In order to decipher the DNA molecule, it had nothing to do with drugs.
Well, there's something I don't have the story in the top of my head, but I do know that John Lilly. You know who John Lilly is? The guy who's a pioneer in interspecies communication. He did a lot of work on dolphin communication. Yeah, dolphins. He was a guy who did a lot of work with dolphins, dolphin communication, deciphering dolphin communication, and he was a big fan of acid. And he said that he used to. Dr. Doolittle? He's John Lilly.
That's the point, right? If you're on acid, you can speak to anything you want. You can speak to the chair if you want.
Now we're talking.
Chair.
Maybe the chair is
no way. Not now, not ever.
But you're such a fascinating guy. You're so intelligent, and I'm a huge fan of your work, and I love watching your specials. I would love to get you high on mushrooms.
Okay, so, anyway, like I said, I'm a physicist. I like to be as clear as possible, discovering the secrets of the universe.
Well, let's let the good doctor go.
Yes.
He's in the middle of filming his show. So.
When can we see the show?
It's coming out in winter. Right now we're talking about colonizing the galaxy. We have a whole program about what it would take to terraform Mars, what it would take to leave the Earth and leave the solar system and begin the colonization process of the Milky Way galaxy. Of course, centuries from now. But this is, of course, sci-fi science on the Science Channel.
Awesome. Of course. Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your insight, sir.
Thank you, Dr.
Very much appreciated.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you for humoring us. Is what I want to say.
It's so ironic that this guy doesn't do drugs because so many people do drugs and watch his show.
Yes.
I mean, that guy doesn't smoke pot. You know how many people smoke pot and watch that guy and go, fuck yeah, I love this dude. He's going to freak me out.
Would he be the big dad to do drugs with?
Oh, yeah. If I had a show, I wanted to do a show called Let's Do Mushrooms with Joe, where I just get famous people high on mushrooms and just, you know, when you're really blasted on mushrooms, you can't pretend to be anything other than who you are.
You ever Ustream on mushrooms?
No, never have. Always on the pot, but never on the mushrooms.
Right.
I love the when he's talking about things like what his show's going to be about, terraforming and stuff like that. It just reminds me of Paul Reiser in Aliens, pointing to the big machines, going, "We manufacture those, you know." Like so pompous. They're terraforming the fucking planet.
Reiser was
the company manufactures.
He was one of the best weasel douches ever in that movie.
I've never liked him in anything. And Aliens, he was such a fucking pricky weasel.
He was awesome.
Hey, kiddo, you got to get back on that horse.
How do you go from that to Mad About You?
I know. It was great.
I guess you got to get paid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But fuck,
your agent calls you and says, "Here's the money."
How great would it be to have a guy like Kaku around all the time just to ask questions?
Just to ask questions.
We have him.
Yeah.
He calls right in every time we ask.
He's in my building. He's in your building.
Yeah, and he simplifies it a little bit. We make fun of that. But
he has to.
Yeah,
otherwise
he knows he's talking to dummies. So. Matt in Jersey's got a question for Joe Rogan. Matt.
Hey guys, what's up? Happy birthday, Jimmy.
Hi, fella.
It's not Jimmy's birthday.
Hey Joe, I just got a question, man. You smoke a little weed, you take a little mushrooms, you sleep in a weird bathtub, and you got all these insights. But don't you think it's a little coincidental that we just happen to be the perfect distance from the sun? All these natural coincidences that are just awesome. Do you believe in God? Do you think they could be an act of God?
Well, I don't think it's a coincidence. I think life forms in the environment that it can form in. I mean, life forms at the bottom of the ocean in these volcanic vents that we didn't even know could support life. And they have all these little weird fucking creatures living around there. I think we adapt to the environment and we have evolved to be what we are.
As far as the other way around, I think.
Yeah. As far as whether there's a God or not, I am not smart enough to answer that question. Who the fuck knows? I don't think there's a guy in a robe in the clouds, but to think that there might be one gigantic thing that is all things, and that's much more plausible to me than this is all random. It's much more plausible to me that there's like a purpose that we're all moving towards. I mean, it seems, if you look at like human beings and you look at like our obsession with technology and innovation, it seems to me like we're moving and building towards an event. And it might very well be that bees make honey, and they make honey, they make, fucking beehives, and ants make anthills, and human beings make insane technology, that we literally create something that changes our world. I mean, that might be what's going on with the Large Hadron Collider. It used to be that we were obsessed with innovation because that can improve the quality of our life. Like, cavemen figured out if you put a pointy rock on the end of the stick, you can kill shit that's over there.
Yeah.
And you don't have to run up to it and kill it with your face. You know what I mean? Like, that made life easier. Well, it might get to a certain point in time where, where we're at right now, the things that they're working on right now, the peak of science, has nothing to do, it's not going to trickle down. Particle physics and smashing atoms, that's not going to trickle down to your fucking cell phone. Like, they're working on some shit right now with the Large Hadron Collider and the experiments with time travel and stuff they're doing right now.
Yeah.
They're working on some shit that is just so beyond helping us. It's just, what can we do? Can I press this button?
Can
what
we
happens when I
bend
do this?
some space?
When they first blew up the first atomic bomb, there was a very real concern that it might kill the entire Earth because it would start a chain reaction that would blow up and it would eat up the entire atmosphere of the planet and kill everybody. And they said, well, what's about
we had to give it a whirl anyway.
I think that we...
Try it on the Japs.
I think we have this obsession. The reason why we have this obsession with technological innovation, and even the reason why we have an obsession with material items and new things, I think it's because we're supporting what the human organism as one gigantic superorganism is doing.
It's almost instinctual in us that we have to build things and make things, technology. I've said it just before. It's just amazing to me, and people take it for granted. You look around, and there's nothing that you can look at, no matter how technologically advanced it is and cool it is, that didn't just come out of the ground.
Yeah.
And
dirt and rocks.
Pull that shit out. It didn't come
all
from
natural.
Nothing came from a fucking, a TV factory in space that some aliens gave it. We had to figure out how to take dirt and wood from the trees,
silicon
and plants and sand and
plastics and oil
and
and
all
turn
that,
into things,
and melt it and put it together and mix it and do that, and then You can make a television.
Yeah, how about you can make a fucking thing that you can shoot into the sky, and it can take pictures of planets fucking millions of miles away, flying through the solar system.
See, that to me is amazing.
I get amazed at my Easy Pass. I'm amazed at all of it. It's fucking incredible.
I think that we look at the behavior of other animals as natural. We look at the behavior of wolves. You know, the wolf, the alpha forces the beta out, and the beta has to starve dead. We go, well, that's natural because you have to have strong genetics to survive in the wolf world. But we don't look at our world as natural. We don't look at our behavior as natural. I think it is.
I bitch about all the time. People try to put us so far above the animal world. We're just another fucking thing that's occupying space on the planet at this moment.
We're dressing it up. That's why
we are the animal world.
We're changing it. You know, I think that our behavior is natural, and that our lust and our obsession with material possessions and our obsession with technological innovation is completely natural.
It's not all natural. You've been to Camden, New Jersey? It's not natural.
That's natural, too. You ever been to the Congo?
That's going back to the animal kingdom. That's natural, too. Some crazy shit going on there.
Exactly.
I like that thought, Joe.
Yeah, I was born in Newark.
A lot of people saying you held your own with Dr. Kaku, so congratulations.
Of course. Oh, there's no held my own. I mean,
you held your own, brother.
Just asked him questions. But the picture of the solar system, he's completely wrong. It's not like to say that they're...
I don't think he saw it, though.
Yeah, he hasn't seen it. If he did see it, you would see it's a fucking sun.
Can we see it now?
Joe, where do you see it? Yeah, put it up.
Dr. Steve hates Dr. Kaku.
Somebody find it. Look up, you know, someone look up Sumer, S-U-M-E-R, look up the solar system image or something like that. Google that.
Don't you love how Dr. Steve hates Dr. Kaku?
Dr. Steve
hates him.
Who's Dr. Steve?
He makes shitty wine and he gives us Ambien when
he's also got a big physics background.
Why does he hate Dr.
Kaku? Is a physics hack.
He finds it to be a hack and a fucking idiot.
Who knew there were physics hacks?
Well, you know, there's a lot of debate in the physics community whether or not to even take any of this string theory seriously. Like a lot of people say they talk like cultists, and this is all nonsense, and none of it's proven. So there's a lot of weird shit going on with the whole string theory thing.
Let's go to DK. DK.
Hey, Bubba Boys.
What's up, DK?
I got two quick things. One, Rogan, you're fucking a genius, dude. I love you.
I'm not, listen, I'm far from a genius. I'm a pothead with free time.
But no, it's impressive how you spit out that shit like it's nothing.
That's because I'm a fucking retard. You try to ask me how to count. Already seen that. I'll fucking go to a check. I try to add 20%. I freeze trying to count numbers.
There are a whole civilization dedicated to 20%.
I understand certain things.
But that part of your brain is being used for something
I know the right position to put your arm to choke people unconscious. I know a few things that I've memorized.
All right, DK, what do you got?
I was wondering if he had actually like a list of the books he's read, if he's put them up on his website or anything.
You should do that, Joe.
Well, all that shit about mushrooms, all that stuff is all Terence McKenna's theory, and there's a bunch of really good ones. The best one, I think, is Food of the Gods. But any of the old Terence McKenna books, The Invisible Landscape, there's a bunch of different books by McKenna that are all... McKenna was a genius who spent his entire life doing mushrooms and studying psychedelics and studying the idea that psychedelic drugs are literally agents of evolution, that they help you evolve, and that they are the reason why human beings have evolved from lower animals.
Joe, is there any part of you that thinks that maybe this guy's just fucking crazy?
No, because when you look, I know that I'm a very different person because of psychedelic experiences that I've had. They've made me very different.
But what I mean is, like, okay, so this guy does a lot of mushrooms to write the book. That's just, I mean, that's what happens when you do mushrooms. Weird shit comes out of your head.
It's not
that's the point
simple.
of doing mushrooms.
But why can't it be deeper than that?
But this guy is a scholar. He's not just a guy who did mushrooms. He's a guy that like studied archaeology and studied the history of, you know, like he's gone into these indigenous cultures and taken ayahuasca with them and fucking traveled into spirit worlds with these shamans. I mean, it's a little bit deeper. I think we like to look at drugs as being something that wrecks your life and ruins you, which in most of the cases is true. But we throw this big blanket over all these compounds that affect your mind. We call them all drugs. They're all very different. You know, look, there's a fucking drug. I'm drinking coffee. You know, cigarettes are a drug. There's a lot of drugs.
Don't pick on my particular drug of choice.
I like it.
I think Vinny is pointing out that also one of the guys from Pink Floyd took acid in like 1965 or whatever and just never came back.
That is true. Let me tell you something. I had a DMT trip 3 years ago, and I haven't done it since because life got real slippery for like 2 weeks.
Slippery?
In what way? Well, I did a big dose, and I had life-changing revelations, and I changed the way I think about people, the way I look at life, but after it was over, it was so mind-blowing. The thing about the DMT experience is that it happens in literally like 15, 20 seconds. Like you smoke it, and then it's like you get shot through a cannon to the middle of the universe.
What's
and then
DMT? I don't know what DMT is.
DMT is the most potent psychedelic drug known to man. It's called dimethyltryptamine, and it's made by your own brain. And the crazy thing about it is it exists all over the place. It's in a bunch of different plants. You can extract it from thousands of different plants all over the world, not just in one little island that you have to fucking travel to, and you gotta go to Borneo and fucking go into one part of the mountain. No, it's everywhere. It's in grass.
So, Joe, if it's in grass, right, now that to me would make me think that maybe grass thinks, but we can't communicate with grass. If it's in your brain, too, that's the only part, and I've never done acid or mushrooms or pot.
Yeah, maybe. Sit outside and talk to grass.
Fucking who knows?
We're communicating with an ass.
That's you, Billy. That's you.
Exactly.
I mean, we don't know.
Pile of weeds.
Take a dump so we can grow some mushrooms.
Just because the plants can't communicate with us doesn't mean they're not somehow or another consciousness, they don't have some sort of consciousness.
Joe, but I want to slow you down. The DMT thing.
Okay.
What did you learn that you're willing to share? That
well, it's not. It's
tripped
very
you out.
well. One thing that you feel first of all is that if this can happen so easily and you can literally disappear so easily and then you come right back, and when it happens, it's so fucking mind blowing and it's so close. You smoke it and you're there. I mean, and this is the same compound that your brain produces when you're going to die. The same compound your brain produces while you're sleeping.
Why would you do that?
Well, why would I smoke it? I want to see what happens. You know, I mean, you're going to die no matter what. I want to, if there's something that allows you to take a peek over to the other side, hey, there's a little door. Look through it. You want to see God? Look through the door real quick.
Just try divorce. Get you there.
I don't think take out the smoker to kick in.
It takes 15, 20 seconds.
What do you learn about people?
Well, you learn about the way you interact with human beings, that it directly affects your own life. You learn that, you can spread as much positive energy. If you spread as much positive energy as you can, literally, you can affect people like a ripple. Like, the more loving and friendly and nice you are to people, the more loving and friendly your own life will be, and theirs as well. Like, you literally have a direct and profound effect about everyone you come in contact with.
But that was on DMT, you did that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you feel it, like, in a very literal, real sense. Like, they explain it to you, and the way I describe it is that DMT, like when you're communicating with what I describe as complex geometric patterns that are made out of love and understanding. Like, literally, it's the most profound. You feel so exposed, and you feel so full of shit, and you feel so everything. You feel just so foolish
Joe,
when you're in this experience.
But wouldn't that affect different people different ways? Right?
No, that's the crazy thing about it. Everybody has the goddamn same experience. Not only do that, it's very difficult to discern because people describe it. But when they come back, they all say like really similar things. They all have like one of the things that people say is that these entities, whatever it is.
Sorry. Jimmy keeps looking back at Vinny Brown and just not at him.
I'm just listening to Joe, and I'm wondering what drug Vinny took to put those shitty high water jeans on.
He's just laughing at him, and Vinny's flipping Jimmy the bird, like, and Jimmy just keeps turning back and looking at him and totally fucking with him.
It's uncomfortable because he's looking right in the crotch area as well.
Stand up then, man.
Fucking
let your balls free.
Fucking white Pollock socks.
I like this.
You were talking about that guy from Pink Floyd, the guy from Pink Floyd that took acid and never came back.
Sid, right?
Sid Barrett.
Is that what his name was?
Yeah, it was Sid, right?
Yeah, I think that definitely can happen. I think you could definitely blow your brains out, and especially with acid. Acid apparently is pretty abrasive.
Now, some of that stuff you were just talking about, are you into yoga?
Yeah, I do yoga.
The yoga and the meditation, you get some of that.
Well, I think
some of that shit going on.
Yoga, what yoga is a way that people have devised to like use your body to relax it and to like take away a certain amount of stress and increase your understanding. Mm-hmm. Increase your connection with other people. Whenever I leave yoga class, I always feel so much nicer. Like just a nicer person, more relaxed, easier to, whenever I had anything stressful, anything important, like a big gig that I have to do, or I'm going to tape a special, I always do yoga.
If you didn't have all these experiences with, your psycho drugs and your fucking yoga and everything, do you think you'd be an angry person? Do you think you'd have an anger problem? Are you an angry person?
Genetically,
yeah.
And the way I grew up.
We have to end the show this way today. Ira, say hi to Joe Rogan. Get on mic over there.
What happened?
Hi, Ira.
Good morning, Joe Rogan. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're going from Dr. Michio Kaku to Ira, Joe.
Who's Ira?
Ira, why don't you introduce yourself to Joe Rogan?
Joe.
Who are you?
I'm the weatherman for Jay Thomas.
Who's Jay Thomas?
Jay Thomas, he's on Sirius 108, and XM 139.
The lesson here is that this is a broad spectrum of human beings.
Yeah, you can really,
spectrum.
and you can go from one to another in
like that.
a split second.
Did you do too much acid at one time?
You ever do drugs, Ira?
Never.
Never?
Nothing?
Never.
Just high on life.
Why do you talk so slow?
And loud.
Break him down, Ari.
It's weird.
Break him down, Ari. Go for it. Take him. He's yours. Take him. It's a clean kill.
We'll give you a kitten next. If you want to,
what's his deal?
If you want to strangle a kitten, we'll let you do that too.
You got any retard babies I can hit with a rock?
You ever fuck a cantaloupe?
Never fucked a cantaloupe.
Oh, but Joe, he likes the hookers, right, Ira?
Yeah. Oh, I love the hookers. If a hooker would call up right now, maybe I would go out with a hooker.
You'd like a hooker right now?
Oh, yes.
Do you use a service, or do you get them walking the streets, or do you go online? What do you do?
I meet them downtown someplace.
Time machine.
So you go
Bobo.
and get the street girls.
Somewhere nice.
He's just time machine Bobo.
Maybe a kosher deli.
Like the time machine.
He's a total ass.
Wow.
He's exactly like Bobo, only like if Bobo...
If he survives that long, which
Blue
he
Oyster
never
Cult,
would.
Don't Fear the Reaper is playing
did
in my
not
head.
know nothing whatsoever. I know more than Bobo will ever know.
Are you trying to be the president of the retards?
No.
All right.
Yeah. I got it too. All right, let's go. Let's go with this.
Got it?
Yes, I do.
Hit it.
Let's play a little Don't Fear the Reaper.
I don't know
for
why.
Ira.
But it's all connected somehow or another.
Ira, all right. I don't think you have
I want
anything
to
else.
get high on mushrooms.
You want to do some mushrooms today?
Anything else would imply that he's done something.
Well, listen.
Yeah.
Bobo wasn't that great. I'm greater than him. I am a legend.
Who has a bigger cock, you or Bobo?
Good question.
I got a bigger cock.
Let's see it.
You want to see it?
Ari wants to see it. I bet Ari's cock's bigger than yours. I bet Ari's balls are bigger than yours. For sure.
You want to have a ball off with Ari?
No,
Don't
not
be
right
scared.
now.
Oh, don't be scared. Don't be scared.
I'll put $100 down if you can beat Ari.
I got 200 on Ari. I'll give you 2-1 on the money.
Here
How
we
about
go.
that?
Ball length.
Here we go. I got
How
it.
about that? How about you put up $10? I'll put up 100. How about that?
That's right. What do you think?
You can win $100 if your balls are bigger than ours.
You know, your name is my name spelled backwards. If that means anything. You're like my Misoplex.
Yeah. You guys are yin and yang.
This is Ari and
Misoplex. Dude, you get fucking brownie points for using Misoplex.
No shit, this was meant to happen today.
Come on.
Pull out your ball bag,
How
Ira.
about this? I'll give you 100-1 on the money. I'll give you 100-1 on the money. You put up $1, and if your balls are bigger than Ari's, we will give you $100.
My balls are bigger.
All right, well, fucking... If Ari does it first, will you feel comfortable?
If he does it first, I'll do it.
There you go.
All right, let's get some money.
Here's $100. I just need to see a $1 bill from you, sir.
Oh, look at faggot Kenny peeking.
You know what? I'll trust. How about this? I'll trust.
Oh, we just found out what Kenny likes.
I'll trust that you have the $100.
Come on, open it up. Open it up.
Here he goes.
All right, this is...
Open it up. That sounds like he's talking to the hooker.
Yeah.
Open it up.
You gotta stretch your bag out first?
I have horrible
Only the shaft inside. I'm only bringing out the
baby
balls.
thumbs.
You're only bringing out the balls?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
That's just one.
Ay.
There's
Here
his
it
balls.
is, fellas.
Here we go.
All right, wait.
Here it is. Here it
He's
is.
gonna pull out his
Here
balls.
it is.
Now, he's got gravity has been yanking on his balls for decades longer than yours.
Oh, look at this.
That's just your penis. That's just your dick. I'm gonna take that as a win.
Where's your balls?
You owe me $1, motherfucker. You don't even have balls.
Some sort of weird shame now. He just pulled out the smallest head I've ever seen.
His is bigger than mine.
Yeah. Exactly. Give me $1. Give me $1. You had a chance to win 100.
Not at all,
You owe me $1,
We can't hear you.
sir. You know what? You can keep that $1. How about that?
Yeah. Buy yourself a
I'm just
dick.
gonna take the picture.
Anything else, Ira?
That's it.
That's all you got today?
Listen,
Yeah.
before I leave, I want to wish
Proclaim
Opie
before
and
he starts
Anthony a happy Easter The show is wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you for showing us your cock.
And listen, if you want me to fill in a few times, I will do it.
I'd like you to fill in a cemetery hole.
I despise your slut.
You're the greatest. You're wonderful.
I loathe you.
All right.
I loathe you.
Wow.
All right. Thank you, Ira. We got to go back to some...
Thank you.
Thanks.
You better not. You've had your fingers on your...
That's the beautiful thing about this show.
Yeah. Maybe I had to do that to you.
Remember the last time I was here, remember when Marion Barry came in?
That's
right.
How's it going?
Good to see
They
you.
were all mad that we dragged him in here.
We dragged him in. We were talking about him. He came in to defend himself.
It was fucking great that day.
That was the best. We talked to him about crack, and he's like, "Nobody knows what went in that pipe."
He is the walking reason for anti-Semitism, by the way.
Ira?
It is just, he is every stereotype. That is a poster in 1935 Germany.
Listen! I just want to tell you, you do a good job. Listen! I'm going to proclaim something.
Loves the hookers, huh?
Loves the hookers.
Apparently he
Supposedly.
does.
We don't even
Street
know.
hookers.
Oh, yeah, he goes
Yeah,
old
that's
school.
old school. Where do you even find a street hooker these days, Jim?
They're not around that much. You gotta
What's the most shocking thing about Hugh Grant? A buddy of mine ran into a chick that he used to date. She was a street hooker.
Really?
Yeah.
That would turn me on like a light.
Tough life.
E-Rock, what do you got?
Ira's walking down the hallway and he does Jay Thomas's show with this other girl, Madison.
Right.
So he sees her in the hallway and he goes, "Hey, Madison." She's like, "Hi, Ira." And he goes, "I just showed my balls."
He didn't even show his balls.
What did he show?
He doesn't know what his balls are and what his dick is.
No, that was the head of his dick.
All right, let's go to Paul in Pittsburgh. Paul.
Not impressed either.
Hey, Hey, what's going on, boys?
Hi.
I wanted to ask Joe, have you heard of this JWH 018? It's supposed to be a synthetic marijuana that comes in powder.
Is that also called K2?
Yeah, well, K2, K2 is like a herbal thing that's coated in that, but you can get just the straight JWH 018.
Yeah, I have heard of that. You know how like that Balco thing, they were doing steroids, and what they were doing was they were making a steroid that was not recognizable in the test because it was like one molecule different or somehow or another they were engineering it. Well, they're doing the same thing with marijuana. They've made marijuana you can smoke and it has the exact same effects as marijuana, but it won't show up in a drug test.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried it?
No, I haven't. Well, I live in California, and you can get pot everywhere there, and it's basically legal. They just put it on the ballot for November. It's going to be legalization is going to be on the ballot.
And are they going to just sell it and tax it and fucking get
that's what
the
they
state out
fucking
of,
should have done a long time ago.
They zone it though, right? You can't just buy it everywhere. They're like cigarettes.
They zone it now. I mean, supposedly they're supposed to shut down a lot of these pot dispensaries because they're too close to schools and residences and all sorts of other things.
Does that ever really fucking matter if things are close to a school?
Maybe it does. I don't know. I don't mind as long as it's available somewhere. I don't mind.
Yeah, you're right. It's just some dumb law.
Well, it can't be within such and such of a school. Like, who cares?
I do. I wouldn't want my fucking kid going to kindergarten and some douchebags getting baked like right next door.
Well, don't get baked next door.
Kids,
buy your weed, but
The problem with pot is the problem with society in general is 80% of the people are fucking retarded. And if you get 80% of the people high and then you go, oh, well, that's what potheads are like. Well, no, that's retards high.
You can have a CVS that sells liquor, like near a school.
It's true.
You?
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
What about booze, man?
Matt, I know they were trying in Nassau County to put some law on the books that there couldn't be a gun store within a certain distance from a school or even school bus. And it's like a gun store isn't a school-like bus stop. They were trying to get this gun store shut down. And it's like, you don't buy a gun and then walk out of the gun store and just start, like shooting it up in the air like Yosemite Sam when you leave the place. That to me is just a cop-out thing that politicians use too much. You can't be close to a school. Wow.
Yeah, you're going to shoot up a school.
Think about how many gun ranges there are and how many gun stores there are and how little crime occurs in these places.
Yeah.
Not only that law is designed to stop people from buying a gun and then go shooting up a school. If you're going to shoot up a school, the distance from the gun store isn't going to stop you. I can't get all the way across town to do this.
It's ridiculous.
And strip clubs is another one. Now, you don't want a strip club right next door to the school, but when you say like 1,000 yards from a school, And strip clubs are just not open during school hours. You know, when the kids get out, maybe they can go in and see
the town's not as good as the night.
They get the day
open.
strippers.
Yeah,
They got the day
Vegas.
strippers sections.
Unless you're in Vegas.
Yeah.
In Vegas, we went to the Spearmint Rhino at 9:30 a.m. on a Thursday, and it was mobbed.
Great, isn't it?
It was mobbed. We had to wait to get seated.
Wow.
It was crazy. Couldn't believe it.
Thursday morning.
It was so gross. We were driving there, and it was me and my friend Tate, and we were in the car, and like the hot sun is hitting the windshield, and I'm like, I should be asleep. This is so
What
retarded.
am I doing?
Or at a
So
job
pathetic.
somewhere.
And when we got
Doing
there,
something industrious.
it's ridiculously packed.
Reading another theory about mescaline.
You're making fun of him?
Yeah.
Why are you making fun of him?
I don't. Joe
This is some
actually.
good talk. Sometimes you got to expand your brain and see maybe there's some other shit out there.
Joe impressed
I don't think
me.
you like
Very
to.
well read.
I don't think you'd like to see if there's other shit out there, Betty.
No,
He
I
lives
do
in
like to do
Jersey.
this shit, but I don't. I don't
Fuck.
necessarily want.
Some of the shit might just be right.
Listen,
who knows?
There's a reason why they put blinders on a horse, okay? There's some shit they don't need to see. Just keep moving, stupid. Get on the track.
Straight.
Wow.
Do you expand your mind?
That was awesome. I had to ponder that
Not,
for a second.
you know, no, I don't.
Yeah, Vinny's very different than Joe.
Yeah, I'm amazed though.
I like that. I like to think it's not just this horse shit that we're looking at every day, that there might be some different looks
There's
out
a
there.
lot more.
Yeah,
There's a lot
I
more.
like to think that.
I like to think that too, but I don't necessarily want to dig into a pile of cow shit and eat something off of it to find out.
You don't have to.
You ever
get
do
it from my
mushrooms?
friend
No.
who grows it in his closet.
I don't even know the difference between mushrooms and acid and.
Well, I don't know. I don't either, but
There's a lot of differences.
Joe, what's the difference? Is a LSD is a psychedelic, right?
Well, there's a bunch of psychedelics that affect your brain in different ways. There's salvia. There's the cactus, the mescaline. There's a bunch of different things that have a bunch of different.
And they're
effects.
all different.
They're all different. Yeah, it's the way people look at it is like it's like you're visiting different neighborhoods. And each one of them has a completely different feel, different vibe to
It's
it.
like drug Epcot. Every neighborhood's got a different thing.
I'll let that sit out there.
Sorry.
Wait, hold on.
I'm doing well right up to that point. Right up to that point.
Everyone was.
Right there, I stepped
We
off the
really
cliff.
haven't had any good bombs today.
Wait, that was a good one.
What is it? What is it? Fucking drug Epcot? I didn't like that you put a B in Epcot.
Thank you, Jim.
I want to hear fucking Kenny be a DJ.
Oh, you want to hear some of that? We are running out of show, unfortunately.
Fucking howling when I heard that. I was in Colorado on the mountain, and it was all that connected me to civilization.
There's a good bit. We forgot about it. You
Sirius
just reminded us
XM
today.
and
He
the O&A show.
He loves the Strobe, so he played DJ for.
I
for
fucking
us.
love this. If there was a real station and Club Soda Kenny was the actual
I
DJ
know. Who
and he got to
wouldn't
do these
listen?
rants, it's fucking genius.
Who would not listen?
Michael Jackson, what a goof. Hey, it's me, Lean Mean Club Soda Kenny, the dancing machine, on the Strobe, XM83, Sirius 81, and coming up next are my hairy bush favorites, the Weather Girls. It's raining men, y'all.
And have we got
Come on. How great would that be?
Who would listen to that?
Fucking
Kenny, that was hilarious.
genius stuff. Is there another one?
I hated that song. But this is a great song on the Strobe, XM83, Sirius 81. I'm Lean Mean Club Soda Kenny, the dancing machine, and we're going back to the good old days before AIDS was invented. Back when you could bang any $4 Coke for you wanted, no matter what he looked like. It's We Are Family by Sister Sledge. I got a few more seconds to kill, so listen how terrific I am, because here's the song now.
Come on, man. What fucking people would not like that? And who out there is scouting talent for DJs?
That
doesn't
isn't
snatch him up?
hiring him like in a second.
Oh my! If I ran Sirius, he'd be the first motherfucker I'd call.
Would you listen to that guy's
yeah.
entire
This
show?
always brings a tear to my eye, this song that you just heard. But I'm Lean Mean Club Soda Kenny, the dancing machine, taking you back to a time, play the music, when there were more disco balls than the ones in my pants. It's Gloria Gaynor, I Will Survive, on the Strobe.
I love how he doesn't hit his mark.
He don't care. No, the post is
Talks
just
right over the fucking singing.
Your nicknames last for like 5 minutes. Keep adding.
Disco in my pants. It's the Strobe XM83 Sirius 81. I'm Mean Club Soda Kenny, the dancing machine. We're getting ready to hit the town in our favorite pair of crotch huggers. And if you run out of moose, just drop a load in your hand and slick back your hair with that. It's Staying Alive by the Bee Gees.
The song is over. He's still talking.
He's the fucking best.
A load in your hand.
Come on, that's the greatest DJ ever.
He's brilliant.
I love Diana Ross. I really love her. I'm Lean Mean Club Soda Kenny, the dancing machine, here on the Strobe, Sirius 81, XM83. For all you rope wranglers out there, here's the Village People with Macho Man.
He knew the vocals were coming in.
He's hitting it hard, hitting it fast. Oh, he's the best.
I'm coming out of the closet. Hey, Zone A Zone Clubby, the disco bowler on the Strobe, XM83, Sirius 81. And this next one reminds me of the movie Boogie Nights. You know, I'm hung like Dirk Diggler when he was 8.
Fuck. It's a combination
So
of bad
retarded.
jokes and just fucking over-the-top confidence.
A horrible Frankenstein voice.
Over-the-top confidence.
Yeah, it's the same stupid joke about the dancing machine over and over. It doesn't matter. It's
way
brilliant.
more confident than he should be. Yes.
You got like a bit of dice in there.
Stinks. I'm on A Zone Clubby, the disco bowler. I'm on the Strobe, XM83, Sirius 81. And according to Wikipedia, disco originated in the Afro-American and Hispanic communities. Apparently no one told Casey and the Sunshine Band. Let's give this white boy a listen anyway. Here's Get Down Tonight.
Well into the vocals.
We could do it all day.
Back in the old days,
He's
when they
just
were real
fantastic.
DJs,
Yeah.
they were
Yes.
really allowed to talk in between songs and had personalities.
They could choose the songs too.
Yeah.
The boss
Yeah,
jocks.
that was the big thing.
Yeah.
Choosing the songs, man.
That's long gone.
Yeah, that was like an
boss
art
jocks.
form in and of itself. You like certain DJs because they had certain music that you enjoyed.
Yeah.
They had their taste.
Bingenheimer's the only
Fucking
one. still with-
goddamn
Yeah,
corporations.
it was their own music, yeah.
Motherfuckers.
We got to call it, man. Vinny, why did you come in today? I don't even know.
Because I'm at the Stress Factory tonight.
But
and
that's your
tomorrow.
place.
Don't you own the place?
Yes, I do.
You
And
do
I
it all the time.
but I'm doing
I'm
my
gonna be
show.
at my
Yeah.
house.
But you do your show every night.
No, I don't do it every night. Every night I just fuck
No?
around for a while. And
Oh,
then
so
tonight
you
I'm
do.
doing an hour.
You're on the stage there every night, though, right?
Yes.
All right.
It's like being home, but it's fun.
Yeah, I want to promote. I'm going to be at my house tonight, too. So, there you
Everyone's
go.
going to be where they own.
These
the
are
places
plugs that
they
really
own.
help me. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so glad I got up at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Don't bother coming this weekend because I'll be there next weekend too.
No, Vinny's doing his full show tonight at the Stress Factory, the place he owns, which I all kidding aside, is one of the better comedy clubs in the area, if not the
I haven't
best.
been there in so long. I was
It's a
supposed to
great
be
place,
there
it really is.
sometime a long time ago, and it got canceled out.
Joe, I have tried so many times.
Yeah.
Like, just nonstop. But you're busy as shit. But you should really come in and
I
do
would
it.
love to. I know I was supposed to do something. It was a couple years ago, and something got switched around. I don't
Did
know.
you come in with Kevin James one time?
Long time ago. Yeah.
It was
yeah.
Kevin, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did a weekend together, right?
Yeah, you got. You know, it's funny.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Someone was telling me that they said, I guess with Adam, Bald Adam saw you and said,
Uh-huh.
go do the Stress Factory. Oh yeah, the place with the phone call, which I haven't
Yeah,
done
yeah,
in
yeah.
forever. That's how I'll be known forever.
Which I haven't done
That's like
forever.
if Jeff Dunham cured cancer. Oh, you're the guy with the puppet, right?
Yeah, you're the guy with the terrorist
Hold on,
puppet.
not to interrupt you in your long shorts. We have to be out of here in a second because
What time do they shut the thing off?
In any minute.
You know what fucking drives me bananas? I can't get up early enough to listen to you guys.
we're 10 minutes over.
Yeah.
Because on the West Coast, at like 9 o'clock in the morning, if
It's
I'm up at
6.
9, it's
That's
already
ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's already
it's
changed
done,
over.
I know.
Yeah. We're already into Ron Fez time.
All right,
Real
real
shit.
quick.
Let's get out of
My
here.
Seattle tickets go on sale on 10 o'clock West Coast time. I fucked up before. I said East Coast. I'm fucking stupid.
All right. Yeah, we're already into Ron Fez time.
Follow me on
We just-
Twitter. I'm so close to 100,000. I'm at
Motherfucker.
99,400
Dude,
something.
you fucking leapfrogged ahead of all of us.
No, I'm going nowhere. Listen, fucking that
100,000 's
Ashton
nice.
Kutcher faggot's got like 4 million.
And his
That's
tweets
ridiculous.
are shit.
They're boring as
Terrible.
fuck. He's so
Shit.
conservative now. He's panicking.
Yeah.
He realizes he's got
Oh,
too many
so
people.
son today I smiled.
He's going to get in trouble.
What is
yeah.
that?
This is awful.
Just a shitty tweeter.
God damn that motherfucker.
Right.
4 million, though. 4 million
I know,
people.
that's ridiculous.
If I could just get him to retweet one thing.
Rogan, we're going to go party at
Could hit
Gotham
100
tonight,
grand.
even though you don't have to talk about that. And UFC 111 tomorrow. Can't
111
fucking
tomorrow.
wait.
Can't fucking wait.
Ari, we'll see you tonight doing your thing, too. Ari, very funny comic as well.
Thank you very
and
much.
who is the dude with the cantaloupe? Does he
that's
get a
my
plug?
friend Brian. Brian Redband.
All right, what's up, Brian? Nice to meet you.
Follow him on Twitter, too. He's very, very paranoid about his Twitter number. Very insecure.
How many do you have?
What's your number? 194? Something like that?
That's right.
Aw.
Doesn't
Look at
matter.
him. He's laughing at you.
Redband, REDBAN. Follow that shit.
There you go.
And I'm
You're gonna get a few more.
JoeRogan.net, DOTNET, spelled out.
Joe's one of the best ones to follow.
I'll post
You tweet some good
weird shit.
Yep. All right, we're out of here. Ron and Fez is going to kill us. See you Monday. Have a great weekend. Blah, blah.